Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Devil's Latest Issue podcast. Technical difficulty there. We're back. Sorted. Welcome back to the Devil's Latest Issue podcast. I'm your host, Mr. Vegas. I'm joined as always by my wonderful co-host, Mr. Fatman T.
Hello, everybody. And welcome to the show. On this beautiful Friday. Somewhere in the world.
Yes.
Someone's having a good day. We're not, but someone is.
I'm definitely not having a good day. I'm all out of whack today. I don't know what the fuck's up with me. Like,
Yeah.
like I came downstairs in the here in the studio about an hour ago.
Yeah.
And I had some flatbread, and that's literally all I've eaten today, and I'm just not hungry. Like, my throat is all kinds of fucked. I mean, like I said, I've been talking pretty much all day, but still, like...
I mean, what's going on in the news today? Well, apparently Russia has agreed to some kind of peace proposal.
They've agreed to come to the table for a peace talk, was the last I heard.
They've agreed to come,
today.
but they're basically saying Ukraine's getting nothing what it wants. And everything. And Trump saying this is a resounding victory for peace.
Yeah, and it's really not.
Yeah. Trump says that he's going to move forces into Gaza and take it off Israeli hands.
Yeah.
He's going to do a better job at it.
He's also said that he's hopeful. He's hopeful and looking forward to the annexation of Greenland going forward.
Yeah, no, it will be going forward.
Yes.
The government of
I was
Greenland.
just trying to put it in a more diplomatic fashion for the poor guy, you know, like.
No, because he says Greenland's got no say in the matter because he's taking it. And that. Which, you know, the reason he's taking it for is it gives him a kind of naval point in between America and Europe.
Mm-hmm.
And that, which, although theoretically is in a good position to stave out an attack from us.
Yes.
It really doesn't. It just gives us a target at that point.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
What else happened?
So, you know, am I and everyone else on the left still wrong when we say that Donald Trump is a fucking fascist who's losing his marbles? You willing to agree with us yet, or are we still going to hold off on... Like, you finally agree with us when we say he's a fucking Nazi?
I do not agree he's a Nazi. That's one thing I can't say. I don't think he's a Nazi.
He's literally opened a concentration camp. At this point, he's literally just one racial slur away from a fucking Nazi.
He's not. He's close, but not quite there yet.
Gamer, all I'm saying, right? Literally everything he's done to the Mexican immigrants of America, Hitler did to the Jews. The only thing he hasn't done yet is gas the fucking Mexicans, but he's still thrown them in a concentration camp in fucking Guantanamo Bay.
Yeah, that's it. He's Stalin, but he's not quite.
No, he's just Hitler. He's Hitler with a fucking, like, a bill shortage. He's Hitler who can't afford the fucking gas bill. That's all that's happened here. He was gonna go for it and then realised how fucking expensive cyanide is these days and went, whoa, we're gonna fucking pump the brakes and have a fucking think for 5 minutes and come up with a plan B. And at this point, I suspect plan B might be fucking hemlock.
And other news? Do you hear about England in the news we've had?
A little bit. I know NHS England is being dissolved.
Yes.
To get dissolved into the Ministry of Health or some shit.
Yes. Which
I
is
half listened because it's Keir Starmer. I struggle to pay attention when he speaks.
Yeah, it's basically. I've got to finally admit that the NHS doesn't work properly.
Yes.
Which, to be honest, it doesn't.
It's literally never worked correctly.
Only 2 points the NHS actually ever worked.
Yes.
That was care at the point of access.
Yep.
And prescriptions.
Yes, those are the only 2 bits that work.
Yeah. Everything else.
And even then, I argue the English version of the prescription part doesn't work as well as the Scottish one.
Well, the Scottish one's free all the time, but Britain ones you have to pay a fee for, which I don't mind too much.
I don't mind it, but also, like, it's a slippery slope.
Yeah.
It's a slippery slope forcing people to pay for, the right to access healthcare.
Well, the thing that we're doing works is anyone on mean tested benefits doesn't pay.
It's still a slippery slope.
Probably, I do agree some people should pay for healthcare.
I don't. Like, if it's like an optional thing of like, yeah, like if you want to go get like plastic surgery because you don't like your tits, yeah, fair enough, 40 quid. Right, but like, if you need to get your pancreas ripped out because you're gonna die otherwise, that should be fucking free.
No, my ones out. People I'll charge are the drunk assholes who go off Friday night, or like every other Friday night, get absolutely shit faced, and then constantly do dumb shit.
See, only if they're like repeat offenders do I argue that that's acceptable.
Yeah.
Like if you're like literally every weekend going out getting pished, and like once a month you're going in to hospital to get your stomach pumped or fucking a broken leg fixed because you were pished.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Like 40 bob. If it's like maybe twice a year you have a silly drunken accident, fucking, you know, let motherfuckers live a little, you know.
Oh, that's it. I think because I mean, I said I was in going down where Dryburn we got, now called Durham University Hospital.
Yeah.
You know, you can't like, go on like on a Friday, Saturday night, sit there, and you can't see like the usual stuff coming in every fucking week.
Yeah.
You know, half of it's actually took up by people going there every other fucking week
I mean,
for the
true.
same thing.
You know, but even then, I argue fuck it. You know, let people live a little.
But yeah, it's basically solving it, and it's hard to say what he's going for. As a thing, far as I can tell from what he wrote out and what it's been seen, he's adopting a sort of bastardized American version, if I can tell.
Mm-hmm.
Healthcare is still free at the point of contact. Now, for anyone who needs it,
Yeah.
right? But the most, or like, what's that word? When you use, basically, if you're making like 100,000 a year, you are going to start paying charges on it, because it says you can afford healthcare or afford insurance of some kind.
Well, there's one small problem with that, in that we already do pay like health insurance in this country.
Yeah, national insurance tax. Yes.
Yeah, your national insurance tax, which is supposed to cover your healthcare costs with the NHS, among other, you know, civilian services, such as the police, the fire, the ambulance, the hospitals.
8%, not enough. And also that interest
Oh
function.
no, what a shame.
I know interest function the way it's supposed to. Right, where it was envisioned it was supposed to function. You need something close to another, like, I think about 300 billion on top of what you got.
Well, you know, it would work if as intended. If two things also worked as intended, namely inflation. You know, if inflation had been, you know, had and does get addressed accordingly the way, you know, it should be, you know, things would work. You know, like, you know, the increased to cost for things like food, electricity, Wi-Fi, you know, like basic necessity shit has gone up over the years. Minimum wage hasn't. Average household income hasn't. But yet the value of money has decreased, but the amount of money you receive for doing jobs has not increased.
But if I've got my tax bill in, right, for here. Right? And
We pay tax.
I do and I don't, technically. Right? And this is what came with it, legitimately.
Yeah, fucking welcome to my world. Fucking.
And the other side of it.
Yeah, so like right now I've just been handed the evidence that the government's well aware of the inflation problem and just refuses to fucking solve it by, you know, forcing employers to actually treat their fucking employees with a little bit of common decency and up the minimum wage.
Probably, I can fix the NHS in about a week. Very easy. First thing you do is you go into...
I could do it in a day if you give me fucking, like, supreme powers over the government. Step 1, increase the minimum wage.
Right? No, with the NHS particularly, you just go in, you find every company, every middle manager that doesn't exist there. Because, let's be honest, nearly half of all of the NHS budget goes on just administrative shit.
I'd say it's mostly admin fees.
Which, to be honest, shouldn't be that much there.
I mean, yeah.
Fire them all.
Right, yeah.
Right? Then give the NHS groups ability to negotiate local contracts.
Yes.
Because one thing I point out, I think I've told you about, is when I was going for my mental health, I had to get taxis down there because I didn't have a car. Now, because the NHS around here was based in Darlington, the headquarters,
Yes.
they hired the taxi company from Darlington. So the taxi company had to drive all the way from Darlington to here to pick me up and drive me to my place in Chester. Right? Then go back over to Darlington. Right? And I was talking to one of the guys who used to work in the admin building, because he was one of the carers I had.
Yeah.
Again, one time they're going to a contract which cost the NHS $400,000 a year on a similar contract, and he says it's crap because they should just phone each NHS unit. Like say, if your unit's based in Chester, you should be able to phone Chester and say, look,
Yeah.
come
It
pick
would
this
make
guy
more
up.
sense. Like,
But no, because we're the headquarters, it dictates when the contracts are, and they refuse to negotiate smaller local contracts for each area,
see, it's fucking stupid. Like,
and that's where a lot of money gets wasted.
yeah.
But anyway,
No, like, don't get me wrong. I love the NHS. You know, I especially love our doctors and nurses, but I fucking hate the way the corporation gets run.
yeah. It's one of those things. It's supposed to be a non-profit organisation, being run as it's a for-profit organisation.
Yeah, and even then, it's not being run as a for-profit organisation because they piss away money for fuck all on a regular basis. No, so they're still a non-profit company because they literally are always losing money because they're fucking inept.
It's a for-profit organisation on close to being bankrupt.
You know, see if they actually did run the NHS just with a little bit of fucking sensibleness, they'd probably turn a profit every year with their current income. They're just too fucking thick to do it.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Ugh. Oh, I do apologise, ladies and gentlemen at home, if I keep fucking violently inhaling. I have a bit of a blocked nose, so yeah, my apologies.
I forgot that one.
Many of us even out.
Stop. Anyway, today's show, we want to talk about religion and religious-based theories that we started covering on Wednesday
Yes.
a bit.
Oh,
We're also going to finish up Slenderman because we've got a new video here that apparently the judge made a ruling on it.
I say, well, before we do that, there's a little mini job I need you to do
What's that?
that you're as well doing now. Turn the subtitles on in that video, but
Yeah.
like, didn't just save us all an effort later.
There you go.
Thank you.
Let's switch this over. So yeah. Right, for religion, I won't try and find them now. I won't do this. Maybe a easy way of doing this. Right, I'll go through this video first because there's like two things. There's like two debates I saw which I want to bring up ish in what I want to talk about today.
Okay.
We're going to throw these clips from because I don't think because the debate's like 2 hours long, so I'm not going to roll the whole thing.
No, that's fair. That's.
Side of
We'll
the
start with
crime.
this, the Slender Man.
Honestly, it would help to show the viewers
Yeah,
the screen.
I'm doing it.
That would really make things easier. There we are.
Turn so I can hear it a bit.
Members will always remember the Slender Man stabbing case. 3 12-year-old girls walk into the woods, 2 walk out, while 1 young girl was left fending for her life.
This was a serious criminal case, attempted murder. There are 2 defendants in the case. Both were children at the time that it happened, 12 years old. The victim was a child.
Thankfully, the victim survived. Now we're 11 years after what could have been a deadly stabbing. Anissa Wire was released from the mental hospital nearly 4 years ago. Now Morgan Geyser, the young woman who was just 12 years old when she stabbed her classmate Peyton 19 times, wants out of the mental hospital too. I'm Elizabeth Milner for Law and Crime. This isn't a deja vu story. Morgan Geyser has been wanting out of the mental hospital for years now. She was granted conditional release earlier this year. She was set to go on to the outside world, but a judge put a pause on that after troubling allegations came to light. Earlier this year, 3 different mental health professionals who evaluated Morgan Geyser over the years all agreed she was ready to be released from the mental health facility.
At this point, I am in favor or in support of her petition for conditional release. Specifically, I don't believe that she currently poses a significant risk of substantial harm to herself, others, or to property damage.
I don't like that wording.
Yeah, neither do I.
Should put a significant risk.
There's still a risk, but it's not worth worrying about. Yeah.
Because my question, didn't they base the entire thing on I think it was sociopathic schizophrenia?
Something along those lines, yeah.
I think it was something like that.
It's been a couple years, so I'm not 100% sure, but that sounds about correct.
Yeah, which is amazing because like schizophrenia is not exactly a young person disease.
Not usually, because I think that's what I think 25 is usually when schizophrenia tends to start showing symptoms.
Yeah, schizophrenia is one of mental health disorders that only appears usually between the ages of 20 and 25.
Yeah, it's usually around.
After that, it's like
24 is like the median average out. It tends to work out.
after like 25, the odds of you getting schizophrenia are like almost zero.
Yeah. It's usually a case of like once you hit 25, you're basically Gucci.
Yeah.
Like you're pretty much safe.
But then I remember the thing was like, it was like she's got DID, schizophrenia, and psychopathic tendency, but only the outs do, which is what causes Slenderman stabbing.
Yeah.
But then they try to say, well, the Prime has this schizophrenia tendency, but the psychopathic is an out which takes on the schizophrenic tendency. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, to be fair, DID does start getting really fucking messy when other mental health disorders start getting involved. Like, but...
Yeah, it was very messy, and it's one of those things like, I'm sorry, the 11 years not enough to unpack all that.
Yeah.
Again, the wording is a significant health risk to things with no risk
Yeah.
to the public.
That's what you should be aiming for before you put them out. Especially like when they've committed a crime of this nature of
Yeah.
like extreme violence. It should be at no risk anymore, not a. Now they might, but they probably won't. It should be they definitely fucking won't. Like.
Yeah.
She has had, I think, what can only be called a bizarre adolescence, and needs help with sort of developmental issues. She has had very limited exposure to peers. She's had very
Now,
limited access
I'm
to.
mad. This always fucks me off, right? This fucks me off so much all the time when like cases happen, like like especially like murders and serial killings and shit, and we're like fucking they bring out the fucking mental health experts and like, oh, they had a bad childhood. They really who gives a flying fuck? I'm sorry, who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? Like, I had a fucking dodgy childhood. You don't see me going down the local fucking pub and taking out on cunts, do you? You don't see me just walk up to a motherfucker and stab him in the jaw for no goddamn reason because me dad didn't hug me enough. Fuck you and your bullshit.
Like, again, the school shooting cases. Oh, the boy up after school caused him to go kill people.
Yeah.
I was.
Yeah, I got the shit bullied out of me at school. You know, like, did I consider doing some fucked shit to make people responsible? Absolutely. Did I do it? No.
Yeah, it's like,
I was at an age where I could kind of draw that line of, yeah, we can think about doing it, but if we actually do it, that's kind of a fucking problem.
I think with America, I think in total, is they have a very. I mean, in England, like 16 is like our cut point, like saying you're mostly an adult now.
Yeah. You know,
Right.
you're allowed to fucking make political decisions, so like you should have your shit figured out.
Yeah, you should be able to, nothing like it. You're treating like an adult and a child. Where America still treats 16 like, oh, they're just babies. Like, you give that baby a missile.
Yeah.
No, we didn't. A car's a missile just so you can steer it.
Yes.
You know?
You know, like that's what like at 16 in most American states, you've had a firearms license for a few years.
Yeah.
Like
You know, it's either a baby or other adult. Take your pick.
exactly.
If they're still a child, no guns, no cars.
No, precisely. Like
If an
you
adult-
can't- if you gotta fucking trust them to like have a patent, you can't trust them to fucking drive. You know, that's the rule I have with every single one of my friends. If I cannot trust you to go out for a fucking pint and not get in trouble,
Yeah.
I don't trust you to drive me anywhere. You know, like that's the rule like I have with the fucking boys is like if like once in a blue moon I take you out for a pint and we get in a bit of bother, aight, fine. But like, if it's every fucking night out, you cause shit to go down. I don't get in a car with you. Like that's the rule that like is there between me and all of my friends. That's why I have specific friends who I refuse to not only get in their car, but I refuse to be in the same vehicle as them out of fear I will punch them in the throat. You know, like because like every single friend that's like that is a friend who I've gone on several nights out with, and at every single night out they've either caused trouble with someone else or just been an overwhelming fucking arsehole the entire night. Because if I can't trust you to be drunk, I can't trust you to be in a fucking car. That's
Yeah.
Education and independence, and so she's going to need a lot of help in becoming the mature person that she wants to be.
Isn't that your job?
What's your ultimate conclusion in this case with respect to Ms. Geiser's petition for conditional release?
I believe it's appropriate.
For compliance in the
So
institution.
she hasn't matured anything but by incarcerated. That's what he's saying.
That's basically what he's saying, yeah.
And you're releasing a child who had a murder tendency anyway
Yes.
back out into the world.
Yes.
Yeah. Lose your license, mate. You don't need it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous statement to, like, standpoint to go on of, you know, like, have they made progress? Yeah, they don't want to stab people anymore. Brilliant. Have they matured at all?
No.
Or do they still have the general fucking mental capacity of about 14 years old? Like, the entire point of fucking therapy is to become not just a better person, but a more fucking mature person by proxy.
But then it's not exposure to peers.
Yeah.
In part, like, the institution is to give exposure to people.
Like, that's the entire idea. Expose them to other people who are just as fucked as them so they can understand, oh, it's not just a me problem.
Yeah.
And they work together to get through their problems. That's what therapy's fucking for. That's the point of group therapy.
Let's see what Deborah Collins says.
Institution is remarkable, both with medication and with treatment. Her lack of behavioral management problems in the institution, her lack of violence toward others in the institution and toward herself. Those all bode well for her readiness for conditional release at this time.
In reviewing all of the reports and the matters, I'm satisfied that under the circumstances that the
Nope, somebody plug the judge back in.
that the great court's going to grant the release. I'm satisfied that by clear and convincing evidence that under the current set of circumstances, Ms. Geiser does not pose a significant risk of bodily harm to herself or others, or of serious property damage. Now, when I make that finding, I take into account what happened. I take into account the dangerousness of what happened back in 2014. I take into account, though, what's happened since then, in particular in the last 6 months. I take into account the opinions of the doctors, but in particular, and it's been an important analysis for the court to make, that as the Randall decision talks about, that the ultimate determination of dangerousness requires a careful balance of society.
Wow.
I give it 3 months before she's back in.
Yeah, but also, I understand what they're out for. So you signed, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready yet?
Your all phone,
Cell phone.
your cell phone is free in here is had better select call
If-
from what?
If your cell phone rings in here, you better have a secret call from God.
Oh, that makes way more sense. That's hard to read from here. What's the context of bringing it up? Sorry, I've drawn a blank. What?
I don't know if I just research and Stanley's up there.
Ah. It's a religious man, believes in even then, nah.
But I don't give her much in the way of, because I got a demeanour walking into the courtroom. And that's what we saw. Doesn't bode well for me.
That's well as like, let's be fair, it isn't exactly fucking hard to fake your way out of a mental institution these fucking days.
Yeah, especially American ones.
Yeah.
Society's interest in protection from harmful conduct against the acquittee's interest in personal liberty and autonomy. In looking at the Randall case and of what happened in Randall and what the circumstances were of Randall, when I contrast Randall to Geiser, there really is, there's a tremendous difference in the rationale for rejecting supervised release in that case, in Randall's case versus in this matter. When I weigh that dangerousness concept and I come back to what happened and what the progress has been, Ms. Geiser doesn't fall into the same category as Mr. Randall in his petition for release and the denial of that release. So on that
Randall's
standpoint, I'll
county.
grant the petition.
Yeah, like Randall's got a
I'm
completely
sure for
different set
Morgan,
of
hearing she'll
circumstances.
finally get out of the mental health facility, probably exciting for her, terrifying for her victim Peyton. But the judge ordered a plan be put in place
Randall
to
didn't
house her,
blackmail and threaten
and that plan
another
was
teenager into
supposed
trying
to
to
be ready
stab
this week.
someone.
However, that plan came crashing down when the staff at the Winnebago Mental Institute, where she's been committed for years, got concerned. So the judge paused her release so he could get to the bottom of those concerns. The full scope isn't fully clear. There was a hearing last week, but the court sealed the petition from the Wisconsin Department of Health Services. But this is what we know. According to prosecutors, Morgan Geyser was in contact with an older man outside of the facility, and there were concerns about some of the books she was reading at the facility. No, it wasn't Harry Potter or The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. It was reading material with themes of sexual sadism, murder, selling human organs on the black market, according to prosecutors.
How the fuck should get those?
I say, how did she get a hold of books like that in a mental institution in the fucking first place? Like, those books wouldn't have been in the institute's fucking library, for one. She definitely didn't get them put in through the fucking mail. Mail is screened in a mental institution.
Oh, it should be.
In most of them, it is. You know, like especially if you're a patient with like a court order saying you can't access this kind of material. You know, like, for example, if you're in a mental institution, specifically in the rehab department, they always screen your fucking mail to make sure people aren't trying to mail you drugs.
I remember the one what video we were trying to watch Wednesday. I liked it. Well, it had no mandate on what you could read or what you could watch. Like, I was like, yeah, but common sense think, yeah, she's been stabbing people because of this coat thing.
Yeah.
Don't give her violent books. I think it'd be like
Yeah, don't give her violent books or like books about religions that are outside of the norm. You know, Buddhism, sure. Satanism, maybe fucking skip that one.
Yeah.
It's a crazy new development given all the psychologists touting Morgan's progress that she's made. So obviously the defense is going to object. They claim that information isn't new, and it should have been known, so there was no failure to disclose from Morgan's standpoint. Her attorney argues Morgan doesn't even have access to the internet, and the thousands of books she read while being at Winnebago were all provided by the facility in the first place. Her attorney says she wasn't reading anything that wasn't already permitted in the facility, so it wasn't a secret, and her release shouldn't be delayed. When it comes to the unnamed older man she was talking to, Morgan's attorney says she asked for no contact with that person. Again, the full extent of that relationship isn't fully clear. So what happens next?
Now, hang on,
Right
wait a
now,
minute,
Morgan-
hang on. So she doesn't have internet access, but somehow was in contact with an older gentleman from outside of the facility.
Mm-hmm.
So what, was he fucking visiting? Like, did he just randomly send a fucking letter in? Like, oh hey, I'm a big fan of Murder Child.
Possibly.
And Murder Child fucking responded, and this caused correspondence to start beginning. Like either you're lying and she does have internet access, or several people fucked up big time, hard way.
I don't know, some health facilities in America, especially violent criminals, encourage them to pen pal in order to socialise, especially when they're convicted at a young age for mental violence at a young age.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just for
At the
socialisation.
same time, maybe those pen pals should be, I don't know, fucking screened first? Maybe there should be like an application process to become a pen pal for one of these.
You'd think.
I would assume that's the fucking game there.
No, you just got basically the website you sign up to, and you got like a list of like
Right, so
inmates.
you sign up to a website.
Yeah.
So she does have internet access.
No,
then,
you-
so they are lying.
You sign up to the website, right? And you get a list of like people you can pick from.
Right.
You pick them, you get information about them, and I believe how the journey is supposed to work is you write a letter out on this website. They screen it, print it, give it to her as a postal letter.
Right.
Take her letter, scan it, and put it on the computer and send it to you as an email.
This is fucking ridiculously stupid.
Or you basically just get the information which that. You write the letter off and you just post it. And you get
Fucking insane. Jesus fucking Christ.
similar one they use for the inmates. Pretty much the exact same website. Come out that inmatelover.com website
Oh
shit.
yeah.
Pretty much the same type of website you use for the same reason.
Jesus fucking Christ.
But also some, especially for young children, have what's called experience visitation days. Where they do just bring random chuckle fucks out from God knows where into giving special talks to the children.
Fucking why?
To give them socialise and give them a feel of like, especially if the parents refuse to see them.
Yeah, but like maybe those guests should be screened and like have like a fucking purpose of being there. You know, like. Yeah, like for example of like, oh yeah, I had a minor mental breakdown when I was 10. Look at me now, I'm a police officer. A very successful one at that. That guy would make fucking sense. David, the ex-fucking crack junkie that now sells books, doesn't make a lot of sense because he ain't exactly gone very far up the chain in the world, how has he? He sells books out of the fucking boot of his car. That's not exactly a step up from doing crack, is it?
You think that, but like I said, a lot of them don't. It's weird. It's like, are we vet everyone? Really? Yeah, really? No.
No. Evidently, especially if she's managing to get her hands on books about fucking sexual sadism, no fucker's getting screened in any capacity anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Like, fuck me sideways. It's insane. Like, fuck. I hate this. I hate this so much. Like, what in the blue blazing fuck?
Oh yeah. Problem with the English one's not much better.
Huh?
English mental health service is not much better.
Huh?
English mental health services is not much better.
Yeah, you're not fucking wrong, to be fair. In fact, I'll correct you. British mental health services aren't better. Because they're just as shit.
I knew a guy who was a schizophrenic. Right? Full blown medication, wazoo. He checked himself into mental health service a few years ago. Right? Now, because he checked himself in, he has a little bit more freedom, but still not much. Yeah, one day he decided, I want to go to the beach.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is supposed to be a secure facility.
Yeah.
So you shouldn't be able to get out anyway.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to just walk out the front fucking door willy-nilly.
Yeah. Guess how we did?
You just walked out the front door?
Yeah.
No.
Went to the front door, got on the bus, went to the beach. Found he couldn't get back, so how he got back to the facility was he walked around the street a few bit, found a cop car, kicked the shit out of the cop car and just waited to be arrested. Because you're under mental health order, and supposed to be in a facility, the police can't charge him and have to take him straight to the facility.
Why am I not surprised?
And when he got to the facility, they're like, where you go? Where you been? I went to the beach. They actually didn't know he'd left.
Sounds about right, actually, yeah. Not surprised in the slightest.
You know, this was about 10, 12 years ago.
Like, I'm genuinely not surprised.
And because I don't think they've proved much since then.
Yeah, they definitely haven't.
It isn't going anywhere, but the same judge who's been overseeing the case from the beginning will take it up at a hearing set for later this week. But the stakes are high. If Morgan's release is pushed, the judge that's been overseeing her case is set to retire next month, meaning another judge will get the case, possibly delaying the release even longer. I'm joined now by former Palm Beach County State Attorney Dave Ehrenberg. Dave, always great to see you, and thank you so much for joining me. You know, the Slender Man stabbing case continues to make headlines. Last time I reported on this story, Morgan Geyser was set to be released. Now the judge put a...
I can see your eyes looking at the person I am.
Why does a lawyer have a longsword in his fucking office?
Well, I would like to say it's a long, but it's actually a short sword.
You're right, that is a short sword. I get why. Like, don't get me wrong, it's fucking cool. I would too, but like,
What's more worrying, he's a prosecutor.
yeah,
And I can tell you now from where I'm listening, that's a live blade.
that is, yeah. Again, like, fuck, it's cool. Like, I would absolutely do the same thing, but like, I'm a history nerd. That's why. Like,
That's what you expect to see, especially we've got like Snoopy over here.
yeah, you got like a random fucking stuffed dog, a bookend that looks like I think that's like a rabbit or something.
Something like that.
You know, and then just a sword.
A live blade short sword.
Like, what the fuck? What is this, man? Who is this guy? What the fuck?
He's also been chill because he hasn't got a tie on.
Like, the most eclectic son of a bitch I've ever seen.
Right though, right, is what's he even order though for prosecutor? Right, he's got a pinstripe suit in black.
Yeah.
Lawyers anyway for solid colours are pinstriped. And it's actually in the handbook for being a lawyer. Also, he's been casual with the horse because he's not wearing a tie.
The thing that makes it even worse, right? Not only is that a black pinstripe suit, that is a black on black pinstripe suit.
Yes.
Which shows either he was gonna wear just a plain black suit, didn't have one, so bought a black on black pinstripe, or went to a shop to buy a suit, accidentally bought a black on black pinstripe and didn't fucking notice. So either he's got shit eyesight or thinks he's funny.
The problem is, you know for a fact though, right? Even the judge, like, who's got like basically re-entry shields for glasses,
Yeah, would
pick
notice
up,
that.
Yeah, like, why are you wearing a pinstripe in my court? Am I? Oh, shit.
Fuck, I didn't notice. Sorry, pal. It's black on black, so I didn't spot it. Like,
It's
fuck,
clearly
I sat
visible.
here then. Like,
We can imagine trying to do that shit in a British court.
you'd literally be shot.
Well, we're joking there, folks, but not really.
Yeah, like no, like if you're a lawyer and you showed up to a British court wearing that shit, you'd literally be taken out back and shot.
British courts have no chill, especially the Crown Court.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, the accused could get away like dressing like that, but
Yeah,
like
but a lawyer,
only fucking
no.
just. The lawyer, absolutely not.
If I could imagine a British barrister walking into any British court and talk like an American lawyer would.
Oh yeah, they'd literally be drop kicked. The judge would leap the fucking desk and kill them with the gavel.
Yeah, it'd be instantaneous. Like, what was that? Well, Your Honour.
You dare fucking talk smack to me in my own courtroom, you little twat. Come hither.
Yeah. The term the judge is God in British courts is a reason we have that saying.
Come hither, you're about to feel a small prick hitting you with a very large hammer. Sit down.
Pause on that plan. Does that decision come as a surprise to you?
Not really, because the initial plan was to have her serve decades in prison, or at the very least in the mental health facility. When the deal was reached, she was able to avoid serious incarceration and went to a mental health facility. But now here we are 11 years after the stabbings, and she's ready to be released, and then they find out she's had some visitors from the outside and some weird stuff she's been viewing inside the facility. First off, my question is, how does she have access to that?
As a Civil War bookmark.
Sounds about right. Also, thank you. Someone else who agrees that it's weird she got access to that material. Thank you, professional, for agreeing with me. It's about time.
What's even worse about this is it was a plea deal.
Yeah. So the reason she didn't go to fucking jail and got sent to the mental health institution instead, it was part of her plea bargain.
Which means she wasn't adjudicated mentally unstable.
No.
She pled a plea deal for it.
Mental instability.
And then the prosecutor agreed to that one.
Yeah.
Which I'm impressed by, to be honest.
Which, like, to be fair, yeah, she stabbed a bitch because she thought a fictional fucking faceless monster was coming to get her. That sounds pretty mentally unstable to me, in fairness.
Yeah, but for reason of insanity, it's one of those, like, you can't be assisting on defense, I think.
Something
For
like
complex
that,
mentis,
yeah.
I think it says. Oh, God, you again.
Alfie! I'll get the dog.
That was a loud box, if someone's really pissed him off.
Hey.
Sorry, folks, my dog decided to be alarmed by something. Probably a leaf.
That's why the neighbour dog's barking.
Ah!
A neighbour dog is barking and he's barking back.
No, because his hackles are up.
Yeah. It was a neighbour dog. It was, wasn't it? One of the neighbour dogs. Yes. I ran into you three up there. What have I told you about talking to them local fluties? You'll get the fucking clap. You will, you'll get the... Get to fuck. Thank you.
No. So yeah, so I do agree with him, it's... Yeah.
Sit down.
Well, that's what my point
Shut
being.
up. Behave. I will beat you. I will. I will beat you with a cake.
Again. Yeah, fuck off.
Yeah, eat a crisp packet, you prick. So you were saying?
Yeah. So it was a plea deal she made, and I'd say his prosecutor's expectation was to spend decades getting therapy.
Yes. This was a fucking terrible decision.
It was, yes.
So it's so much louder.
I think he's on purpose.
I know he is doing it on purpose because I've seen him watch it. Like I've watched him eat a packet of crisps in complete silence before. He's absolutely doing it on purpose.
Oh, fucking
Oh my
hell.
God, I'm gonna literally beat the shit out of your dog with a Mr. Kipling. Like, I'm going to bake a sponge cake in the morning and I'm going to use it as a brick to bludgeon your dog. I hope you're aware of this. I'm not looking at it. I refuse. If I ignore it, maybe it will go away. It's so fucking loud. Which bit? I don't even know if it's picking up on the mic or not. That's the first bit. Yes, it is.
Sorry, folks.
I'm not.
It's impressive to watch.
They'll just butchers a fucking crisp packet in the background.
Yeah, it was a plea deal that was signed.
Yes.
First about decades in there, so about 30 when it gets released.
Yeah, about that, yeah.
Because it was 12ish went in, it's been 11 years.
Yeah.
This is what, 23 now?
Yeah, she went 22, 23.
You know? And even probably one of the guys who said released, well, she's been released because she's not very socialised.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a failing on the mental health and facilities part.
So yeah, and she got access to these very violent books, which, how the fuck they made in that place, I think should be a...
That should be investigated.
Yeah.
There should be a public inquiry about that.
Yeah. Especially ones with I guess some books say a war book have a bit of violence in it.
Yeah.
But
That's fair enough, but themes of sexual sadism,
yeah, it's not common reading material.
I
mean, let's
is
be
it
honest.
something I'd probably read? Yeah, but also I'm not in the same building as fucking Jeffrey Dahmer.
But let's be honest, right? Both media have a penchant for dark fantasy,
Yeah.
right? Even then, come across a book full of sexual sadism and dark fantasy is not common.
Yeah, it's quite tricky to stumble upon that without actively looking for it.
Yeah, even then there's not many things out there.
Yeah, well, if you don't know what you're looking for, there's not a lot out there.
Yeah.
If you know what to look for, you can find it quite fucking easily, but...
Her lawyers said that she didn't smuggle in anything. There's nothing from the outside that she is watching or reading. So how did she get access to this material within the facility? And the visitor log should tell us everyone she's been meeting with. So there's a lot more to it, I think, than we know at this point. But I'm glad, while we have these outstanding questions, that she's not being let out to the general public.
Yeah, and as you were mentioning, the defense is claiming that she was permitted to have these books and these types of materials given that the facility has no internet access. So all of this was provided by the Winnebago Health Institute. What's your reaction to the defense's argument saying that she was permitted to read these types of materials given that the prosecution is alleging that she was reading books about murder, sexual sadism, selling human organs, on the black market? But what do you make of the defense's argument there?
I'd like to know if it's true that the facility had these materials in their in-house library, and if it is true, then why?
Yeah, that's not...
Yeah. Of all the libraries where that would be a woefully inappropriate book, a mental ward is probably top of the fucking list.
Especially a mental ward for children.
Yeah. I think the only other library where it would be equally, if not slightly more inappropriate, would be a school.
Yeah, but I can't find those in schools, some of them.
I mean, yeah, I know. How do you think I got through high school in the first place, mate?
Yeah.
But high school, yeah, okay, maybe. I'm talking primary school libraries. Yeah. Right? If that book was in a primary school library, I'd be equally as fucking irritated.
I mean, even prisons wouldn't allow those kind of books in.
Yeah. Like maybe like a low security prison where you've not done a violent offence, it'd be like, ah, yeah, fine. Like, you shoplifted 15 too many Snickers, fine.
Yeah.
That's with an S. You know, like, maybe at that level of prison, sure, you can have a book about sexual sadism, fuck it, what could go wrong? Are we giving that to fucking Eye Bulge Breaker Jonathan?
Yes.
Because Eye Bulge Breaker Jonathan's not called Eye Bulge Breaker Jonathan for no fucking reason. He breaks people's eye bulges. Maybe we don't give him the violent book about sexual sadism, because frankly, he probably doesn't need any fucking ideas.
How are they allowed to have it? Now, perhaps it fell through the cracks that this material is not the subject of the book, but maybe there's passages in the book. Maybe it's a fiction book where it gets a little salacious in there. But when you're in a mental health facility, you should...
No, if the previous review book, yeah, the themes are generally this.
Yes.
That's just like one or two passages in the book.
Yeah, it's usually like, it's kind of an important amount of the book is, you know, sexual sadism and murder and that as well. I don't think there's a book on planet Earth that involves themes of sexual sadism,
As a
murder and selling organs on the black market where those aren't key plot points.
Yeah,
No one's writing a book and having fucking, oh yes, there's sexual sadism and we're selling organs on the black market. It's just like a brief mention. That's gonna be the plot of the fucking book.
You know, it's really important by My Little Pony.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, it kind of pops up now, and like, it's like one brief passage where the sparkle fucker, you know, sells like one of them off to the glue factory or something like that.
Yeah. You know, that would still be a kind of an important fucking plot point, because the rest of the book would be everyone else looking for Chucklefuck.
You know?
Like, where did Chucklehoof go? Glue factory. What's that? That would be the plot of that book. There's a missing horse. That would be the plot.
You know, get the glue factory and find a horrendous scene of
Yeah, like that would be the plot of that book. It wouldn't be a passing side plot that lasts 3 seconds. It would be the whole goddamn book. Is Dave's gone missing?
Yeah, okay, so
Dave's gone to the glue factory.
I saw the glue factory to be raped, butchered, and then sold as glue.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. Fair enough. Then. Do you want to have a cake?
A little bit, yes. Thank you for offering, but like,
you know, that's kind of thing you expect. But no, I've never known a book with those themes being just like passing mention.
Yeah. I don't think there is a book in the world where any of those themes are a passing mention.
It's like the real thing. Stephen King's It the Clown. You know, the clown's just a casual character that comes in for like a couple of paragraphs and fucks off.
I mean, in fairness, in the book, he basically does, realistically.
To be honest, in the book...
The character It doesn't appear that much in the book, weirdly, but like...
No, because the book, I think the book's like, what, 15 chapters.
3 of them are only him.
And like, most of the chapters are basically background. Because I know at least the first 7, because I've read it.
Yeah.
Are just background on each individual character.
Yeah.
Then you get to It the Clown.
Like
the last 2 chapters, like... Wow.
I gotta say, it's what I think the movies genuinely do a really good job of, is you could genuinely skip about 10 chapters of that book and still perfectly understand the fucking plot. You could start reading that book at chapter 10 and still pick it up. Like, there's so much just set dressing going on in that book.
Remember that Stephen King all over his writing style? Is 90% of his book is basically him hyper-fixating
it's just world
on his
building.
Character background.
Yeah, it's
and
world
then you
building
get to the
and
story.
character description. That's 90% of the fucking book.
It's like a best way for D&D terms is you spent 3 sessions explaining to the players about the entire character.
Yes.
The worlds around, and then the entire campaign lasts a session.
Yes. That is literally a Stephen King novel boiled down into a brief description. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
That is the most accurate way I've heard someone explain a Stephen King novel.
Yeah.
And the worst part is, it explains all of them. There isn't a Stephen King novel that isn't like that.
Not one.
The only writer worse for that than Stephen King was Terry fucking Pratchett. And even then, he doesn't do it with his characters. He does it with random flying space turtles.
Yes.
I fuck you not. There's more fucking passages in, is it Oddworld, I think it's called? The Terry Pratchett novel with the fucking space turtle explaining the fucking space turtle.
Discworlds.
Discworlds, thank you. There's more passages in that book explaining the goddamn space turtle than there is the plot of the goddamn book.
Apparently I do love Terry Pratchett books though, because they're wonderfully schizophrenic as a writing style.
I mean, yeah, it's the kind of thing where, like, if I wanted to write anything even slightly akin to the shit Terry Pratchett wrote, I would have to be off my tits. Like, I'd have to be high on drugs I sourced from a fucking alien somewhere, deep within the cosmos, made of space glitter.
Because one of the things I do love, like, one of the books I read, and it came a movie with The Colour of Magic. They didn't make it under a film, but the book's far more unhinged.
Yeah,
Like,
and that's saying something, given if you've seen the movie, you'll know. The movie's unhinged as fuck.
Because one scene, like, say, you know, Rincewind's almost getting eaten by wolves, and that's like, oh, come on, just jump, you know, how bad would that be? How bad death can it be?
Yeah.
Being torn apart by wolves. That'll be over quickish, you know?
Like,
And
maybe like, Wolf 4 will go for your jugular and you'll die fairly quickly.
Then it goes, in the meantime, as Winfried was hanging from the tree, you know, in the faraway kingdom of this play, you know, 4 stooges are sitting around talking about a toenail goblin.
Yeah. Like, that's an entire ass scene in fucking Discworld. Like, it's insane. Terry Pratchett was a madman, and I respect the shit out of him, but he was insane. That man should have been locked away somewhere. Far away from the civilian populace.
But I do love the books, though.
They are great books, but also that man should have been kept far away from other people.
But
that man was not stable.
But I think Terry Pratchett's Discworld books have inspired many a D&D game.
I did genuinely have. I've played D&D campaigns that are not just based on, are just Discworld.
Yeah.
Literally set in the world of Terry Pratchett's novels. They're fucking great fun because they're batshit mental. Because nothing you can come up with a dungeon master is too insane to make sense in a Terry Pratchett novel.
It's not really.
Like, because no matter how insane you think your idea is, Terry Pratchett already wrote something in one of those books that's 10 times more fucking mental.
I mean,
You'll never beat him at that game.
Here's the point. Death becomes Santa Claus.
Yeah, Death became Santa.
Because a assassin...
Which is why I will forever argue that Nightmare Before Christmas, the movie by Tim Burton, is secretly a Terry Pratchett adaptation. And no one will ever convince me otherwise.
Because, and I quote, some people who wanted to make a guild wanted to make more money, so they hired an assassin to kill Father Christmas.
Yes.
By kidnapping the Tooth Fairy,
Yep.
stealing the children's teeth and setting them on fire.
Yes.
Followed by Death's daughter, who found out about this plot,
Yes.
goes off trying to find out after she beat crap out of a monster from under the bed,
Yep.
which turned out to be the fucking Tooth Fairy.
Yes. Terry Pratchett, ladies and gentlemen. Not a word of that was a lie. That's chapter 22 of Discworld.
As Death walks around as Hogfather trying to save Christmas, so the sun could come the next fucking day.
And for those curious, that's an entirely separate book that covers that bit. It's called The Hogfather. And you know what's mad? They've made movies of it.
Yes,
There are several adaptations of The Hogfather. And none of them do it justice for how batshit it is.
Sky came close.
It did come close. But none of them do it justice.
Because Sky had the guy from Only Fools and Horses that he played in
David Jason.
Yeah, played some of the side characters, but he played some damn good characters in that movie.
I'll forever argue he would have made a fantastic Rincewind.
He was Rincewind.
Was he?
Yeah.
Ah.
Because he did Hogfather, Colour of Magic, which he played Rincewind in.
Yes.
And they did Going Postal. Was the 3 they did.
I don't remember them doing Going Postal, but valid.
It was the last one they did.
I don't remember that one. I clearly missed it. But
it's because it's one of the Terry Pratchett more newer books.
See, but I say I missed it. I wasn't alive when any of them were made, but you know what I fucking mean?
Yeah, you haven't watched it.
Yeah, like I missed the memo they made it, is what I mean. Like I hadn't heard they'd done that.
Yeah, Colour of Magic was very close to the actual novel.
See, but Colour of Magic's the only one I haven't actually seen. I saw Hogfather.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Colour of Magic. I've evidently not seen fucking
Going Postal.
Thank you, Going Postal. Because again, didn't actually realise they'd made a movie of it, but like I've seen more adaptations of the Hogfather than I'm willing to admit to. There are some really fucking good ones that are good for the wrong reasons. They're not good movies, but they really captured the insanity of the book, and it's brilliant.
Yeah, Colour of Magic does capture the novel fairly close.
Yeah.
Some bits are missed out, but not many.
Yeah.
Because what Sky's I do that one is, I think the Hogfather went in one sitting for it. They brought the Colour of Magic up into 2 separate films.
Yeah, which is very fun.
And they're trying to fit everything in one go.
Still though, I still hold the argument. Nightmare Before Christmas is the Hogfather made PG. It is a PG Hogfather adaptation.
You're not wrong, to be honest.
Like, a skeleton becomes Santa. That is not that far removed from Death himself becoming Santa. It's the same damn book.
Even though if you believe like
It's the same fucking storyline, gamer.
because my sisters both love like the Night Before Christmas.
Who doesn't?
I think it's a boring film, to be honest.
I mean, you're not wrong, but it's also visually quite interesting. The plot
Yes.
is fucking shit, but like,
For like
the music's great and the visuals are stunning.
for what quality? Stock animation.
Yes.
It was quite an achievement
Yeah, it's brilliant
because
stop
like
motion.
when that came out, stock animation was kind of in its infancy, but not at the same time.
That's the thing, it's not stock animation. It's stop motion. It's 2D stop motion.
It's not 3D.
No, it's 2D stop motion.
3D motion.
No, it's 2D. If you watch the behind the scenes, it's literally 2D stop motion. It's they basically do the same trick you do for like drawing like doing a 2D drawing of a 3D object. They use really similar like animation trickery to make 2D drawings look 3D. For their like movements.
I'm pretty sure
It's genuinely really cool how they did it, but I'm nowhere near artsy enough to explain it correctly.
Because I'm pretty sure the same guy who did Wallace and Gromit worked on it.
No, because that's Aardman that did Wallace and Gromit.
Was it?
Yeah, because it's the Aardman Corporation who did Wallace and Gromit, Shaun the Sheep, fucking Chicken Run, and Trapdoor.
I mean, one thing I do about Wallace and Gromit and Shaun the Sheep is you can't see the fucking fingerprints from the guy remolding the plasticine.
Genuinely can't see the fingerprints in the characters. It's fucking brilliant.
And like you know what?
Worst part is, they make a tool for that as well for like smoothing it back over, and the guy clearly just doesn't give a shit.
No, because
Like, it's like $2, and he just doesn't bother.
Because people are asking, do you airbrush out of the posting? No, why should I? It proves it's I've done
proves
it
that
all
it's actually
myself.
stop motion and been done in person, but
Yeah, every individual one keeps saying random thumbprint on the cheeks.
yeah, no, like Nightmare Before Christmas was excuse me, it was oh fuck, what's the term for it? I think the proper term is digital drawn 2D stop motion with a 3D element. I believe is the proper terming for how they did Nightmare Before Christmas's animation.
I'm pretty sure it's stop motion or stop motion. I'm pretty sure that's all because
As it's essentially
the Corpse
2D
Bride.
stop motion.
The Corpse Bride I know was digital stop motion,
Yes.
but the Night Before Christmas was done in the 80s.
Yeah, it was 2D stop motion.
So I'm pretty sure it was just basically 3D camera work.
No, it's 2D. It was 2D with a little bit of animation trickery. It's genuinely really impressive stuff.
We'll get back to that. Because
It's very similar to how Guillermo del Toro did fucking that Pinocchio adaptation he did the other year there. They use a lot of similar tricks in like both movies. Granted, like Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio was 3D, but
yeah,
that's 3D stop motion. But there's still a lot of really similar trickery got used between the two movies. To, like basically, like with Pinocchio, they used the same tricks to make the 3D pop better. To, like really like emphasize, look, it's 3D. No, whereas like in Nightmare Before Christmas, they used the same tricks to kind of make it look like it's 3D when it's secretly 2D. It's
right. We'll go back for this one because we'll check the bread in a second.
it's basically 2.5D. That's the quick description.
2.5D. 2.
It's basically it's
Brothers,
2D
look.
that looks 3D. It's 2.5.
There's a lot of games now saying that 2.5D. Like what?
Yeah.
And basically, all it is like, oh, we've got camera slightly over the battlefield. It's like, oh right.
Usually that's what they mean. More officially, 2.5D is a 2D like project that is basically been manipulated to appear in a 3D manner.
Basically, I used to
I think like something like Hotline Miami. That's technically 2.5D.
yes, Hotline Miami, Ascension, old Final Fantasy was done that way. Because basically,
Yes, old Final Fantasy does count as that. Yes.
because the old Final Fantasy basically was like a solid frame,
Yeah.
which you just walked around on, type thing.
And that's what they did, like little tricks with the sprite animations in the original Final Fantasy to basically, like, say, again, it was like 3D models, but it was 3D models with like sprite animation work happening to kind of.
Yeah, I mean, the battles are 3D.
That's why like those early Final Fantasies look a bit scuffed in the animation department. It's,
Yeah, because the battles were done 3D,
yes,
but the actual like general world roaming was technically 2.5. Was like
yeah, it's 2.5.
Still
So you've
image.
got a 3D model with like a 3D skeleton, but the actual skin of the character is a 2D sprite. That's really fucking
Yeah.
stupid. And the animations work using the 2D.
What's even
sprites.
worse is they did
It's really, really dumb. But
they
it
did
worked
they
quite
did
well.
a remastered version of the Final Fantasy VII series,
Yeah.
right? Not like the remake we got, but a complete remaster of the original game. And they tried to like update the graphics of the framework for the characters on it.
Yeah, it just doesn't work.
It doesn't fit with the aesthetics of the game anymore. It's like, oh,
Because you can really see all of the little like animation tricks that are being used to make it look good because they no longer look good at all.
That's what's worse, because they took the battle animations, characters, and just put them into the standardized world.
Yeah.
Instead of having the little chibi models that originally has, like, I applaud you for trying this.
Yeah, I bless you for trying. I see what you tried to do, but you did not fucking pull it off.
No.
Should not be able to be reading stuff that brings out these carnal desires in you that lead you to do something, perhaps like stab someone many times. That's the whole
Thank you.
Slenderman thing. She got lost in this fantasy. Well, you have to carefully monitor her, and that's what makes
Yeah,
it.
because you're lost in a fantasy.
Yeah.
So, fantasy novels of that nature should not be anywhere near this bitch.
Exactly. She got lost in a violent fantasy piece of fictional work.
I mean, how do you say even Tolkien is like, no.
Yeah, because like, you know, Tolkien's got that much world building that the books purposely blur the line of fiction and reality.
Yeah.
They're written in such a manner you could almost sit there and go, fuck off, is this actually true though? And then you catch yourself thinking that and slap yourself in the head for being a fucking moron.
Yeah, because
there's an elf talking to you in this book. Clearly it's bullshit. However,
but it's written that kind of medieval historical tonics.
yeah, where like you almost go, wait a minute.
I don't know the story about an elf, but the elves really existed. We had to just kill them all off.
Yeah, like am I just racist? Wait a minute. You know, like you catch yourself sometimes with like those fucking books, and then you hate yourself for being a moron.
Believe, like, what kind of facility is this? If it is true that she had access to this, was this really a very strict facility that would bring her back to mental health, or was this something that was just like an adult daycare, which I would hope not, but there are a lot of details we don't know yet.
Exactly, and I know we'll learn more soon when that hearing happens this Thursday. And I remember covering previous hearings of Morgan Geyser, and many of the staff from the Winnebago Mental Health Institute said that Morgan was ready to be released. But it's surprising that they're actually the ones raising
the details
concerns
will probably
about
start
her
getting
release,
released
given that
tomorrow.
their testimony, for the most part, was she's ready to be let go. She's ready to continue on with her life. In your opinion, do you think that Morgan Geyser pulled the wool over?
This is an interview with that guy. I think they're all going to have to see on this one. So look. What's in the past 24 hours? Yeah, nothing. Nothing in the past like 2-3 days has come out on it.
Yeah.
Apart from like P. Diddy. This case is back in the thing again.
Oh shit, that case is in court now. Nice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to catch up on that.
The sex trafficking case.
No, the AI child porn teacher.
Which one I'm looking at here?
Row 2 video free.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah. I didn't realise that had been put into the court yet. I thought that was due later this year. I'm gonna have to catch up on that because I was quite interested in that case.
Have you put in the court?
It looks like
A
it.
small town rocked.
I don't know.
It's on the Long Crime Network, so presumably it's seen court by now.
Yeah, the Long Crime just can't cover like everything pre-court, like, from the police arrest up
I
to
suppose true, yeah.
court. He has been arrested, charged using artificial intelligence to create fake pornographic videos of his students.
To be fair, hear me out when I say he fucking looks like a pedo.
Yeah, he's like one of those photographs, like, yeah.
He genuinely looks like one of those photos you'd see like outside a school being like fucking, oh, watch out for dodgy cunts. Like,
Yeah. No, I think just using his case as a thing about AI creation tools.
oh, it's 100% going to be a benchmark case.
Yeah.
Not just for America, but globally, it's going to be a benchmarker case.
Yeah, because people have been worried about AI for a while now.
Oh yeah. Namely like for copyright concerns, but like there's like the first like big one they've managed to catch of like child pornography creation using AI. Because like a lot of like the AI like fucking like companies that like make the software like crack down on that shit day one.
Yeah. Because even like a lot of the porn AI
Oh, it's like even getting those to work in general is fucking tricky. Like you gotta really know what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah.
You know, to get like an AI to generate legal pornography these days.
No, have you seen this before?
No.
basically both that could be built to watch the barnacles of blue whales and back whales.
Uh-huh.
That's quite cool.
Hear me out when I say it looks AI generated though.
Yeah, I see that, yeah.
Especially there, like
That one, yeah.
That looks like the way the barnacles move just doesn't look correct to me. Like, granted, I've never seen a barnacle get fucking flung off a whale at high speed by a brush, but like.
There's no calling it out, is there?
It's that guy, Maxenbolt is calling it out there. Like, if I'm right, and it is AI. It does, like, it is like impressive AI, but
Yeah, especially
I can't prove if it is or isn't. But like, it looks
that one in particular.
It looks just a little off to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I could be wrong, but like,
I think what they've done, if it is AI, is that's got like an actual whale video.
yeah.
And they've got like an actual like operation system for these bits, like the boats.
Yeah, and like AI then.
Yeah, I edited it in to work. I think you reckon the water is a little bit off here.
Yeah. Like the water doesn't like work
Yeah.
for me.
You know, it's just
For me, it's the way the brushes are moving that like kind of tipped me off at first. Of like, that doesn't look correct to me.
Right. Go over here. Let's have a look. Where's the video I want? Because luckily, they cut it down for me.
I say, while you find that, I'm gonna go and raid the cart for a bottle of juice
Fair enough.
very quickly. Do you see the boot? Yeah.
Yes.
Grand. Right, I'll be 2 moments. Stay.
Doing it. Where's the Aztec
By
right
the-
now?
Right, I told a slight lie when I said I was just gonna go do that.
Uh-huh.
'Cause I'm also gonna quickly go for a quick pee.
Well, you don't want to cook shit trick out bread. Right enough moment, folks. Just talk amongst yourselves.
Will be 2 moments. Just entertain yourselves, good people. Right, I'm back. Fatman T, are you back? Are you back, Fatman T?
I'm back, yes.
You're back. Good.
Have you seen any PowerPoint videos yet?
No, I'm not fully caught up. I've seen one of these ones. I don't know which of the three I've seen. I saw one of them the other day.
I've seen this one.
Yeah.
Hey, boss.
Oh, front.
Hey, boss. Your wife wanted to talk to you about getting the next batch of knives out. Who's this?
Oh, this is Brother John, a Roman Catholic missionary. He's here on leave. Get to know him while I talk to the wife.
Brother John. Hello.
John will do just fine. I hear tell you're the local sodomite.
Among other things, it's kind of like calling a rainbow red. There's so many other colors you could go for.
Now, don't you go thinking I'm here to levy judgment. You know Jesus didn't come to eat with the scribes and the Pharisees. He ate with the sinners.
Did you just ask me to dinner?
Well, we can do drinks if that's a little too formal for you.
I didn't know you religious types drank.
You are aware that Jesus turned over 120 gallons of water into wine at his mother's behest.
So drinking's not a sin?
Now, if you read your Bible, you'd know that leading a life of drunkenness is a sin. Drinking? That ain't no sin. Jesus had a sip every now and again.
You know what? I think I'll take you up on that.
Look at
What's
some of
your
these
preference?
bottles she's watching.
Shiraz.
Yes.
I'm partial to Irish car bombs and slippery nipples.
Hey, boss. Your wife wanted to talk to you about...
Who isn't,
Hey,
to be
boss.
fair?
I just got
Slippery
finished
nipples
cleaning
are
up
good
the
drinks.
KY mess and, what's going on?
Oh, nothing. Brother John was just telling me about the time you guys spent over a couple of drinks on Friday.
Well, we did have drinks and a pleasant conversation. I found him surprisingly non-abrasive for a religious type.
I'm not surprised you found it refreshing that religious information was coming from a place of compassion and not being used as a cudgel.
It did surprise me how easily we were able to cover some really controversial topics like polygamy.
Well, it's like I told you, there are numerous examples in history of polygamous couples finding Christ after they've been married for quite some time. Provided you maintain an honest and open relationship with each of your wives, there is no problem. Really? Polygamous couples are able to exist in the church? Why, of course you can keep your wives. In fact, it says in the New Testament the only thing that having multiple wives excludes you from in the church is holding church office.
I'm just amazed that you are an ordained Roman Catholic priest. Have you never gotten in trouble with a bishop over your views?
Now, no bishop that's read his Bible can argue with any of the points that I've made thus far.
Hey, boss, I just got finished cleaning up.
That's what I completely forgot about, actually.
Yeah.
That's part of the Bible. Polygamy was allowed.
See, and people wonder why I've always argued that the Roman Catholics are the chillest of the Catholics.
I completely forgot about that, actually.
Because we're the ones that actually read the fucking Bible and pay attention to what it said.
I remember reading about it, but I completely forgot about it till now. Like,
most people do. Most people do forget that the Bible said polygamy's kind of chill, it's fine.
yeah.
Like, we don't love it, but we don't hate it either. Like, do what you want.
Hey, boss, we got a huge witchcraft order.
Now, why are you looking at me like that?
Because I forgot you were here. Doesn't the Bible say thou shalt not suffer a witch to live?
In the Old Testament, yes, but Jesus came and fulfilled the law. We live under grace now. If we went around killing everyone that didn't line up with Christian values, we'd have no one left to convert.
It doesn't bother you that we take these kind of orders?
It was this one that I saw the other
First
day.
Peter holds all servants accountable to their masters, not only in the good and gentle, but also in the unjust. The customer is your master, and you owe them your service.
Just to be clear, you're fine with us taking witchcraft orders?
Just as the Jews of yesteryear could not have prospered without doing business with the Gentiles, the Christians of today cannot prosper without doing business with everyone else.
I was thinking your justification would come more along the lines of thou shalt not cast thy pearls before swine.
Now, if you're going to quote my beloved Bible, you best do it in context and in full. That is, thou shalt not cast thy pearls before swine, lest they trample them under feet and turn and rend you. It means don't preach where it's going to get you killed.
Sounds like we'd have had less martyred missionaries if they'd have just read the Bible. Hey, boss, we got a huge... Wait,
It's a
boss,
fair
have
point.
you seen the new pictures of Ronda Rousey? Oh, there's something about a woman that is fit and can kick my ass. Would love to suck start her monthly. What? Father John, didn't see you there. I'm just gonna...
So sorry about that. I hope that wasn't very offensive to you. Offend me? Hell, y'all act like I don't have a past. There was this one time in my youth, a woman ate my ass so good, I passed out, woke up missing a hemorrhoid. Really? Is she still taking appointments? That sounds like a cheaper method of removal than going through Medicare.
We've all had fun weekends. Like, priest ain't wrong. What do you want? What do you want other than a kick in the fucking... like, a kick right up the arse? What do you want? No, you're not having it. Fuck you. Get your own. No. I said no. Get your own.
What? Don't go out. Food. Toy.
Water. Fag. Pipe of lager.
We're trying to go that way. So see if I want to go out.
What do you want? Show me. Show me. Good. Good. Is that what you want? Good? Go out for a pee? Yeah. So I should. Good? Is this the problem? You want fucking nom-noms? There you go. Is that the issue? Does the fucking bread smell that good? You want a bit? Is that what it was?
Bread does one nice though. Unfortunately, the top's collapsed.
Huh?
Unfortunately, the top's collapsed to it.
Oh dear.
It's gonna be a dense loaf.
Yeah, well.
So anyway, let's move on to religion. So, this is the debate con about a month back.
Right.
Right, you have Andrew Wilson from the Crucible.
As in, I noticed the FTF.
Yep.
Is there as well.
Craig McNeil is calling himself because he's now moving on from Flat Earth because he's sick of beating up retards
Yeah.
to go against Christians. So, he hasn't moved off very far. Now, bear in mind, Andrew Wilson, although I don't like his beliefs all that much because he is a Christian fundamentalist.
As I'm assuming he's like a Christian.
Yeah, like even more Christian than the Church of England is. So
Yeah. Well, that's because they're not Christian; they're Protestant. But
right, we're not Catholic either. So where
higher
Craig,
premise of the joke.
yeah, where Craig is a secular humanist.
Yes.
Now, Craig didn't get his point across very well because people say he lost the debate. He kind of did, but this is the first time he ever debated A on like a massive stage, and B debate this subject with someone like Andrew Wilson who's debated this 1,000 times over.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm gonna start playing the video. First, I'll put subtitles on for you.
I'd say subtitles. This would be delightful. Oh, I hope they work.
The Bible says that you can
Oh,
do
thank
that, though,
God.
right? So if we say...
If the Bible says you could do it, Craig,
Yeah.
why aren't Christians doing it?
Where's the Aztecs
By
right
the
now?
moral, they're dead because
fucking
Christians killed them.
Oh, that's good. Oh, the Christians killed them.
You should have
Lovely.
left those heathen heart cutting out people.
Let's talk about the Crusades. Oh, they believe different to us, so let's go and kill all of them. How is that good for society? In the Bible. It's
Yeah,
right in
that's
the Bible.
Jewish law. That's not Christianity. That's not Christian ethics.
But-
Are we here to argue Jewish ethics or Christian ethics?
But that's in the Bible, and it says that's what you should do, right? Russians were never secular humanists.
Yes, but was it
That one is actually true from Craig there. That one, even I know that the Russians were never secular humanists. They were
No,
the
they're
Russian
secular.
Orthodox Church.
no, the secular?
No, they were Orthodox.
Yeah, this one was is Christianity make it better or worse?
Like
basically-
the Russian Orthodox Church were Orthodox Catholicism.
Which is one of the worst ones set of the 2000s.
That's up there.
They were.
No, the Russians were never secular humanists.
Craig, you just made it up, Craig. You made it up, Craig.
I read it off the site.
You read it off of. I made it the fuck up site.
Read it off. Let's look at Christianity,
Let's.
and let me ask you some questions about how Christianity is better for society.
Okay.
How is stoning people to death that work on the Sabbath better for society?
Does anybody in any Christian nation stone anybody to death?
It doesn't matter. The Bible says that you can.
Does anybody? Are we talking about whether the Bible's true or the effects of Christianity on society?
Yes, because places which have deep Christianity roots from especially New Age, like in Africa, do it. Hence Congo, Bosnia.
That is what many places within the United States have done so in the past.
Yes.
You know, looking at you. Boston,
Alabama.
Massachusetts, New York, the state, Washington state, Utah. There was a stoning in Utah just a couple of fucking years ago.
Yes, there was actually, wasn't there?
Yes, there was.
And that was for adultery, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Yes. Do you know what makes it worse? There were 3 people involved in that case of adultery. Only one of them was stoned.
The woman again, take it.
Yeah.
Now, what his rationale for this one is, that's not his Christianity. He's got proper Christianity.
Yeah. It doesn't matter.
Yes,
Christianity is Christianity. Y'all read the same fucking book and pray to the same fucking cunt.
That's what Craig brings up. Like,
that's Craig's point there of the book that you say you agree with and you follow says this. Therefore, by proxy, you're saying you agree with that.
Also, he's going to defend all of Christianity, not just his little bit of it.
Yes.
Against secular humanism as a concept.
Now, is there a single society which is Christian where they stone people to death,
That
Greg?
wasn't what I said.
Again, Congo.
Yeah.
Christians versus Muslims. And the Christian...
The Spanish have historically done it several times. The
Spartan
Dutch,
Inquisition.
the English.
Where the jokes from the Inquisition comes from the Spanish Inquisition. Where they try to eradicate the Jews. You know?
Yeah, nobody ever expects the Spanish Inquisition. Right, nobody did ever expect them. That's why they were so fucking good at their job.
Yeah.
They just kind of showed up all the time.
And half your village died all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Even if they say, because one of the things like, with the Inquisition, what people forget is, although you might not be Jewish now, if you family were Jewish in the past, you got killed.
Yes.
Because you're so tainted by the Jewish.
The Spanish Inquisition also had a nasty habit of, while yes, you didn't commit sin, you were in a position in life where you were able to commit sin.
Yes. Which is
there was the potential for you to do it, therefore you were still killed.
Yeah.
So then what the fuck are you talking about?
So, but the Bible says that you can do that though, right? So if we say...
If the Bible says you could do it, Craig, why aren't Christians doing it?
A lot of them do.
Where?
There is many horrible Christians around.
Congo, Africa.
Okay, Utah, a couple of years back there. Like, we're talking living memory for that Utah case. That was like, I want to say that was like 6 years ago.
The Congo is memory, I'm sorry.
I was like, fuck it, I think Congo had one a couple of weeks ago, for fuck's sake.
The last big Christian extermination of the Muslim population in the Congo was 5 years ago. If my memory serves correctly.
Yeah, like fucking...
Because they used rape as a weapon in that one, which
yes,
Bible says you can use.
I do remember that, yeah. God, it was a dark one.
Bosnia was the same way.
Yeah.
It was the eradication of the I think it was the ethnic Muslim and Jewish population by the Christians.
I believe it was the Muslims and Jews that were in Bosnia.
Yeah. So there's been a few of them.
Yeah, a fair number of them.
And as I said, those living memory ones I can bring up, not like ancient ones. Because like Bosnia's like, oh, it's an old one. It was fucking 1990s, mate.
Yeah.
Not that old.
That's older than I am, but that's still living human knowledge for a lot of people.
By history standards, it's not that old.
Yeah, it's really not. Like, I mean, like, fuck, my dad had been out of the Navy a couple of years when that happened.
Yeah.
You know, like, because if memory serves me correctly, my dad left the Navy in the 1980s. I think it was 1987 he left the Navy.
I was 1 year old.
Yeah, I think it was 87 when my dad left the Navy.
And Bosnia, I believe, was 95 to 98.
Yeah, like
was the Bosnia conflict. And the last Congo one.
Yeah. Like I think when that happened, my mum and dad had like just gotten together. Because I think they got together in like '96.
And the last Congo one, because Congo's been going for a few years, was I think 2015.
That's the last one I remember from Congo.
I haven't much since, but I'm pretty sure that's the last one I remember myself.
Yeah. Because that's the one that was like at the time being dubbed as like Apartheid 2.
Yes.
Even though it had fuck all to do with apartheid, because apartheid was South Africa, but...
I guess this was black and black crime, it was busy Christian versus Muslim.
But still, it was... Because it was like on a similar scale of violence, it was being dubbed as like the second apartheid, and...
No, it's
which was
genocide.
woefully inappropriate, but still. 2015 was a different time.
It's actually a genocide compared to what they got about Gaza being a genocide.
Yeah. But to be fair, that's one of the few arguments I can agree with when it comes to people, you know, like in today's world supporting Gaza. Of like, yeah, in fairness, it's absolutely a fucking genocide.
It's getting very close to it, yeah.
Like,
it's not quite there yet, but it's getting damn close.
I mean, they are in fairness, they are actively trying to kill literally everyone, whether they're with Hamas or not. If you're in Gaza, you're pretty much considered fair fucking targets. But
yeah,
you know, which I'm no expert. Pretty sure that qualifies as being, a massacre. But
massacre, yes. Genocide, not quite yet, because not wiping out every Palestinian they're
trying though.
They're trying, but
they are launching munition with absolutely zero care for what it hits. I think it counts.
No, every Palestinian was in Israel. They're not trying to wipe out. They're just trying to wipe out that one little piece of Israel.
Still,
they're
trying to wipe out the Palestinians within Palestine, which counts. Because while, yes, you are right, Palestine isn't, like, you know, a country, it's a city-state, and that's good enough.
Yeah, it is technically, yeah, how
Like, that still counts.
I think Gaza's technically like Venice.
Yeah, it's an independently governed city-state.
Yeah.
Around the world. There is a Christian family that I was reading about where they had...
Can I see a show of hands for all the Christians who are here who ever stoned anybody to death?
Do you want me to speak?
I want to get...
I mean,
you look like the type...
Actually.
So,
I mean,
like, if you're gonna play that game, technically, fucking, hello.
That's what I'm saying, no. That's what Andrew's doing here. He's not trying to win, he's...
Didn't stone it to death in that, the way you mean, but, like, yeah, I was Catholic at the time.
But that's what Andrew's saying at the moment. Right? He's instead of trying to address Craig's point...
Yes.
He's trying to win the debate.
Yeah, he's trying to deflect the point and be like, well, your point is...
You know,
it's a moot point because I don't do that. And it's like, the point isn't whether or not you do it, it's the fact that...
Does Christianity allow it to happen?
Yes. And Christianity doesn't just allow it, Christianity
which I think Craig doesn't...
encourages it.
Which I think Craig doesn't like, address properly. Because until he's like, new to the debate, he doesn't address that point properly. That's the point I would make. It's not that people do it.
Yes, it's
the fact that your religion allows it to happen.
And again, not just allow, but like in many passages of the Bible, actively encourages and calls on you to do it.
Yes. You might not do it, people might not do it, but the fact it's there means it can be used, which makes it worse for society.
Which like is also like something I would use as a jumping off point to a new point of discussion within the debate of you can't pick and like you cannot claim to be a practicing Catholic or a practicing Christian or whatever the case may be who follows the word of the Bible and cherry pick what parts of the Bible you believe in, you follow, you do. You either believe in all of it, agree with all of it, and do all of it, or you're not a believer.
So what?
The word of the Bible literally fucking says, and I quote, the Bible is the word of God. The Bible is God's law. You must follow the law of God.
So what do we do? Like eventually, after probably later on, is actually watch the whole debate yourself, and like we'll come back like maybe on Sunday or something and bring out the bits you want out of it because it is a good debate.
Yeah.
On the ground of like secularism versus...
I mean, it doesn't seem like a very good debate because one of them's clearly not that experienced in debating, and the other one is clearly not very good at actually having a debate. They're just very, very good at being a prick.
Yeah, he calls it blood sport, comparative debate and blood sport.
Yeah.
His whole thing is, you know, how he wins the debate is basically just brutalise his points across and deflect.
I'd love to have a debate with that guy. I'd literally verbally kick the shit out of him, and then at the end of it, actually kick the shit out of him.
But he's got a channel called The Crucible, and he's got a website called Debate University, where he teaches people how to win debates.
I would genuinely be more than happy to go toe to toe with this guy and actively debate Christianity. I would be more than happy to do this debate with this guy. This genuinely is up my alley.
What if you apply to Monday debates and just say you want to go against give a name of a person to go? They'll do the best to arrange it for you.
Like, I don't think I have the kind of internet pool to like get away with doing it, but like,
you know, anyone who wants to debate someone to tell them they'll try and arrange it. And that.
I don't say I don't have the pool for them to try. I just don't think I have the kind of the clout for them to successfully book it for me. Like I feel like you'd probably say, no, he's a chuckle fuck. Why would I bother?
No,
they consider him. Why would I care?
No, Andrew would debate anybody, pretty much.
That. Like fucking came with open challenge, like scraps.
Yeah.
Like, you know, genuine, legitimate open challenge. I will debate Andrew Wilson live on a stream. If 2 days after that debate we have a hand to hand genuine fist fight in an octagon. Like legit. Like let's settle our debate between the two of us. The old
he won't do that.
we settle it verbally, we settle it physically. Best 2 out of 3 wins. Because if we do both and it turns to a tie of I win 1, you win 1, we'll settle it in a third manner at the end, a good old fashioned chess match.
He won't do physical, but he will debate.
Coward then.
I mean, he does like.
You know what? I win then, and I'll tell you exactly why I win. The Bible says, and I quote within the New Testament and the Old Testament as well, it says that he who follows the word of God and is not willing to fight to defend it is not a true believer and is in fact a Philistine. Therefore, by the Bible's own wording, not a true believer because he's not willing to fight me over his belief. Check, motherfucking mate.
I tell you what, Ham.
I win.
You come off.
Fight me, you heathens.
There it is. Click here. we are.
See, and this is me having this discussion / debate without prior research. This is me working off of memory. And I'm still winning.
Okay.
Clearly, I am a god.
Hey, James, can I say something just before we start?
Of course.
Great. So, it was pretty authoritative when they were talking about
shush.
free speech.
Shush.
We will not be cowed
No,
to these
get down.
people when it comes to free speech.
Right.
Sit down.
I
Shut
want to
up.
play this bit of this debate and then go back to the video of God. So that's giving sound bites. I'm going to play the bit. I'm going to give you the opening statements they both had.
Right. Sit down.
Right? That'll give you more
Taking the Mickey
context how
Mouse.
the debate went.
You're taking the Mickey Mouse. You're taking the Mickey Mouse. Get down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit the fuck down.
Now, we'll warn you, it will be probably hard here because it was done live.
Fair. To be fair, you've got the subtitles on, so.
Yeah, that's unfair. So, I think Andrew goes first on his, and what he is, and then Craig goes after.
Right.
Let's give more context to the other video I've got up.
Okay.
Hopefully.
But he was. And the Christians
Who
showed
was what?
up. And they didn't.
I'm more confused than I was before. What?
Bowed.
Oh, you're talking about in the guy.
What's the context to the context, please?
The context was Andrew was supposed to bet another guy on between like secularism and Christianity.
Right.
But the other guy got low death threats, so he backed off
Right.
from like Andrew, the Christian crowds.
Mm-hmm. Which, yeah, fair enough.
So he backed off, and Craig jumped in, to take the place over.
Yeah, which, yeah, a fair reason to pull out of a debate, yeah.
So,
Understandable.
so Andrew's basically there taking the piss out of the fact he pulled out of it. The other
Okay,
guy.
it's a perfectly understandable reason to, like, pull out of a discussion of, like, hey, the people who are on your team are literally threatening to fucking kill me, why would I turn up?
Yeah.
Like, fair.
That's basically taking the piss out of the guy who ran away.
Don't get me wrong, I disagree with him pulling out, but I also fully understand why he pulled out. I'd have rocked up because I'll happily fight a gunman, I don't give a fuck. I don't care about my own personal safety, but at the same time...
Yeah, that's what he's on about, so here we go.
To the threats. We didn't bow to the threats. So, no, I'm not willing to give you the slack, sorry.
We have 10-minute opening statements from each guest. Andrew, the floor is all yours for your 10-minute opening.
It's like a funeral in here, you guys. You can make some noise. It's okay, right? You can, yeah, there you go. You can enjoy yourselves today. It's perfectly acceptable. It's all right. All right. The Humanist Manifesto, which is actually called Humanism and Its Aspirations. Humanist Manifesto 3. Blah, blah, blah. It's got a stupid title. It's terribly written. And it's complete nonsense.
So, right. So for your opening statement,
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna read off of your phone,
Mm-hmm.
which, like, yeah, sure, have notes, but you're gonna just read a script off of your phone, and for like one particular part of it, evidently to try and save a bit of time, you're gonna summarize it with blah blah fucking blah.
Yes.
In a professional debate.
Oh, don't worry, it gets worse.
Oh, I can already see it getting worse because I've caught up by reading this. Oh, Jesus fucking God. Okay. Right. Right. No. I vote no. No, I'm vetoing the bet. No. I'm not dealing with this bullshit. No, I retire.
You
No.
can't retire.
Watch me.
You can't.
Watch me. Like, I have more than enough hemp rope upstairs to disagree with you. Believe me, it'll be a very uncomfortable disagreeing. Hemp rope is scratchy.
Oh, you and me.
Whoever gets tied up.
So be you then.
Not necessarily. I could wait till you sleep and hog tie you. Or I could wait till you sleep and hang myself for a permanent retirement. Both are very fucking options. They're very selectable choices in this particular matter.
Come on, let's get through this.
It's all pointless. We are whittling away. Our finite time before the grave is a futile exercise.
You agreed to Riddler to just get on with it.
I don't understand why we're entertaining it.
Here
Come on.
for the purpose of human flourishing or anything else, yet some do, like Greg here. Its greatest issue is simply that it only makes vague, descriptive claims and not one prescription for what it should actually do. So I propose a new revised manifesto, and I'm calling it Humanist for Society and its Consequences. Note, while drinking in my cramped hotel room last night at an airport Holiday Inn, James, I wrote this manifesto, which is the culmination of 100 Wilson generations of drunken reason, Irish sensibilities, and just a drab of single malt whiskey. Now, the quote,
Okay, so we're already going racist. That's a start.
Who we would just refer to in the Crucible as not very smart, and kind of fun.
Well, I'll admit one thing, right? The Human Manifesto is not.
It needs some work.
It's a well-written document.
It's not a very well-written document.
Right. But he's about to make some contextual claims here about how the Human Manifesto works, which are like left, not just left field. It's like
logical leaps, I'm going to assume.
Well, no, it's like we got the box and the thing outside the box.
Yeah.
He's lost the goddamn box.
They can no longer locate the box. The box is gone.
Sure, much like
the box was claimed by the box fairy.
Gently severing their soul from their body piece by agonizing piece, metaphorically, of course, not to mention being better than them in basically every aspect of life. Luckily, the Crucible's here. In case the low IQ, MDD liberal scum wants to whine and cry for another 2 hours of Q&A after their man-humping Earth Daddy fled the room with his boy toy tears in his eyes while his dress was flowing. I don't think we're going to see a repeat of that this time, though, right? Okay, great.
So you can see, basically, first part of the is just a massive ad hominem attack to the guy who didn't turn up because he got death threats. Yeah, this is Andrew's political debate style period.
Look, I get you don't like the guy, right? And I get it, right? I get it, right? It's a debate, right? Let's be perfectly fair here. It's fucking show business, right?
Yes.
You hype it up a little bit, right? I understand the game. I'm a professional wrestling fan. I get the game. I get how this works, right?
As my debate teacher once said to me at school, win a debate, it's not about being right.
It's about winning the crowd.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
there are ethical limits you should have.
Yeah, calling the guy a bitch. Sure. Poke fun of him. Take a couple of jabs. Sure. Either making fun of someone for being transgender / a crossdresser and or accusing them of that with no goddamn context or evidence, however, I would argue fucking unnecessary and inappropriate.
Well, I don't know any trans anyway, so...
Not really the point. Being like, oh, left-wing libtard with his fucking dress flowing in the wind. Fucking... What the fuck, bro?
Yeah.
There's no need to go at anyone like that for any fucking reason. Just uncalled for. Whether the guy's trans or not, it's unfucking called for.
He hasn't even got to the humanism part yet.
I know.
Let's launch into my new and improved Humanist Manifesto. Craig will be unable to refute any of my prescriptions based on his manifesto if he only uses his manifesto. Instead, he will require a normative framework to supplement that manifesto. He has to do this because without using the manifesto, what are we even arguing about? I can refute his prescriptions based on Christian ethics, church tradition, and effects to society, which is what this debate's about. What is best for society? But he's unable to apply that standard with the Humanist Manifesto itself. He must appeal to the sources outside this manifesto. So humanism has no real, measurable, actual, conceivable effect on society, yet Christianity does. He offers descriptions, I offer prescriptions. So here it is. I'm going
now, if
to...
people don't understand the difference between description and prescription, is he's basically making a prediction on the information, rather than describing what the information is. Which is okay in a way, but still not generous to the debate, shall we say.
Yeah.
This is about what's better for society, so a description of what both groups believe and how their belief will affect society, or have affected society, is what's at debate, not what ifs may occur in the future.
Yes.
Based on the beliefs. I think it's more of a generous way of having this debate. Personally, but
It's a more sensible way to do it, but...
yeah.
The tenets of humanism, according to the Humanist Manifesto itself, their own words, and then apply a reasonable and logical prescription to each tenet. Now, Craig has to debunk each of my prescriptions using the Humanist Manifesto, or he loses. Why does he lose?
That's well,
because I
like,
can debunk the
and
stated
like,
prescriptions
correct
easily.
me, please, Fatman T, if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure. Participants of the debate don't make the fucking rules of the debate. Pretty sure that's what the arbiter's for.
Yes.
So why is he being allowed to sit here and dictate what the rules are gonna be when he's not the fucking referee? This would be like if in the like right before a boxing match was going to occur, Conor McGregor stole the microphone off of Bruce Buffer and went, right, new rule, you're not allowed to punch me in the face.
Well, when
because I've got a movie next week.
when one debate works
And
now,
if you do punch me in the face, you're disqualified.
when one debate work nowadays is both parties agree on a rule set before the debate starts.
Right.
Usually on the form of the debate.
Right.
Right. The moderator or the guy in the middle, he's just there to moderate the rules you both agreed on.
Mm-hmm.
Right. What
So
Andrew's,
why is this like why is this happening live in front of everybody then?
because what Andrew's doing here is not a case of like going against the rules or making his own rules. He's basically trying to hype the crowd, saying, "Look, if you can't answer my questions, you have to admit defeat by default." He's basically not being genuine about how the debate's going to flow.
Yeah, and like even then, he's still actively sat there saying, and like, this is the rules because I said so.
Yeah.
And it's like, you're a participant in the matchup. You don't get to pick the fucking rules.
Yeah, that's something Andrew does all the time. Is
That's not how rules work.
he's trying to just again, he's not. Instead of debating the actual facts of the evidence, Andrew's just trying to win the debate. So he's using a psychological tactic by resetting the standards. He's trying to force the creator to adhere to his standpoint of what the debate should be, not the actual rules of the debate are. So he's
Genuinely, I would be so happy to debate this motherfucker. I would break out my pro wrestling promo skills and just break him.
Yeah, it's basically mean you like having a game of chess, right? Both of the rules of chess, and I say, well, you can't technically, you're going to lose if you move your queen that way. Trying to make you flinch and then move the queen this way, which could checkmate.
No, what would it be more like? It would be like if we were playing chess, and like I tried to castle, and you forgetting that castling is a legitimate thing.
Yeah.
Said you can't fucking do that, and I went, oh yeah, no, you're right. Sorry, you can't because because you're older than I am, and presumably have played more chess. I'm going to by default assume you know and assume that I've made the fuck up.
Yeah, I'm just gaslight.
It's you that's made the fuck up. It's not necessarily you've done it on purpose to gaslight me. Like, it could be have been a genuine mistake in the matter, but it's still the same general passing of activity there.
Well, Andrew's just gaslighting him, trying to make him flinch, basically, in this point.
Genuinely, I would be so interested to like live debate this guy because oh my god, would I just go ham? I'd go full fucking like Degeneration X level Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels on his ass.
But something Andrew does a lot is like gaslights a lot.
Like I'd Dwayne Johnson him, this is how I'd open the debate, right? This be the opening point to my debate, right? You ready? Right? Pretend you're Andrew Wilson, right? Pretend, right?
No, I'll come back. I can love smoke.
Right, just for a brief second, right? How you doing today, Andrew? How you doing? Like, how's your day going?
I can't make
It don't matter how your day is going. It don't matter how you feel. What you gonna do when the Hulkamaniac run wild on you?
You just blew the mic out.
Yeah, that was the entire idea. That's why I purposely leaned forward to do that. Fuck you, headphone users. Enjoy the tinnitus, ya pricks. It don't matter what you think.
I'm gonna kill this. I'm gonna sort that beep out.
That's fair.
Using Christian ethics, he can't debunk or even successfully argue against one using the Humanist Manifesto. He requires something else. Do you see the problem here? First tenet, Humanist Manifesto. Knowledge of the world is derived by observation, experiment, and rational analysis. Humanists find that science is the best method for determining this knowledge as well as solving problems and developing beneficial technologies. My prescription based on that. The birth rate is low, therefore all women must be forcibly bred. Experiments must be conducted on them to maximize fertility and thereby maximize human flourishing because science.
Oh, no, fuck you all the way to hell, bro. Nah, fuck off. The leap The logical leap. The bullshit on display. Fucking, you can't make a leap of logic that fucking spectacular, with pirouettes and backflips involved, and expect me not to say bullshit. Like, I see what you mean now about this motherfucker misplacing the goddamn box. Like, what the fuck? Someone fucking skipped a step in the old fucking A plus B class.
I missed what you were about that second. We did 2 seconds back. Yeah.
Like, Jesus God. This man's a dipshit. So tell me, Fat Man T, how does it make you feel knowing that you've made your own homemade loaf of bread?
It's actually not quite right.
It don't matter how it makes you feel.
Would like some bread?
Yes, please. That would be lovely. Yeah, please don't cut this like a fucking flagon. Please, no. No, we're not a long bread household. Do this correctly. Thank you.
Just sang a bit there.
I don't mind having a little bit of hollow bread.
Ow.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
You got a little bit of a hole going and a little bit of goo there, but that's okay.
It's not worked out the way I wanted it to.
That's actually nice bread.
I am where I practice the baking bread.
It's good bread.
Yeah, I made the dough far too wet at the beginning. So what bit did I miss and that set you off there?
You know, it set me off so hard I don't even remember.
Okay.
I've already deleted it from my memory.
Rational analysis. Humanists find that science is the best method for determining this knowledge as well as solving problems and developing beneficial technologies. My prescription based on that. The birth rate is low, therefore all women must be forcibly bred. Experiments must be conducted on them to maximize fertility and thereby maximize human flourishing because science, and that is good. Humans, this is tenet 2 of the manifesto, humans are...
Yeah. The birth rate one used.
Hmm?
The birth rate one used.
Hmm?
The birth rate argument is used.
Yes. Because the opening half of it, yes, the birth rate is low. That bit, yeah, that's an observation of situation and fact, correct. The solution based on the observation is where it's like, no. No human, like, no one is going to suggest that, you fucking idiot.
What his claim is the Humanist Manifesto allows that to happen. Where the Christian one wouldn't.
Theoretically, yes, on its own. The Humanist Manifesto, however, doesn't take into account the idea of, like, you know, morality, because you're a human being who should already know right from fucking wrong.
Well, it does, because the Human Manifesto is a do no harm, rather than main tenets of it.
Yes.
No, like I said, I agree with Craig. When Craig mentioned this later on, I agree with the fact is, you know, forcing people into concentration camp for a breeding cow is doing harm.
I mean, yeah.
are an integral part of nature, the result of unguided evolutionary change. Humanists recognize nature as self-existing. We accept our life as all and enough distinguished things as they are from the things we might wish or imagine them to be. So my prescription based on this vague nonsense: because humans are unguided, they require guidance. Maximum force from the state can lend itself to maximum results. People ought to accept things as they are, and that requires ending all charity to avoid giving them false hope. And that is good.
Get that bit.
I'd genuinely snap him like a fucking Slim Jim in an argument. It'd be funny.
So basically what he's saying there, because humans believe that that God doesn't exist, we're all natural born in evolution. Therefore humans believe that we need maximum guidance. Basically fascism is good.
Well, the Bible says as well that we were not natural born, we were all made by God. God has a plan for all of us. Therefore, there's absolutely no point in doing charity because it gives people false hope for no reason, because God's already going to be there to provide the support that we're going to do anyway, thus making our job completely redundant.
Yes,
So they can play at that fucking game, dickhead, can't they?
you're exactly where God wants you to be.
Yeah. Two can play that game,
Tenet
can't
3.
they?
Ethical values are derived from human needs and interest is tested by experience. This is in the Humanist Manifesto as well. So my prescription based on that: we ought to have an emperor. He ought to be Darth Logicus. A one-world global government under Darth Logicus, supreme ruler of the federal peoples of Earth, will maximize the responsibility granted to them, thus recognizing their inherent dignity. And that is good. Tenet 4, life's fulfillment emerges from individual participation in the service of human ideals. My prescription based on this: we ought to occasionally beat random citizens to death with hammers, thereby reinforcing the value of the preciousness of human life, forcibly transmitting wonder and awe via the hammer, and that is good. Tenet 5, humans are social by nature and find meaning in relationships. My prescription based on this: we ought to eliminate all those who believe in violence, conflict revolution, who believe in violent conflict resolution, thereby making sure we eliminate violent conflict. We call this the paradox of violent conflict, and that is good. Last, working to benefit society maximizes individual happiness. So the descriptor here is: right now millions suffer from inequality. My prescription is we should just eat nachos, and that is good. Now, I can refute all these prescriptions using Christian ethics. Craig's unable to refute any of them using his own standard. That standard is humanism based on this manifesto. Again, that's the problem. Unless he just makes it up as he goes, which is what he's going to do, and that's why Christian ethics are
I'm not good
superior,
with
thus
bread knives.
destroying
What's
the
your point?
entire ideology of secular humanism. If Craig moves away from this document, he's admitting defeat, and he knows a lot about it. The advantages of Christian ethics is that it can provide a standard which is
Like a massive air pocket.
what people ought to do, not just descriptions of what they are doing. Craig's moral framework necessarily must
bread
change
knives
by
are
its
like
own
the one
admission,
bit of knives I'm a
which is
bit
why
fucking
society
shit
hasn't
at.
adopted
Like,
it
sue me.
and won't adopt it. They don't know what it will be in another 20 years, 15 years, 200 years. They have no idea. There are now 4 versions, because I wrote one more. Should we have, 5,000, Craig? 10,000? I don't know. The Humanist Manifesto
There's
can
9
be
versions of the Bible,
interpreted
mate.
the way you want. I just demonstrated that by interpreting it how I wanted to.
9 major ones, yes.
It can't even be used to
Someone's not
refute
counting
bad
the Quran.
descriptions given by
I am
bad
counting the
people
Quran.
like Andrew
Huh?
Wilson
I am counting the Quran in that.
Manifesto itself. So
The Quran
what are
alone
we
had
doing?
five rewrites.
My society has produced obvious good results on society for millennia, including the fact that all societies which currently are considered the best are using my moral framework and not his. None, as in not one, as in 0 societies on Earth are run off the Humanist Manifesto. If Craig claims the manifesto itself isn't necessary to humanism or its doctrines, then again, what the hell is humanism? And how do we know what it is? How do we know what we're supposed to do with it? If we don't even have a document which describes it, then how can we understand how it works?
Sorry, folks, for the noise, but
Craig
bread.
claims we can use things outside the manifesto. He also, again, loses unless he can describe how that is humanism and how my prescriptions are not humanism, which is clearly defined with this manifesto I've been talking about. Also, I just want to finish with this. Craig doesn't know what a straw man is. I think first thing out of his mouth is going to be, Andrew strawmanning me, okay? Which he also doesn't understand what ad hom means. He doesn't understand what a lot of these terms mean. I'm giving a position based on prescriptions, so I can't actually be strawmanning Craig, because these are my views. They're not your views. He'll say I'm strawmanning humanism, but I'm literally reading line by line, then giving prescriptions based on reason in regards to its tenets, so I don't really know what the problem is. Craig will not be able to refute a single prescriptive claim I've made by using his manifesto. All of my prescriptive claims are humanist claims. This is why humanism is the flat earth of ethical systems.
Oh.
And that's what Craig is. You're a moral flat earther.
So, that is Andrew Wilson's standpoint. So he brought insight to what his beliefs are. What?
Those dead pixels on your thing, or
where?
See on the green part of the mic, or is that just the? No, there. See the little black bar?
That up there, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's moving.
Yeah.
No, that's the what call it?
Huh. I've never spotted it before.
Yeah, if you look on the top bar, it's there as well. Oh. Huh?
Oh yeah.
That's the noise canceller.
Fuck, I've literally never spotted it before.
That's the noise cancelling mark.
Huh. Nice. I've never spotted it there.
Not.
No. Like, it's not. It's like I was starting to happen to like look at it and saw it like moving. I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, there's like an extra bit. What the fuck? If you broke your screen, no, it's meant to be there, right?
Yeah. Because that's like the maximum buff line.
Yeah.
That's the transition point. That's the minimum slash noise cancellation. Oh, that's noise cancellation
Yeah.
for the mic.
To answer your question though, Andrew Wilson, I'm calling you out. I'm calling you out. I challenge you at WrestleMania.
Ow.
I challenge you to fight me at WrestleMania 1-on-1 in a Hell in the Cell match.
Ow.
Sorry.
Right, so Craig's about to give his viewpoint.
Only sorry to you and not the headphone users though.
Give Greg his viewpoint. Now bear in mind this is Craig's first time at debating religion.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, so he's not very good at it.
Real quick. Well, hang on.
It's really the wrestling pun, isn't it?
I've got a better idea. Forget Hell in the Cell. Forget WrestleMania. Money in the Bank 2026. In a very special matchup type. Everyone's favourite WWE wrestling match type. War Games! War Games!
Right.
Say it with me now, all the William Regal fans in the crowd. War Games!
So, we go with Craig's.
Well, thanks very much, Craig. The floor.
Blackpool Combat Club War Games. He looks exhausted, holy shit.
He's how disabled.
Is he?
Yeah.
Huh. That's why he looks exhausted. Fair. I thought he just had a shit hotel room.
No, he's out when he came out of the Navy. Something happened with his leg, completely fucked it, so he's constantly in pain with his leg.
Ah, fair.
To the point where they're actually going to remove it now.
Oh, that's a shame.
Trying to some of the point we had to like lose a lot of weight before he did.
I just meant like in his face, he looks very tired.
Probably either the painkiller or the weed. He uses cannabis as a pain reliever.
That's fair.
Hello. I thank Andrew for his presentation and reasons why Christianity is better for society, but I didn't notice either of those things. So I guess I'll just go to my presentation and explain why secular humanism is better for society. Maybe Andrew forgot what the debate was about. I'm not sure. Okay, so who am I? I'm Craig McNeil. I run the YouTube channel, FTFE, where I do debate the dumbest people on the planet, people that think the earth is flat and stuff like that. But today I'm here to debate why secular humanism is better for society than Christianity. Again, Andrew maybe missed the...
Don't think a French baguette, this.
Hmm?
Don't think a French baguette. It's chewiness.
Okay.
They're similar.
Sorry, 1 second. Just delete my script.
We've all been there. We've all been there, buddy. I've done that a
What
few
is secular
times.
humanism? Secular humanism is a philosophical stance that values the capacity of individuals to act with autonomy and emphasizes critical thinking and evidence-based reasoning. It prioritizes human welfare over objective knowledge over religious dogma or superstition. Secular humanism centers on upholding reason, ethics, and...
What you keep pushing the proof for is like a big screen on the side.
Hmm?
What you keep tapping the computer for? Is it like a big monitor on the side of it? Which is not in camera view for some stupid reason. Which has got the slides on for the presentation.
Fair.
Justice as foundations for a humane society. It advocates for human rights, social equality, and the
There's some butter in
continuous
there.
search for truth
Huh?
through
Some butter in the
scientific
kitchen
rational
itself.
inquiry. Secular humanism is all about cutting down the hurt and boosting the happy. It's a no-brainer. Less suffering, more thriving. This principle shows up in the nitty-gritty stuff like public health policies and safety rules that actually work for us, not against us. Forget the days of wiping out chunks of Europe in the Crusades. Now we're into making life better, not starting wars over divine favor. It's not about making choices that help. It's about making choices that help everyone, proving that we can do a lot of good without any kind of holy wars. Secular humanism sticks to reason and real-world proof to keep its ethics sharp. We're not about bending the rules to fit old-timey text or mystical claims from a sky daddy as the world changes. Thanks to tech upgrades and new social twists, we update our moral code too. It's about evolving with the times, not getting stuck in scriptural mud. Secular humanism lays the groundwork for a society where common sense and fairness call the shots. It's all about using solid evidence and treating everyone equally to build a place where everyone gets to do what they need to thrive. This way we all have a shot at living our best lives. Secular humanism taps into what we all feel deep down, things like empathy and compassion that cross all borders, instead of relying on the whims of deities with their own dodgy moral compasses. It builds ethics on the real shared experiences of all humans and the things we go through. This keeps things fair and focused on what actually improves our lives, helping guide smart, kind decisions no matter where in the world you are. It's about playing by the rules that make sense for everyone, not just the heavenly few. Secular humanism relies on scientific evidence and rational debate, driving major advancements in civil rights, healthcare, and education. It champions facts over fiction, leading to real...
So, yeah, hold there. I'm going back to the one, because like I said, Craig actually given what secular humanism is. And all Andrew did was like saying, well, this is why I think it's bullshit, instead of actually boasting why Christianity is better.
Mm-hmm.
You just assume that everyone believes Christianity is better at this point. And that's his general stance on how he debates how it goes. Right, so you now got the basic, we'll go back to the video, which gives you like little bit snippets of like the individual arguments they're thrown at each other.
Alright.
So you now got more context, you should be able to do that one better. Cool.
I'm not sure I gave a shit about the context, but alright.
Fair enough.
Am I allowed? Right.
Go ahead.
Just because you don't do that now doesn't mean that Christianity doesn't say that that's okay. Right? You're not here to say, well...
Then why aren't they doing it?
You aren't here to say, well, why aren't they doing it?
Yes, I am. I'm here to say the effects of Christianity on society are better. You want me to demonstrate
You aren't
it?
here to...
Look,
I got five words out.
Do
Five
A, B, C, D.
5 words out. I got 5 words out, people.
Can you just show me where they're stoning?
I got 5 words out, people.
Where are
but
Christians stoning
little boy
people
here,
to death?
Andrew, can't...
Where are Christians
5
stoning
words.
people to
I got
death?
5 words out, Andrew.
Okay, go ahead, Craig. Tell us where they're stoning people to death.
Right, okay. So, the Bible says that you can stone people to death. The Bible says that you can beat your slave until his spine until he gets up. The Bible says that women shouldn't vote and read and all of that. So, it doesn't matter that that is not particularly what happens now. That is what Christianity says is okay. So
you should be able to point to a bunch of Christian countries where women can't read,
question
right?
out? Did I get my question
That's an
out?
excellent point, because...
Okay, go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead, Craig.
The point is stoning people to death wasn't banned by the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
Women being allowed to vote wasn't facilitated by the Catholic Church.
Yes.
All of these things were done individually, either by people who happen to be Catholic and working in a position of power, actively against the behest of the church, or in even more of the examples, were set up by atheists.
Or theists.
Yes.
Which is
such as, for example, the politicians who very heavily worked alongside, at least in this country, alongside the suffragettes to actually get women the vote in this country. Almost all of them were theists, atheists, and just non-seculars.
No, I think most were like secular humanists.
No, a majority of the politicians that worked alongside the suffragettes that actually got women the fucking vote and did the groundwork in Parliament, while the suffragettes did the groundwork on the ground itself, were non-secular believers.
Yes.
They were not members of churches. They merely believed simply in the existence of a god.
Which is what you now call theist.
Yes.
They say the Constitution and the Rules of Independence.
Yes.
That were read out. Every member who wrote that out weren't Christians or Catholics, they were theists.
And even then, some of them were atheists.
Yeah, some of them atheists, but a lot of them were theists, which have a belief in God, but not to a religious standpoint. Hence why I put, like they said, the church and state have to be two separate entities.
Now, the thing that Andrew is completely ignoring with his point here is that Christianity no longer holds the power in the world, politically speaking.
Yes.
They're no longer the people making the decisions. That's why things that are said to be okay in the Bible aren't done anymore, because the rest of the world woke the fuck up and went, nah, bitch.
Yes.
Maybe we shouldn't beat the shit out of people for wanting to wives.
Which what I'm saying is, because Christianity is good because they don't do that. They forget that governments aren't Christian based.
Correct. Most of them are the closest to Christian you'll get is theist.
Yeah. The members of the church government might be Christians. Mm-hmm. The government does not run on a Christian theology.
They're able to separate their personal religious values with what's best for their people.
If you want to know what a religious society would look like, Middle East.
Yeah.
That's purely a religious based society.
And it's a disaster.
And North Korea as well is technically a religious based society.
Huh?
North Korea.
Yeah.
It's technically a religious based society.
I think the only European religious based society is fucking Northern Ireland, I think.
Ireland, not Northern Ireland.
Is it a republic that's... Yeah, of course, because, the clue's in the name, brain. Was the Irish Republican Army, like the DOI. But still, you get my point. Like...
Oh, Northern Ireland is technically Protestant under the British Crown. Theoretically, anyway.
I would get the two mixed up, in fairness, but...
A lot of people do, actually, oddly enough.
Yeah, it's just because it's complicated, but...
Yeah.
It's hard to remember which side of the wall was which religion, unless you lived there, but... No, it still stems to my point of all of the so-called good in the world that Andrew is conflating with the good the Catholics did haven't been done by fucking Catholics.
Yes.
They were done in spite of the Catholics. Or the Christians, or the
You never confirmed the debate about, all laws are based on Christian beliefs.
No.
Right, now, I'll give him one cookie, I'll give him a cookie, because old common law was based loosely on the Ten Commandments as a base.
I disagree. I disagree vehemently on the grounds that we have more than enough historical evidence to suggest, if not outright prove, that before the Bible was written down, it was very much fucking problematic to just kill a motherfucker. Which is one of the Ten Commandments. Stealing on pure instinct was a no-no.
No, what I'm about is actual...
You were killed.
When British law was written down as the book of law, it was loosely based on... the core of common law was loosely based on the idea of the written document at the time, which was the Ten Commandments.
That's because I argue that the Ten Commandments themselves are loosely based on sheer human instinct of fuck you, got mine, and don't kill people.
If I was J.L. Warren, I would put it down to the evolution of human empathy, which humans evolved as a social species to have.
Yes. I argue simply that the Ten Commandments is merely the first, as far as we know, written example, or the first example of those, like those rules and laws of human nature being written down.
I actually felt like
up to that point, there was no need to write them down because everyone kind of understood what the game was.
I didn't follow the idea of for the common law to me. I followed the Boondock Saints one. do not kill, do not rape, do not steal.
Yeah, that's what it boils down to.
These are
It
principles.
boils down to don't murder, don't rape, don't steal, and don't be a dick.
Yeah, these are principles every man, every faith can adhere to, which I do agree. At the very least, there's 3 laws that humans should abide by default.
Yes, just on pure instinct.
Which we generally do as an ethical species.
Yes. You know,
Tax
like-
law comes in a very different thing, which I think is work of the devil.
You know, like killing someone, you only do when you have no choice left. On pure instinct. You don't steal off of another human being unless you don't have a choice, and it's a matter of surviving another day or not.
Yes. Which is a big difference between murder and homicide.
Yeah.
Because everybody assumes homicide equals murder, but it doesn't. All homicide equals is a taking of a human life. Where murder is the illegal taking of that human life.
Yeah. You know, like, killing someone in self-defense is technically a homicide, not a murder. But
Yes. It's a small distinction, but it's a distinction that a lot of TVs don't get because you don't know change between both. Especially like Law and Orders or
yeah. Southern Fried Homicide, where 90% of the cases in the show are just straight up murder in the first degree. But
yeah. Because if you forget that, because people assume like, well, homicide equals murder. No, homicide just means the taking of a life. It doesn't mean illegal taking of that life.
Deep breath.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry I interrupted your interruption. Go ahead.
Right. So, Christianity has the Bible as its guidelines. And the Bible says that you can do these things. Whether or not that happens now is because people are moral in general, but it doesn't matter. Christianity specifically says that you can do these things and it's okay. So, yes, it does. The Bible absolutely says that you can beat your slave. That is it.
I'm sorry, Craig has a point here.
there are several points at least in the Roman Catholic Bible that says yes, you can beat the shit out of
Even
your
in
slaves.
the Christian one, the New Testament, it's in there. How Jesus gave a guide how to treat a slave.
There's also the famous story about the master and the free slaves, where he gives each slave a coin. And, you know, the first slave buried the coin, the second slave spent the coin on like frivolous bullshit, and the third slave essentially invested it on like a fairly safe thing that made a decent profit over like 5 years.
Yeah.
Slaves 1 and 2 got the shit kicked out of them to varying degrees. The first one got the shit kicked out of them for being dipshits, so got a bit of a beating. The second one, who wasted money on frivolous bullshit, was straight up beaten to death, and the third one was rewarded with riches and glory and his freedom.
Yes. Point out that 2 or 3 slaves are dumb.
Yes.
You can't always trust. You can't free a slave because you can't always trust because that's example using the Southern for not freeing slaves. We can't trust them to be free because they don't understand how society works. And that went down to that guy researcher who tried to prove that the African people's brains were actually smaller than the Caucasian brain, therefore equal to the more stupider. And he used the fossilized skull of a Neolithic person as a base for that one.
He did, yes.
Instead of the actual,
like a more fresh human skull from a recent human history.
Yeah, for that argument.
There's, like you said, there's the part in the New Testament where Jesus meets a slave owner and is giving him tips on how to treat your slaves, which, well, they're not exactly polite.
No, it's perfectly fine to beat your slaves as long as you don't leave too many marks on them or mark them visible shore. Don't beat them in the face, don't beat them to death.
It basically boils down to, remember, buddy, a rolled up phone book doesn't leave bruises, as any good Chicago detective will tell you.
No, generally feed your slaves because a full slave will work and be more grateful to the owner. I believe that's part where it says treat your slave as you treat your dog. I think it was one of the passages that's in there somewhere.
That is.
I think it comes like
it wasn't Jesus that said it. It's one of the letters to some fuck from some other fuck. I think it's like a letter of Saint Paul from Brightly. It comes up in, or
Saint Paul to the Corinthians, maybe.
Maybe.
Because I think that Saint Paul at that point started Vatican City at that point.
I know the context to the letter is a group of people sent a letter to one of the saints, basically bitching and whining that their slaves would be like constantly doing uprisings and shit and asking for like spiritual guidance and how to get them to stop that shit. And the response was basically don't be a dick to your slaves, like feed them properly and like give them a little bit of politeness. And like you the advice basically boiled down to you catch more bees with honey than you do vinegar.
Yeah.
Which, isn't technically an incorrect statement, but is morally kind of fucked in that context.
Yes, it was. I believe it was Peter to the Corinthians.
I believe
or
it
Romans.
might have been, but don't quote me because it's been a while.
It's been well for me to the rest of the
It's certainly been far too long for me to be able to say
with confidence,
with complete confidence, which saint it was and to which group he was speaking with. But I know it was one of the letters.
I do love
from someone to someone in the Bible that mentioned treat your slave how you would treat your dog.
Right. What I do love, right, is with Peter, right? It was created was found in Vatican City himself.
Yes.
Right. Now, if I was saying I want to draw the cross,
Saint Peter was the first pope.
Yeah. If I was going to draw the cross of Peter.
Yeah.
Right. You would assume that it's that.
No, that's the cross of Christ.
That's cross of Christ. Do you know what the cross of Peter looks like?
I remember it isn't the cross of Peter just upside down cross because he was crucified upside down, wasn't he?
Peter wasn't crucified.
Was he not?
No, that was Saint Dismas.
Oh, you're right. It was Saint Dismas that was crucified upside down, wasn't it? Yes.
But yes, that is the upside down variant with that is a cross of Peter.
Ah!
Which is generally referred to as the Satanic cross.
No, the Satanic cross doesn't have the double notch. The Satanic cross is a triple notch.
That's technically what the cross looked like in the Basilica underneath the Vatican City.
No, sorry, I stand corrected. The Satanic cross is 4 notches because it makes up a total of 6 branches.
Yeah, because it only comes down to that. Usually.
Correct.
Which, oddly enough, is also the cross of the Archangels.
I believe it is, yes. Don't worry about it.
But yeah, that's how it generally goes.
The thing that the reason I know what I know about crosses is because it's something that's taught specifically in Roman Catholic schools in Scotland.
Yeah.
Because it ties in loosely to Scottish history a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
At least at the primary school I went to in Scotland. And he basically was like one of the last things you'd cover in religious study before you moved into Scottish history. Is specifically the story of the cross of St. Andrew.
Yes.
Because the cross of St. Andrew, fun fact for anyone that doesn't know, is why the Scottish saltire is the white cross.
Mm-hmm.
It's because St. Andrew was crucified in Scotland on
yeah.
Essentially the cross of Christ turned onto its side.
Yeah.
It was like an X shape.
Which I think that's the crucifixion for blasphemers, I think it is.
Traditionally, yes, but St. Andrew wasn't crucified for blasphemy. He was crucified for the other one. The one that's similar to blasphemy in nature. It's the fucking...
Right, yeah. We was such a religious law.
Oh, fuck, what is it called now? I had it and it just went. It disappeared as I went to fucking discuss it. Anyway, it was crucified for some bollocks anyway.
Yes.
You know, and like... Cause it's like a core memory for me. It was like one of the first events in my childhood I can point to and go, that's when I realized A, I'm a nerd, and B, there might be something wrong with me. You know, it's like, you know, we're discussing the cross of St. Andrew, and that's when it occurred to me of like, oh, there were other ways to crucify a bitch than just the standard.
Yeah.
That's fucking interesting. And then I went on a 6-month hyper focus learning about the different crucifixion methods that have been used throughout history, both in the Bible and actually historically, such as St. Andrew's crucifixion, which did actually happen.
It's like the
because some of them are fucking interesting, because quite interestingly, the Viking ritual of the blood eagle is technically a crucifixion type.
Yes, because you're not technically dead and you'd left to die by.
Technically left to dangle and slightly faster than a traditional crucifixion, but still quite slowly bleed the fuck to death.
Yeah.
Only with the blood eagle, it's far more common that you gain a blood infection, and that's what kills you. But still.
Now, the true Catholic cross generally used in a lot of their religious stuff is not the crucified Jesus one.
Yes, it's not the cross of Christ.
Yeah, it's generally something like this, if I remember correctly. It's something like that.
No, that is the cross that is used more traditionally by the church for...
So I don't remember
if I remember rightly, it is the cross... I believe the proper term for it is the cross of Easter. Because it's... It's not used very often anymore because it's from like a really, really, really old, very obscure part of the Bible.
Well,
it's like basically based on like a small detail from an old fucking version of the Bible. And you'll only find it now if you read like a Greek version of the Bible, where on Jesus' resurrection on the day of Easter, when he was leaving like the tomb.
Yeah.
On his way out of the tomb, on his way to wherever the fuck he went, because I can never remember where he went from the tomb. He walked past a crucifix, a cross, that was the scene of the crucifixion of, I believe it was a man who had been accused of witchcraft by the locals, and it's supposed to be the first miracle / blessing of Jesus' rebirth. Of on the way past, he saw the man as he was about to die, and in the man's final moments, Jesus forgave him of his sins and allowed him to cross over into the boundaries of heaven, despite him having committed, or supposedly having committed, the sin of witchcraft. Gave him the forgiveness so that God could embrace him as his own child once again. That's what that cross traditionally comes from.
The name of that cross.
The reason for why is he was crucified in the standard manner, but essentially had, if I remember rightly, I think the lower ribs had been pulled out and attached to the downward diagonals, and I believe parts of his shoulders had been pulled up and attached to the top ones, if I recall.
I know which one you but that's not that one particularly is called the Croce di Piero. That one particularly is called the Croce di Piero.
I disagree. It looks more like the one used for the cross of Easter.
Yeah. Now the
problem the Easter crucifix, I think, is like the proper phrase they use when on the rare occasion it gets brought out.
I know which one you're about, but the difference is it's got the circle around it.
Oh yeah, shit. No, sorry, you're right. I didn't see the circle. You're right. Yeah. You're right. I didn't actually spy the circle. I do apologize.
That particular cross is the reason it's generally used as a church for the church, most churches, right? At least it has one of them in the church.
Yes, because it's usually the one they break out. Or I think is it baptisms it gets brought out for?
It's either brought out baptisms or it's hanging.
Communion. Communion because it's the big one.
Or it's at least hanging somewhere like by an entrance or something.
Yeah, they usually break it out for your first communion.
Right, now the reason why it exists for is because although we have the cross of Peter.
Yes.
Right, which is about the point of it. The Croce di Piero is all the first cross he built.
Yes.
Right, now the idea is wherever the Croce di Piero is gives the Catholic Church dominion over that land.
Correct.
For a certain about specific size.
Yes.
Of dominion.
Like a set radius to it.
Yeah. So the idea was every church that has one in, the reason why it's Catholic ground for is because the Croce di Piero exists there.
Yes.
They've given dominion over that said piece of land, where basically no matter what the church says, how ridiculous it is, becomes law.
Yeah. That's not what makes it consecrated ground. That's what makes it church ground.
Yes.
That's because there's a whole other argument that can be had about the difference between the ground being consecrated and church ground.
Yeah, because consecrated ground requires it to be blessed and holy.
Yes.
Where church ground can be any land the church controls, no whether it's consecrated or not.
Basically, the general rule of thumb is all church ground is consecrated ground, but not all consecrated ground is church ground. That's the quick way to fucking describe it, even though it's not technically accurate.
Yeah, it's weird rule on
There's plenty of church grounds that aren't technically consecrated. Those are usually churches you'll find that don't have graveyards attached to them, but still.
Mm-hmm. Most graveyards are consecrated ground because it believes to stop the dead from rising.
Mm-hmm.
And vampires.
It's partially to stop the dead from rising, but it's also because a body buried on non-consecrated ground can't have its soul properly ascend to the kingdom of heaven, and their soul will be stuck in the land of purgatory.
Yeah. Or if you buried it west, east, or something there as well, it's
face down.
No, face down is going straight to hell, but buried
face down straight to hell. If you're buried on your side, you're trapped in limbo. You have to be buried face up.
Yeah, face up, east to west.
I believe it's if your head is facing to the east is the problem, because east is where the sun sets.
No,
you have to have your head facing either
where sun rises,
south or to the west where it rises.
Christian Catholic off east to west.
Is it?
Yes, sun rises and sets.
I remember like north and south being fine, but like not preferable.
North and south was the original Catholic, dating back to before the birth of Christ.
Mm-hmm.
After Christ, it went from east to west because the idea of the crucifixion of the sun coming over
what side does the sun rise in the east or the west?
Sun rises in the east.
Is right. Okay, yeah. So yeah, it's head to the east is fine. Head to the west is purgatory.
Yeah, we get lost.
Right, sorry, yeah.
You get lost.
I always get confused which side the sun comes up on.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
A lot of people do, but yeah, it's basically because the idea is the sun rose over the east, similar to Jesus' life. Then when it set in the west, that's when he died.
The way I always have it, like I've always had it explained. Sorry, like especially when I was younger, was the reason you have like the head to the the rising sun is so that as the sun comes up, basically, like, with the idea being that the sunlight itself is like God's presence and God's power coming down onto the earth, that God is able to basically grab your soul, basically from like a grab point, so to speak, of like the shoulders or the hair, and lift your soul into the kingdom of heaven for you.
Probably that belief's based on an Egyptian belief of how Anubis cleared his soul.
It is, but still.
Because Anubis, the boat over the river Styx, followed east to west course, and basically the boat would come from the sun, like behind the sun, collect the souls, and going round that way.
Yeah.
In order to collect the souls, and if you're facing the other way, you know, it can't get the body because you're already past them.
Yeah.
By the time you realise you're there, type thing. It's Christianity has a habit of taking a lot of other things into religion and saying it's theirs.
I mean, yeah, they really do. Mostly so, like, they do so that they can convert people of other faiths more easily. Because it's easier to follow a new faith if it's similar to your previous faith than it is to, like, start a whole new one.
So basically, all the Romans built that one up. Anyway, here we go. Keep going.
That's because the Romans actively integrated other religions into their religion without fucking lying or hiding it.
Yes. Common one was the story of Perseus.
Yeah, it's why the Romans had so many fucking gods, most of which like overlapped each other with responsibilities. Is because they'd straight up conquer a new people and just like adapt their shit into their shit and call it a day.
The only reason they didn't adapt in was the Druids. They just wiped them out.
Yeah, which, to be fair, understandable. The Druids really fucking kicked the shit out of them for a while. So like, yeah, I'd be pissed off too if I was the Romans in that scenario.
You know, they have so-called potions and brews which imbue their soldier with godlike strength to kill them off. Yeah,
which is old timey for they were on a lot of drugs and were fucking batshit.
Yeah.
Let's be fair, that's probably what was going on, especially with the Druid berserkers. They were probably just high on a psychedelic mushroom or two.
Yeah, but actually found out. The research found out it was a species of magic mushrooms.
Called it
right, which is it's now called a season mushroom. Right, which has less effect now because over time it's like weakened.
Yeah.
But they basically eating those before we went to battle, which sent them into basically a non-page blood rage. And basically the guy was like tripping out, like, you know that demon that's chasing you? Yeah, it's over there. He's 2 axes. Have at it.
It's like, anarchy, you know, like just...
Basically, yeah, that's what the Vikings did as well. It's like, eat this. They're coming for me. Yeah, they're over there. See them? There they are. Here you go. Here's your axe. Go get them. Go get them. Go on. Run.
Bjorn, fetch me their souls.
Essentially, that's what they did to the berserkers. That's what the berserker rage was.
Yeah.
You know, and you got to think to the Viking, which was particularly like nearly 6 foot. Some of them.
Yeah.
Think the berserkers.
You'd have to take a shit ton of drugs for that to work on a 6 foot tall guy.
Yeah, but most berserkers were 6 foot tall. And you can imagine a standard Roman centurion, which stood about 4'9".
Yeah, 4'9".
Looked up, goes, the mountains, oh shit!
That's a big fucking guy. Oh, he's pissed. Oh, that's a big axe.
Yeah.
Fuck.
There's more of them.
Just hip tossing Roman centurions into the fucking pavement like an Argonian.
Now remember that berserkers also usually wore bear skins as well.
Yeah.
The heads with the head of a bear on top, the skin goes around the forearms and running out 2 9 axes. Those poor Romans, like. Oh!
Is that where the ancient legend of the werebear comes from, do you think?
It is, yes.
That's where we came up with the werebear.
Yeah, it's literally the...
You best beware over there, there'll be werebears there.
Ursus, the Ursus soldiers, or the Ursus men.
Yeah.
Was basically, that was like...
Just gonna completely fucking patch the fact that I perfectly fucking remembered the werebear rhyme from Skyrim there.
Yes.
Gonna completely ignore it and give me no credit for remembering the most painful tongue twister I can ever think of.
Yes, because it'd be nice to do some...
You best beware over there, for there be werebears there.
Because, some of the combat might get that statement, and he gets cookie.
Still. Like, it's like the most difficult tongue twister I've ever learned, and I get no credit for fucking just pulling it out off the cuff, unprompted. How dare you, sir?
There's cookie.
No. No. No, if I get no credit for remembering, like, the most difficult tongue twister, you get no credit for making bread. You bread shit.
Fair enough. You don't have to wait. I'll eat it myself next time then.
Like, how dare you? Shit bread.
I'll do it myself then next time. You get
tastes like feet.
You get on next time
then? How dare you?
No more bread for you then?
How dare you? I'm entering my rebellious Greta Thunberg stage. How dare you?
Alright.
How dare you?
I don't have a wall boss I can't spur you down to say no.
How dare you?
Anyway,
destroyed our planet and expect us to pick up the slack. How dare you?
Yeah, you should go, isn't it, though? You didn't pass the book on to someone else.
Still, how dare you?
What do you about her, though?
Destroyed our planet and blamed us and expect us to fix the mistakes of your past. How dare you? Ow, that was a crumb.
Was Greta Thunberg, right? One of the big bosses. I have a sailing ship I take everywhere to my different countries I go for my speeches.
Yes.
Yeah, she took the boat, but the crew of that boat flew.
Yeah, yes they did.
To where she was, to get the boat, flew back home.
Yes.
They flew back to her again, so then she'd sail off again.
Yes.
And even that boat had a V12 fucking diesel engine.
It still uses diesel.
Because, let's be honest, sailing ships don't always get enough wind.
Yeah, they really don't. And like, you know, you can't pay enough people on Earth enough money to make them oar that bitch into dock.
Yes.
Because let's be fair, oaring a boat of that size is kind of a nightmare.
But if I'm correct, it was 100, it was I was 100 meters, it was 110 footer, wasn't it?
It was, but even just like a standard size sailing ship is a bitch to oar paddle. Like you need at least
bigger.
4 guys aside. It's a nightmare.
It was big because it had a enclosed bridge for a sailing ship, so it had to be at least a 130 foot, 150 foot. You've got an enclosed bridge?
No, not in a sailing ship. A sailing ship, you can get with an enclosed bridge on like a 30 footer. Like it's doable. It's not going to be a comfortable bridge, but it'll fucking work.
A 30 footer?
Yeah,
not
it's
really.
doable.
It's doable, but you won't get much.
Yeah, it won't be a comfortable bridge. You won't be able to swing a cat around your head in that fucking bridge, but it'll do its job.
She was dancing in it, so. She was dancing in it.
I could get away with that about an 80 footer.
4 people dancing in the bridge?
Yeah, I can get away with that about 80 foot.
I'm pretty sure it's about 130
It's
foot.
tricky, but I could do it.
Remember we were dancing.
You're talking length, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, not width.
I had to make sure that I was like, because like, you were looking at me like I was stupid, and I was like, well, yeah, it's 80 foot, like fucking. Like we're talking leg, like yeah. For a moment, I thought I was the moron, but no, it's.
Yeah, because a lot of people have a habit of like with boats, think, oh, it's only a 30 meter. Like, yeah, but it's 100 foot. Like, we have 30 meters. Like,
that's 30 meters across.
You know, difference between like meters and foot is most boats measured in feet, not meters.
Yeah.
For some ancient reason that's beyond me sometimes, but.
It basically makes the buoyancy math easier to do it in feet.
Greg, I'm willing to engage with
the buoyancy is calculated via the cubic feet of the water. And
it's volume versus displacement of material. It's volume versus displacement of material.
Yeah, unless when you're building a boat for like the ocean, cubic feet of the ocean is X, Y, Z. Yeah. It's basically easier to work
it's
with.
Like most oil tankers are 1 kilometer long, which is about 2,000 feet.
Yeah, it's about it, yeah.
Something like that.
Ask you, how does those specific things that the Bible say that you can do make it better for society? How does suppressing women's rights and women's ability to read and talk, how is that better for society? Because the Bible says that you should do that.
Okay, so let's take them one at a time. There is no Christian nation I'm aware of where women are getting stoned.
I didn't ask about Christian nation, let's be clear.
I'm going to go for a quick pee.
Right up. When you get back.
I'll be 2 minutes. Stay with me.
No, granted you.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found, was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Through many dangers, toils, and snares, I have already come. 'Tis grace hath brought me safe thus far, and grace will lead me home. The Lord has promised good to me. His word my hope secures. He will my shield and portion be, as long as life endures. Yes, when this flesh and heart shall fail, and mortal life shall cease, I shall possess within the veil a life of joy and peace. The earth shall soon dissolve like snow, the sun forbear to shine. But God, who called me here below, will be forever mine. I once was lost, but now I am found, was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to feel, and grace my fears believe. Through many dangers, toils, and snares, I have already come. 'Tis grace hath brought me safe thus far, and grace will lead me home.
Welcome back, folks. That was Amazing Grace from Sanctum Metal. They do great AI versions of the Gospels, which I think are pretty good. Most of all.
Hang on. Amazing Grace is a gospel?
Yes.
Huh.
To him, yes.
Who knew?
Amazing Grace, God knew.
What? Yeah, just because it's got a religious vibe doesn't necessarily mean it's a fucking gospel.
Yeah, it's one of the older ones, actually. One of the oldest.
Like, that's like fucking Hello Darkness, My Old Friend, better known as The Sound of Silence. That's got some religious fucking themes to it. It doesn't mean it's a gospel.
Yeah, it's one of the old ones. It's like, I think, 4th century.
That sounds about right.
Gospel. Sorry, hymn, not God.
Even then. See, now, we're talking hymns. Now, Gloria. Now, that's a fucking hymn and a half. God damn, fucking.
Yeah, sorry, it's a hymn, not a gospel, because gospel's a book, not a...
You know Gloria, don't you? We all know Gloria. Everybody knows Gloria. It's the best one. Sing it with me now, ladies and gentlemen. Gloria, Gloria, and excelsis Deo.
Anyway, back to we go.
Jesus, glory of God.
So Craig has posed the question to Andrew.
Uh-huh.
Of the Bible says this, so show me how the Bible saying this is better for humanity.
Yes, I caught that.
Right?
Because the Bible says that you should do that.
Okay, so let's take them one at a time. There is no Christian nation I'm aware of where women are getting
I
stoned.
didn't
to
ask
death.
about Christian nation. Let's be clear.
What's
But
the-
can you answer my question?
Well,
I
it's a
said,
debate.
how does the Bible?
Yeah, it's a debate over whether the Bible is true or is it the effects of Christianity on society.
No, it's not. It's about which is better for society.
Great.
Not
it's
the
which
effects.
is better. So let's go
Yeah,
over
so-
to which is better. When you're talking about what is better, when he says the Bible makes prescriptions that you can stone people to death, the Bible makes prescriptions that women be oppressed. The Bible makes prescriptions that women not be able to read. The Bible makes these prescriptions, right?
So how are they better
Let's
for
assume
society?
for a second, the Bible does make those prescriptions.
It does, yeah.
And we just very stupidly, as Christians, misinterpreted all of that to mean the exact opposite, which must have happened because in all of these Christian nations, none of that shit's happening. Nobody's.
Because politicians who don't agree with the Bible on grounds of morality have outlawed those practices.
Not just that, though.
Gaggle fuck.
If you believe that the Bible is the Word of God, it should be
Which
followed.
the Bible tells you to believe.
Yeah. As a Christian, therefore, you must believe everything that's in that book.
Correct.
Including
which was
this-
my earlier point.
Including the stoning of women, the...
Yes, you can't cherry pick what parts of the Bible you fucking like and listen to.
Yeah.
You're either all in or you're all out. You can't do this bullshit of, oh, well that bit's aged poorly, so I'm going to ignore it. No.
Well, that's what... Probably Chris...
Like your religion is still printing those words into their holy scripture and presenting it to the public.
Now, it's one thing that I think the Jewish do correctly is they say the Torah itself, although it's a religious book and like part of the Word of God, it's a living document, therefore, contextual-wise,
Yes.
the meanings in the book can change,
Yes, easily.
right? Where the Christians don't, they say, this is literally God's Word and cannot be misinterpreted.
Even though they've misinterpreted themselves several times over
Yes.
the last few centuries. But hey ho.
Yeah, like, I think my favourite one's like, thou shalt not kill. Then the priest literally around, killing in the name of God against an infidel is working for God, and God will praise you for said
Thou
murdering.
shalt not kill proceeds to have fucking 15 attempts at crusading for the Holy Land?
Yeah.
That's what the Bible itself contradicts itself on that case.
Yes.
Thou shalt not kill.
Eye for an eye.
God kills, eye for an eye. You know, like I mean, I might be misremembering. Pretty sure Jesus straight up killed the guy at one point in the
No,
Bible.
Jesus never killed anybody.
It was either Jesus or one of the disciples. Someone vaguely important in the Bible, I remember, just straight up killed a bitch.
No, Jesus didn't stop the killing. Because he said, as God's...
It must be a different guy in the Bible I'm thinking of then, but I distinctly remember there's a bit in the Bible, possibly the Old Testament, where a dude straight up just kills a bitch.
It's Old Testament, yeah. I mean, look at good King David.
Yeah, King David literally kills like 1,000 fucking guns.
Babies at that,
Like,
trying
yeah.
to stop Jesus coming about.
Like...
And he's still called the good King David.
Yeah.
And he's like murked like 1,000 babies born in that time period.
Which, to be fair, maybe the good part was, like, ironic. You know, like, maybe the people had a sense of humour about the baby killing. I doubt it, but you never know.
You know, if you take the Bible at its word, right, God is a mass murdering asshole.
He's a massive arsehole who breaks his own rules and constantly contradicts his own fucking word.
Out of the two, like, say, deities, like, between God and Satan. Right, the nicer guy is Satan.
I mean, yeah, straight out. Like, guy just has a job.
You
And
know?
does it.
You know, does he tempt humans? Yes, but the humans still pick to fucking do it.
Yes.
He gives you a choice in the matter.
He also gives you, 9 times out of 10, a pretty fair trade.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you can have everything you've ever wanted in exchange when you eventually die, which I'm going to speed up a little bit for you. You live in hell forever and I do unspeakable things to you. That's a fair fucking trade-off, quite frankly.
Yeah.
I get everything I want, he gets everything he wants. He makes my job easier, I make his job easier. That's a fair trade. And no one can say otherwise.
I've got a business negotiation. You know, he needs more staff.
Yeah.
It's just like, well, look, I'll hire you, for 10 years, have all the money you ever wanted.
You know, like, I get to frolic around on Earth with, like, electric guitars, infinite talent at music, and infinite money, and infinite women. You know, I get to do that for a full decade, and then when I'm done, I have to go work in hell as, like, a fucking office temp. Fair trade-off, quite frankly.
Yeah.
I'll take that. Who wouldn't take that deal?
The problem with people care about hell itself, right? Most people who go to hell have a chance of redemption in hell, because the idea is to go down there to redeem themselves. Right? It's
To
only
make up for your bullshit.
It's only the immortal sinners, which the Bible always points out, that are in like the ninth of Cocytus, which is betrayal.
Yes, and even then, those assholes, by the Bible's own admission, can dodge hell if they apologize to a priest before they die.
Yes, or when a new church is founded, they walk through the archways at the point of congregation of the church. Thus, they're absolving all their sins.
Yes.
Because Jesus, as the quote said, "Any law which purchase my name, my Father will abide by." So the priests, in order to absolve them from the sin half the time, just built new churches, the arteries, so they could walk through and they cleanse them of their sin automatically.
Correct. Like.
Hence the whole theme of the movie Dogma, with Jane Silent Bob in it. That's actually based on church doctrine. Oddly enough, for a stupid film, the matter of how much church doctrine they get right in that film is ridiculously accurate.
That's because in verse it's not hard to research church doctrine. They're not exactly sly about the shit they get up to.
Yeah.
You know, literally all of it is written down and publicly accessible, both at the Vatican itself as well as the archives of most churches and also the internet.
Yes.
Mainly because, like, almost everything the church has ever written down ever is either available on a Catholic forum somewhere, or in many cases also just publicly published on the Vatican's homepage.
There's also a few documents
Did you know you could access the Vatican's fucking archive through their website? I do.
Yes.
It's not even hard, you don't even have to hack it. There's a whole ass button for it. It even has a search function that's not too bad, actually.
Probably there are some biblical documents which you can't access, which are in the
Correct,
deep.
those are the ones that are like hidden in like the deep
vault.
undervault that, you know,
Yeah.
even the Pope can't really access unless he really needs to.
One of the ones is the Da Vinci manuscript, which they stole, which apparently has all Da Vinci's work, including a mathematical proof that God doesn't exist.
Yes.
Is in there somewhere, apparently.
But then, to be fair, if you believe the fucking rumors, there's also, you know, like, countless artifacts of devil worship, you know, fucking...
A Philosopher's Stone.
Demon, you know, occult items, you know, like, manuscripts describing, like, correct ways to actually summon Satan himself to bring about the end of the world. You know, like, the Spirit of Christ is supposedly down there, you know, there's maybe a knife made out of the rib cage of Saint fucking Lulu or something.
What, the Spear of Destiny? No, that's on the public display.
Is it? I thought that was down in the under.
No, that's on public display, that one.
I've not paid that much attention recently down to the artifacts, but still, you get my point.
The reason why it's made on public display for
if
is...
you believe the church about what they hide in the undervault, there's a lot of bullshit down there.
Yeah, the reason why the spear's on public display for is because technically Hitler stole it.
Yeah.
And that, so the church kind of couldn't deny it anymore that it had been found.
You know, if you believe some places, you know, like the Catholic Church found Excalibur and hide it in the undervault of the Vatican Church.
Yeah.
Which I doubt, but you know.
One of the man when they found Excalibur, they found Avalon, which is the scabbard of Excalibur, which gives gravity immortality.
Yeah, which
Church
again,
wearer.
given how many popes have died, gonna have to go ahead and press X on that.
Yeah.
Because let's be fair, if anyone was the Pope, and you had a fucking the scabbard of Excalibur that grants you immortality, you'd fucking use it so you can be Pope forever, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Like, that just makes fucking sense.
Also, there's the Rosicrucian fleet, which was the Catholic fleet they sent to wipe out Venice, which vanished. Which is supposedly a ship's made entirely of ice, which I do love.
Yeah, it wouldn't. Given you can't make a ship out of ice.
Well, the British tried. Ice and sawdust. They tried about aircraft carrier out of this shit.
You know, like, will it float? Yes. Will it be boat-shaped? Yes. Will it last long?
No.
No, it'll melt. Unless you're sailing it around the North fucking Pole, it's gonna melt.
Even then, Mythbusters tried that, and they were pretty much to the North Pole, and it melted eventually. You know, salt kind of habit of like melting ice.
You know, it's also because, like, you know, the water is slightly warmer than ice.
Yeah.
Because if it wasn't warmer than ice,
it wouldn't be water.
It would be ice.
Can you put a house out of ice? Yes.
Yes, but it has to be surrounded with ice and snow, which is water at the correct, the freezing temperature, which is what makes it ice or snow.
Getting stoned to death, Craig. Anywhere. Women in a Christian, women in Christian nations.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I'm sure in all Christian nations, women aren't getting.
There's no Christian nations. Or no pure Christian nations out there.
Italy.
Not technically a pure Christian nation.
Technically, it is on paper.
On paper.
Because Christianity is is Italy's official religion.
Yeah,
most of their laws and politicians are religious in nature.
Yes, but
even the Italian Constitution is written with religion.
But technically, the government run is non-Christian based.
No, it's Christian based.
Is it?
Yeah, most Italian politicians are devoutly Christian. Most of their laws are written with a Christian or Catholic.
Problem here is
like
Andrew
standpoint in mind.
is assuming like all Western countries are Christian based.
Yes, I get the point of your argument. I'm just being pedantic about the point.
Are you sure? Absolutely, 100%
I'm absolutely sure, Craig.
So you're
No,
absolutely
Craig,
sure.
Craig, let me finish, Craig. I'm also sure that in Christian nations, women can learn to read. Where are women oppressed in Christian nation?
Again,
We've already made the point of that. Of
Where
like,
is all
yeah,
this
because
happening,
people
Craig?
who aren't
So either
Christians
all
said
of the
fuck you.
Christians are really fucking up
And again,
their own
Congo.
documents
Yeah.
real bad.
Yeah, it's still illegal for women to learn to
your
read or
interpretation of
write
the
or
documents
write.
must be really wrong. However,
not
even if
interpreting
you're
anything.
going to assume your interpretation
There are
of the
even some
documents
groups in the
100%
Congo that
correct,
believe it should
and
be
all the
illegal for women
Christians
to
got it
even
wrong,
express themselves
our societies
creatively
are
in
still
manners of
correct.
music.
They're fantastic. Nobody's getting stoned in them. No one's getting beat to death in them.
Which Christian societies in particular are great?
You mean societies where the overwhelming majority of people are Christian?
Which ones are they?
Yeah, that would be all of the West. All of it?
And
nope.
No.
That's a hard no.
Maybe like a couple hundred years ago, sure. Today, no. Even here in Britain, like your Abrahamic faiths are not the majority anymore.
Well, Abrahamic faith is a majority technically still.
No, even in England, no. The Abrahamic faith, like Abrahamic faiths of like Christianity, Catholicism, and Protestants, are not the majority religion anymore. They're religions with the majority of political sway. The majority of the population of Britain subscribe to either being atheist in nature or spiritual.
No. I'm pretty sure.
It's like that was like the big like shocking statistic that was put out in, I believe it was 2018 census record, was that the majority of the British population subscribed at the time to either being in a spiritual religion or non-religious in nature.
British census religion.
Yeah, religious.
Wrong one. Fuck. Ah, fuck off.
Just put the word religious before the word records. There you go.
2021. Let's look. Usual residents answers question. 46.2 Christian. That increase from 2011, which was 59.3. Non-religious 12%. 4% of 5% Muslim. Oh, sorry. 7% Muslim.
Yeah, 7%.
2% Hindu. Wales 14%. Yeah. Here we go. Buddhist 0.5%.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Christian 6.2. Hindu 1.7.
Okay, I do stand corrected then. They are still the majority, but
yeah.
Honestly, there's not a lot in it. Non-religious is catching the fuck up.
Yeah, because probably
at record speed too. Like damn.
Right. Non-religious generally spiritualism falls under that one as well. Oddly enough, and paganism.
True.
Because there's a big rise of paganism in recent years coming back.
Yeah, which to be fair, my point does still partially stand.
Yeah.
You know what makes that extra stupid though?
What?
The census has a tick box for pagan.
I don't know, yeah.
But yet when they publish the data, it's not on the graph.
No.
It just goes under as non-religion, even though being pagan is a fucking religion.
Probably, I guarantee, right, that 6% there, that was religions, that's Jedi.
Probably, yeah. The thing is like, you are absolutely probably right, because I know for a fact, like, Jedi is actually on the British census fucking form as an option.
Yeah, that's because of my generation. We don't know how census.
I know it's because of your generation. You got to remember, I was alive when that was made official on the census records.
Yeah, we have to go got bored with Jedi.
Yeah, like I was alive when the British government finally gave up and accepted the joke wasn't going away and made it an official religion.
They do love.
So if I remember rightly, if memory serves me, it was 2014 when it was officially added to the census forms.
It was, yes.
Like I was in high school. I believe I was a second year of high school when that happened.
Because in the British law, in order to recognise religion, all you need for religion is 100,000 members.
Yes. I believe
Across
in
the country.
2014, I think they hit like 110.
Yeah, because in my year, when I left school, we'd done it. Back in 22. Back in 02, sorry. There was 80,000 students did it. So they just didn't get under the bar.
They just missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Scientology pulled it off in England as well.
Huh?
That's Scientology pulled it off.
Yeah.
They got 105,000. Oh, well, they believe 105,000 forms sent in, but like a lot of people assume that half those forms were fucking fake.
Probably, yeah.
Wait, why are they so good in particular?
Because they have an ethical framework which they can appeal to that's unchanging.
And is the ethical framework of those countries Christianity?
Yes.
So Christianity set the ethical framework for all of these countries?
Yes.
Specifically?
Yes.
Again, well, no.
In some cases, yes. In other cases, no.
So-
Like in cases like, say, Italy, yes.
Italy,
Britain, yes.
Italy,
Spain,
Britain,
technically.
Spain, France, Germany, technically.
Germany, yes, technically, but like that's more modern German history because of like the HRE, but still.
But in like the Scandinavian countries like Sweden, Finland,
their moral and ethical compasses that align very closely with the Christian and Catholic ones were formed as part of their
Pagan
country's laws.
Yeah, no.
Long before the Catholics got there and were part of their pagan beliefs.
Yes.
Of don't steal, don't kill unless you really have to. Theirs was slightly different of like, don't steal from other pagans, don't kill other pagans. It was, if they're not one of us, who gives a fuck? But like, still, it's...
It was
the Catholics' belief isn't that fucking different to that either, to be fair, so hey.
It was that thing, remember, I think it was more of like last 100 years, maybe.
Yeah.
That the Christian ethics, what they call it, seeped into the governmental framework.
Yeah.
But even then, it was only marginalised.
And even then, the base premises were still there of maybe murder's a bit bad.
I believe Sweden and Finland, Sweden and Norway still use Norse paganism as their national religion base.
Technically, they do, yes. They still recognise it as an official religion and still honour and protect a lot of the old Norse pagan holy grounds, holy sites.
No matter how much the Christians tried to destroy them.
Yeah.
And that. But see his face though, like you can't believe you question like which Christian countries, all of them. We're all. They say Andrews assumed that all Western nations are Christian based.
So, yeah, no, most of them are atheist, or at very least
No, you want me
Even
to?
the ones that
would
go
you like me to
against the things that
demonstrate
the
it
Bible
for you?
says.
I'll demonstrate it for you.
Right.
So hang on, I'll explain it so that you know.
I still haven't got back to my
I'm
question.
going to explain it to you. You just asked me, so I'm going to explain it to you. So your law, the laws that you're working with right now, those come from English common law. Okay, that's where it all comes from.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, no.
I'll tell you, before you answer that one.
Don't.
So before you answer that, we'll wait till he finishes this one because it gets weirdly unhinged at this point. And we talk about the British common law.
Okay.
Normative authority around English common law is Christianity.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. The very
it's not.
guidestones for yes, it is, and the very guidestones for which
Not anymore. It's not now.
for which you build law. When you're talking, not anymore. I said the foundations.
No.
The foundations
it's completely changed.
Okay, so anyway,
we do not base
Craig,
our laws. There is
what does
nothing.
foundation
There is
mean?
nothing in English law now that is based on Christianity.
Yeah, I'm talking about its foundations.
But we
The
don't
things in which
use
you
that anymore.
enjoy-
The laws have
the
changed.
things in which you enjoy. Here's how it works.
You're
When
claiming
you're
it's
talking
Christianity,
about
but it's not.
when
You're
you're
just
talking
saying
about
something.
a society, when you're talking about a society, the social order is defined by its ethical morals. For instance, Aztecs who put people on temples and cut their hearts out as human sacrifices. Their society.
Right. The Aztec one, yes, they did that, but you're missing context for that one.
Yeah, they did that as a religious belief, not an ethical belief.
Yes, and most people who sacrificed offered to be.
Volunteered themselves to be the human sacrifices because it was seen as a great honor to be sacrificed to the gods in the Aztec religion.
Yes, it wasn't.
You gaggle fuck.
They just grand say, "You, Jeff, are going to be sacrificed today." It's like, in case of like.
The likely reason he believes that is because many movies and even a lot of documentaries I've had the mispleasure of watching about the Aztecs present it in that manner of it being non-consensual kidnappings and sacrifices when no, an entire crux of their religion was that to be sacrificed to the gods was a great honor and essentially a moral duty of the people.
Yes.
a part of their religion that a majority of the Aztec population agreed with and believed.
And again, it wasn't.
That's why they were able to do it for several thousand years before the Spanish arrived.
And again, though, the sacrifices weren't, because a lot of Western media that say those sacrifices were every single fucking day.
Yeah, no,
Like,
it was
no.
at special occasions like the festival of the harvest,
The solstice.
the start of the planting season, where they would sacrifice people to the sun god, so as to ensure that the sun, shined properly upon the crops to give the land blessing.
Like maybe, I think it was like 4 or 5 times a year at best, unless they were in time of war.
Yes.
Then they did sacrifice like prisoners to the war god for victory, but that was again a different ceremony.
Yes.
And again, a lot of people
With a different context.
And again, a lot of people assume that the sacrifices were mostly young females.
Yeah.
No, it was mostly males, oddly enough.
The males that were sacrificed.
Middle-aged males at that. Who I think what comes the football tournament they had, they knocked the ball through the hoop.
Yes. It isn't technically football, but yes.
Yeah, I'm close to an analogy for
I can't remember the name of said sport, but yes, I don't know what you're on about.
Yeah, that was like the winner of those, which then first they said, well, your warriors can be sacrificed if you want. Like, not yet, but I'll hold my place for later.
It was an optional prize you could claim.
Yeah, I'll hold it for later on when, a big ceremony is needed.
Yeah.
Add extra pizzazz to it.
That as well, right? Is remind me what happened again when the Spanish turned up and met the Aztecs? Remind me who attacked who first there?
Yeah, the Aztecs. The Spanish attacked the Aztecs.
Let me think. Who was it? Who was it when the Spanish met the Aztecs again? Remind me. Who was it that turned up on a foreign land, got out of their boats, shot at the indigenous people indiscriminately, and then to make up for it, handed them a bunch of blankets infected with smallpox?
Now the
oh yeah, y'all thought that only happened to the Native Americans. No, we did it twice!
Now the smallpox one, I can disagree with them, because, again, back then they had no idea what germs were.
This is the thing, right? With the Aztecs in particular, I can agree with you of like, okay, sure, it was an accident.
Yeah.
The Spanish didn't know what they were doing. The second time was absolutely on goddamn purpose, gamer.
The American Indians, right, wasn't smallpox that killed them.
It was technically horsepox, but it's the same difference.
Because, again, thanks to movies, everyone assumes that the Indians had a horse riding culture.
Yeah, they did.
They didn't. No, they had no horses whatsoever. We introduced the horse.
They developed the horse riding culture after the colonization began because they were stealing horses from us, but still.
But before that, they had very little contact with horses. And thus, when they brought the horse over, they got fucking horsepox.
Yes.
Because they had no idea how any immunization from it, because they never grew up around the fucking things.
Still, the Spanish knew what they were doing, because both instances of Western civilization using blankets infected with an illness to fight the fucking indigenous people were done by the Spanish.
What's even worse than Spanish though, not only did, because to be honest, there wasn't enough conquistadors there to do the damage that's slave to. What the conquistadors did, which was even worse, is they used their religion to went to smaller tribes who already had a big beef with the Aztecs because they'd been kicked the Aztecs' asses, and say, look,
them to fight.
Come from us, we'll help you, lead you to beating your great foe.
Yes.
If you just follow our religion of this magical sky daddy, he'll lead you to the great victory that you. Even at the point where the conquistadors fought the Aztecs, the idea of blood sacrifices to the gods was already waning off.
Yes.
Only very small communities did it, but the major cities pretty much stopped it because they changed their religious belief where our blood sacrifice, yes, and they just cut the wrist and drain a bit of blood into a cup and use that for ceremony. They didn't outright sacrifice people anymore to it. It was, they really started trying to change, whereas the Spanish just cared about the fucking gold they wanted. And because it was a pagan religion, they...
And please do remind me as well. What religion were the Spanish conquistadors again?
Catholic.
Strange, innit? No,
Pure unadulterated
Catholicism and or Christianity is better for society.
Pure unadulterated...
But yet the conquistadors believed in God, and they rocked up, shot indigenous people without any form of discrimination behind it whatsoever, and distributed infection-based blankets. Again, an argument can be made they didn't know, but still.
Yeah, the conquistadors were basically...
I argue it's still suspicious, because who the fuck makes up for a genocide with a gift of blankets? In a hot country!
The conquistadors themselves, were generally was signed from the Inquisitionary court of Spain.
Like it was an inquisitor that would assign people to the
No, most conquistadors
order.
Most conquistador orders were inquisitors originally, and when the Inquisition
Not
stopped,
all of them. A lot of conquistadors were also just like lower level members of the church who were trying to work their way up. That would be assigned by their inquisitor.
Yeah.
Or even just people who were looking for an in with the church who just kind of needed some form of work to do on behalf of the church.
lot of the pagan elimination in the Great Pirate era was done out in the Spanish.
Yes.
They were purposely fake. The Conquistadors was purposely fake being pirates to be taken to the pirate strongholds, which pirates were very paganist in their beliefs.
They were.
You know, people assume like, oh, most pirates.
Oceanic pagan, but pagan nonetheless.
Yeah.
They're much closer to the Pacific pagans of places like Hawaii.
Yes. Yeah, the voodoo was a pirate thing.
Yes.
Which is a Catholic / Caribbean /
I'd say it's mostly Caribbean. Like, voodoo, if I remember, because a lot of people get this wrong. A lot of people assume voodoo was born in Jamaica, but no, it just got very popular in Jamaica. It's born out of one of the other Caribbean islands that's near Jamaica, which is what causes the confusion.
I believe it was technically it was the indigenous of the black slaves of Tortuga.
No, because again they kind of brought it over. It's the other one.
Jamestown?
No.
That's Jamaica.
That's mainland.
It's mainland Jamaica, yes.
No, as in Jamestown is mainland America. You're thinking of Kingston.
Kingston, sorry, yes.
Which is Jamaica. It's near Kingston. It's like 2 islands over.
I know which island you're about.
Yeah. I don't remember which island it is in particular, but it was...
You're about Tulsa?
Basically born... Huh?
Tulsa?
Possibly.
Because I probably don't name the island, I know the ports. And that's...
Yeah, but the island did have a port, but it was a very small port.
There's Tulsa Island.
For a very long time, you know, it eventually became like a small pirate haven where it got a bigger port and shit. Anywho, that's kind of like where the voodoo belief sort of like had its birth.
Yeah.
It was like Jamaica and Kingston. That is where like what you could describe as the voodoo renaissance kind of happened, and that's where the Catholic influences started to kind of bleed into the pirates starting to learn about it.
Because voodoo was essentially modern voodoo anyway, is amalgamation of if I remember correctly, West African middle beliefs.
Yes.
Mixed with Catholicism and it's not Hawaii, it's
Jamaican.
Not Jamaican either.
It's like modern voodoo takes the belief structure and original god of traditional Jamaican voodoo, which is different from original voodoo.
Yes.
But the traditional Jamaican voodoo, alongside some of the, again, more obscure but very traditional spiritualistic sides of Christianity, and melds it with a lot of the rituals of the African religion that you named, the name of which has just escaped me.
I can't remember the name of the religion itself because it's a completely dead religion now.
There's still technically some tribes that practice it in
Not
Africa.
many.
I want to say it's called like Ulepku.
No, Lepku's southern.
Lepku. It's something along those lines.
I know Lepku was the South American religion that got wiped out. That's getting renaissance recently. South African, sorry.
I was gonna say, yeah.
One got wiped out during the apartheid.
I was running like my internal script of like Lepku. No, that wasn't South American.
Yeah, it was the South African one that got wiped out during the apartheid when the Dutch came over.
I think it's a Central African tribal religion. Don't quote me on that exact location.
I think you might be on about Drinky.
There's a really cool documentary about it I watched a few years ago, because there's still like a major tribe in Africa that does still practice it. There's like a really cool documentary. It was done in, I want to say, like 2012.
I know Drinky still got some...
No, it was 2018, sorry. The documentary was done because it was by Netflix in their series. I think it's called Dark Tourist? Dark Tourism? Whatever, a documentary with a name along that line that Netflix did. Sent a report or two said tribe.
Yeah.
There's a really cool episode about it.
Dark Origins are about.
It's an amalgamation of those 3 religions to like kind of
because you get Baron
together.
You get Baron Sandy from Christianity and Wales.
No, Baron Sandy comes from the traditional Jamaican side of it.
Does it?
Yes. Because Baron Sandy doesn't appear in the very original versions of voodoo from like before it made its way over to places like Jamaica and Kingston. Tortuga. Baron Samedi, essentially as a belief structure, was born like in Jamaica, in Kingston, by the Jamaican voodoo practitioners.
Because I know essentially Davy Jones is a voodoo-esque figure.
Technically, yes, but he's technically
Sorry,
Davy
no.
Jones.
Not voodoo, voodoo. He's a voodoo
he's
figure.
Technically voodoo, but technically, more accurately, the story of Davy Jones and the Locker of Davy Jones is it essentially takes the idea of the devil and puts him in a more aquatic setting.
Yes.
With a voodoo twist.
Well, no, you're not the devil. Davy Jones himself is the Farrier of Souls.
No, because Davy Jones' Locker is an aquatic equivalent to hell for sinning sailors who died at sea.
That's what turned out, because he originally, Davy Jones, the original story of Davy Jones is the fun of how Pirates of the Caribbean way. He's originally tasked with ferrying souls from our world to the land of the dead.
Yes,
but he broke that covenant and then became the devil. Type thing.
No, the way the original story works is he ferries the souls of the dead, well, the aquatic dead more accurately.
Yes.
From the land of living to the land to his locker, which in the original versions of the story of Davy Jones was technically more aquatic purgatory, but was later like it's more like accurately defined as technically more aquatic hell, just without oversight or demons, which is why it's
where the
closer to
souls meant to get
purgatory
sorted.
than, you know, like.
So the souls meant to get sorted first, then moved on. But it came.
Basically, you'd die, you'd find yourself upon the Flying Dutchman. You'd be introduced to Davy Jones. He'd explain your sin and why you're going to the locker. You'd be transported there upon the Flying Dutchman. And
work off your penance and you'd go free.
You'd work off your sin aboard the ship. It's like essentially you ferried the souls who were less sinful than your own to the locker, drop them off. Depending on how sinful your bullshit was, would dictate how many runs you had to do, and then you'd get dropped off at the locker yourself and live out the rest of time within the locker of Davy Jones in your own personalised purgatory.
Yeah, and peace and grace, I think was original way what you said. Or you could pay Davy Jones off with pieces of 8.
Yes. And even then, the peaceful part of Davy Jones's locker was there was like 2 ways to get the eternal peace within Davy Jones' locker. One was to fully atone for your sins and make up for them during your voyages aboard the Flying Dutchman.
Yeah.
Which was essentially go above and beyond the Call of Duty while doing your tasks. Or it was, if I remember rightly, you had to serve 5 centuries within the locker itself.
Yes.
Going through essentially a purgative state or a hellscape. Again, which one you got depending on how fucked your sins were.
Yes.
And then after 5 centuries you were given eternal rest at peace.
Hence why the Pirate Code was so very comprehensive of what you can and couldn't do because of sin. You know, like rape was high on their sin list. They called it meddling, if I remember correctly.
Yes, meddling.
Yes. Which completely context of Scooby-Doo.
Yes.
What do you think of that way?
Because that's why I argue that the Pirate Code is like one of the few examples, like historically, of essentially a nation's law or a common law being formed that is based upon the religious values of the Christian Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Because most of it is straight up just the 10 Commandments, and it claims so within the Pirate Code. Because most pirates were devoutly religious people. Heavily religious, especially in more Christian and Catholic matters, because most of them were practicing Christians and Catholics before they became pirates. And
but once they became pirates,
kind of basically like a part and parcel stepping stone to becoming a pirate was adopting a lot of the more spiritual and voodoo-esque beliefs of sailors that
see, I agree. Like anyway. the pirate codex, you know, from I can't remember the brother's name now. Is it me? Fuck. Nope, they're gone. Never mind. Bartholomew, how was it?
Yes, Henry and Bartholomew.
Yeah, their brew book. Essentially, it does take on. It has a Christian foundation.
Yes.
But I classify it more as Christianized paganism or paganized Christians, because although it's the foundation of like, you know, the Hebrew God being there somewhere, they tend more to pray towards like the Callistos, the
Calypso.
Is it Calypso or Callisto?
Calypso.
The Calypsos, the other like seafaring deities are like the mermaids.
Calypso's the seafaring deity. Calippo's the ice cream. Callisto is, I want to say,
it's a moon actually.
Egyptian.
No, Callisto's a moon.
Is it the moon?
It's a moon around Jupiter.
You're right. So it is.
Yeah, it's one that apart from Io, they believe they can actually inhabit because it's got like liquidized methane on it. And that. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Sorry.
I'll tell you exactly how to describe the pirate religion that is like perfectly accurate. It's like the best way to describe it is like the majority of pirates practiced Catholicism but believed in voodoo.
Yes.
That's the best way to describe it. They were practicing preaching Catholics who were aware of and believed but did not partake and practice in the arts and like the mystical arts, of voodoo. They believed in Baden Samedi. They believed in the power that voodoo had, but they didn't touch that shit because who do you voodoo, bitch?
Yes.
They left that up to your voodoo people who knew how to do that shit without, accidentally waggling a chicken at a sun moon and causing a fucking awakening.
But each pirate ship had at least one practicing voodoo practitioner on board. Usually.
Some did, others didn't.
More ships did, oddly enough.
Not pirate ships. Some pirate ships did, other pirate ships didn't. It depended captain to captain. For example, Black Bart, who was painfully Catholic.
Yes.
Not only outright banned the practice of voodoo aboard a ship, but even banned the mentioning of voodoo belief outside of Davy Jones. That was the only voodoo character who could be mentioned aboard his ship for fear of bad luck.
Now is Blackbeard Edward Teach.
Yes, Edward Teach was a lot more open about voodoo. Of yeah, you can do it, just make sure you're fucking careful, because I don't want no fucking voodoo demon. I don't want Baden himself turning up and fucking up my ship, please and thank you. And don't point your voodoo shit at me or I will shoot you in the knee. Which, fair response, quite frankly. If I got someone making a voodoo doll of me, I'd shoot him in the kneecap as well, quite
then
frankly.
Then you had Kid, who literally dived head first straight into voodoo.
Yes,
he's a voodoo practitioner.
Captain James Kidd did actively practice voodoo. He's one of the few examples of pirate captains who were practicing voodoo.
Yes.
Believers. Which is extra interesting when you learn that Captain James Kidd actually came from a devoutly religious family.
Yes, he was a devout Christian, I believe.
Yes, his family were devoutly Christians. If I remember rightly, I think it was one of his uncles was a priest somewhere. I think it was...
One of his uncles and his brother, I believe... No, one of his uncles was a cardinal.
I think his brother was a cardinal.
No, one of his uncles was a cardinal.
Was a mid-level priest in fucking Africa somewhere.
No, his brother was a missionary to the African barbarians.
That was it. Yeah, the brother was a missionary.
And his father's brother
the uncle
was a cardinal in the Vatican City himself.
That was it. You're right. Yes.
Hence why the Vatican had a big hand in the Spanish trying to get Kidd.
Yes.
Because Kidd stole the cross of Alendra.
I believe it was Alendra. Yes.
And that from the Spanish, which was one of the big Catholic symbols they had.
Yes.
He nicked that and ran off to the Americans with it.
And they've still never found it.
No, because he melted it. Because be honest, he melted that fucker down and just sold it for beer.
He probably did. To be fair, To be fair, I should speaking of Captain James Kidd. Just like me saying he did raises an interesting point about James Kidd.
Yeah, a lot of people was a woman.
It's not only a lot of people believe that he may have been a woman, which I personally do subscribe to that theory because it kind of makes sense.
It does give a description of Kidd. Long fiery red hair, tight bodice.
For me, it's not just the physical descriptions of James Kidd. It makes the story of James Kidd make a lot more fucking sense.
Yeah.
Grows up in a devoutly religious family. Goes off to work at sea. Seemingly out of fucking nowhere, drops all Catholic and Christian beliefs, starts practicing voodoo, and just starts fucking up the Catholics for no discernible reason.
He missed a step. He ran away from a wedding.
Yeah.
Arranged marriage he ran away from to go to sea.
James Kidd being a guy, none of that really makes any goddamn sense whatsoever.
Now for the keyboard warriors now typing furiously in our comment section, saying there was no female pirate captain out there, there were fucking loads of them.
There were several. Granted, right, within the western side of piratism, female pirates were a lot more rare. But there were a few. There was a very famous one that operated in the English Channel for fucking a good few years, who eventually ran off to the Caribbean.
Yeah, that was
I believe she was. I remember rightly, she was a French noblewoman.
French
if I remember
noblewoman.
rightly, whose husband was killed by a Spaniard.
No, a French woman whose husband was basically killed for treason.
That was
framed
it.
for
Yes,
treason.
it was I think the king accused him of treason.
Yeah,
and he was executed for the acts of treason. So she took what little of the estate she could get her hands on, sold it off, and used the money to buy a ship, and became a captain, fucking with the French.
Yeah, and just basically tore the French an asshole a new one.
And eventually, she basically, like, when the French started like trying to colonize out in the Caribbean, basically followed the French to the Caribbean and started fucking them up there too.
Yes,
because it was funnier.
And she was made no bones because her entire flag was literally a portrait of her.
Yes,
So
with
she
her
made,
baps out.
she made sure that they fucking knew who she was.
Yes. Like I can never remember her name, but her flag was literally just her with her tits
Same
out.
with the figurehead of a ship was her with the tits hanging around, full nipples out, everything standing there.
Like the flag was her with her tits out. The figurehead of the ship was her with her tits out. The captain of the ship was her, probably with her tits out, because you know what, the Caribbean's a bit warm. Like,
because that's where Swan came from. The
yes,
character
Elizabeth Swan is inspired by
this woman, yeah.
By said woman.
Also inspired, also like the later one, like last film, she takes over the place of the pirate queen, of China.
It's the pirate king she replaces, but yes.
Yeah, but the original character.
Yes, the original character was supposed to be the pirate queen
of China, Caesar, which is
because she wasn't the pirate queen, she was the red pirate queen, if I remember rightly.
Yes.
What it, like more actually
what's the name?
translates back to.
Because the game I was going to play was based around her treasure maps.
Oh, actually, she's called like is it
Quan Jin?
Quan Jin?
No, Quan Jin.
I think it's Quan Jin, yeah.
Quan Jin, yeah, because the game.
I think that's her name.
Goose can tell better because she knows more of the story than I do.
Yeah. I used to be an expert on her, but it's been a long fucking time since I
It has been for me as well,
like
'cause-
Asian piracy, because it's a lot more obscure than
Because she became a pirate, then married an emperor of one of the before the Warring States period ended.
Yes.
He died. She went back to sea with his fleet, set up the Red Fleet.
Yes.
Married another pirate king of the Black Fleet.
Yes.
Killed him because he cheated on her.
Specifically, it's the Asian Black Fleet, not
Yes.
not the
Killed him
West
because he
Indies
cheated on
Black
her.
Fleet.
Took over his fleet.
Yes.
And history repeated itself until she actually died of old age.
She also, if you believe certain people, had a brief fling with one of with the captain of the Indian, I believe it was the Indian Blue Fleet, if I remember correctly.
Yes, East Indian Blue Fleet.
No, the Indian Blue Fleet.
That one is rumoured by the Indians happened, but far as we can tell, none of their ships actually still that far
South
into her territory.
Yeah.
But it was.
The story is believed to be like basically she sailed into their territory, met the the king of the Blue Fleet, and they had a brief fling. But
I know she had a
there's
fling.
not a lot of evidence.
I know she had a fling with one of the I think it was the 3rd Fleet of the East Indian Trade Company.
Yes.
She hit their captain for quite a while. Stole the completely.
Basically stole all of their shit in the process. It was really
stripped
fun.
every ship of all the gold, riches, ammunition, cannons before he realised it, because he got that high, and then left him and his entire crew on one man of war with no gunpowder whatsoever,
and no cannons and no
and just went
ammunition,
fuck you
no
and sailed past him.
batteries.
As well, she cut the fucking rudder.
Yes. The only things of value they left aboard that man of war, I fuck you not, was food. They left them enough rations to allow their ship to limp back to dock.
Yeah.
Which was about 3 months worth of bread.
She left enough food and water to limp back, but she cut the rudder and she sliced 2 of the sails in half. So they had to sit there and repair those, and they had to use the string from their claws to make rope to repair the fucking sails. So the people sailed back into port naked.
Fuck you, that's why.
Which I do love as a still, like, 100 sailors comes into port stark bollock naked. This noble captain, like, sitting with his hat on, just bare ass to the wind.
Just cock dangling in the breeze. Just, it's one way to get a yeast infection.
Like,
Jesus.
salt burns from the sun, everything in the seawater. It's like, just French kiss to the fuck you, gotta get mine.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
He's going to be informed.
Where's the Aztecs
by
right
the
now?
moral? They're dead because Christians killed them.
That's good. The Christians killed them.
You should have left those heathen.
Yeah, Christians follow the God's principle of, like, I don't like
believe
them.
in God, you should be murdered.
Yeah, I don't like you, so we'll just wipe you out.
Yes.
Part cutting out people.
How dare you?
Come on. But anyway, the point is that Craig,
hold on.
I just want to finish one point in the talk, I promise.
Okay, finish your point.
So here it is. I think, and every reasonable sociologist would think the same thing, that the social order comes from the foundational ethics. So it works like this. Theology is what informs society.
Correct.
You're correct, but most sociologists believe, although Catholic was originally based on the foundation, but most sociologists believed in up to the 1970s.
Yes.
That changed in the 80s when
we found other ancient religions that had the exact same ethical codes as Christianity and Catholicism,
which were thousands of years older.
Both religions by several millennia.
Like the Celts was one that they believed didn't give a framework, but had quite interesting legal framework. The Celts.
Yes. And it basically boiled down to the same core principles of don't kill a bitch for no goddamn reason, don't steal other people's shit unless you can get away with it.
Yeah, if you
basically only commit crimes you can get away with, which is how all law should be. The law shouldn't be you're not allowed to rob a bank. The law should be you're not allowed to rob a bank if you're gonna get fucking caught robbing the bank.
Because I believe the Celts had the thing where women have been treated like slaves. That's what Christians always even nowadays say, but no. If I'm correct, in the Celt society, if you found hitting your wife,
yes,
right, you were basically beaten through the village on a stick, naked, for hitting your wife.
In some villages, you were beaten through the village square with a stick, or in some other Celtic villages, they essentially they would basically find a larger man in the village to beat the shit out of you.
Yes.
The idea was basically we'll get a man who's about equal in size compared to you as you are compared to your wife to hit you as hard as you just hit her.
Yeah.
If you happen to be the largest man in the village in that scenario, then they default back to the stick idea.
Yeah,
and they just let everyone.
And if you want to somebody want to kill them, you reply to the village chiefs, giving your grievances out.
You had to get the village elders' permission to do it.
And then he would raise essentially a duel between you and this man.
Yes.
If you believe your grievance was great enough to warrant a fight to the death. And even then, they usually stopped halfway. It's like, have you fixed your grievances yet? Yes.
Y'all respect each other.
Fuck off.
Good. Like,
go home now.
The Celts actually had a very interesting, in-depth legal system.
Yeah. Once Christianity came along, the fight to the death duels were quite common because a lot of the old like Celts said like, if you kill him, we have less manpower for winter.
Yes.
That's not a good idea.
That's a kind of problematic for everyone involved. Now, if you kill Big John over there, we're gonna have to get 4 small children to take over his job, and that's kind of.
He's the woodcutter. He brings the wood which you use for your fire. So if you kill him, you know.
We're gonna have to get 4 small children to cut down the trees, and it's gonna take longer.
Yeah, and he might not survive winter. So do you really want to kill him?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Like, it's probably easier to just get over your shit. No, like.
You know, then fight the death came with Christianity was like, you know, God would decide if you live or die type shit.
Yeah.
Hence why the fight, trial by God, was the quite common fight to the death.
That as well as I'd like to address fucking Andrew's statement of, oh yes, we should have left the heathens alone who were cutting out people's hearts.
Again, the time of Christ.
How many pagan religions involve human sacrifice and/or human mutilation?
In the Western world?
Just in general, specifically ones that the Catholics or Christians interacted with / eliminated.
I'm trying to think now.
I can name 2.
I can think of 3, maybe 4 off the top of my head.
I know of 2 off the top of my head, and one of them's the fucking Aztecs, who we already discussed.
Yeah, one's the Aztecs.
And the other one, if memory serves me correctly, was a small tribe that were essentially very loosely descended from the Mycenaeans, sorry. And I said Byzantinians, the Mycenaeans, my mistake, who were based out of essentially modern day Brazil.
There's that one. There's also the Kuru, which is an oceanic tribe.
Okay, I will grant you the Kuru.
Who practice cannibalism. And
okay, no, I don't count cannibalism in most cases here, for the sheer purpose that most cannibalistic traditional tribes didn't kill their own cunts to cannibalize them. It was 9 times out of 10, oh, Dave died, we'll eat him, so as not to waste resources, that other tribe just tried to invade us and we killed a bunch of their cunts.
No,
Let's eat the dead then.
With the Kuru, they did practice like ritualized cannibalism of, you know, you raise someone for
We can count the Kuru then.
Then there's the one.
Because that's why I don't count the Maui. Is it
Maui?
Based out of New Zealand?
Maui.
Was it the Haka? Because their ritualistic cannibalism revolved around warfare and the eating of dead ends.
Yeah, I'm eating you to gain your power type thing.
Yeah.
Yes. The other one
you tried to kill me, I killed you.
Same way I don't count the headhunters of Papua New Guinea for the same reason. No, the other one was a a Druidic sect in, I believe it was central to northernish England.
Sounds about right.
Who practiced a yearly sacrificial festival to, I believe it wasn't the Green Man, but it was something close to the Green Man for a direct practice of harvest and keeping wolves and bears at bay.
Yeah. Okay, so there's 4.
I think there's four I can think of with Christianity.
Now remind me, how many specifically what you could describe as heathenistic religions have been wiped out by the Catholic and Christian faiths?
All 13 sects of Druidism were wiped out.
Okay, so on Druidism alone, the Catholics are already losing this idea.
I mean, the problem is, right, a lot of the ones they wiped out, we still have...
There's 13 that weren't practicing ritualistic fucking mutilation and or sacrifice.
Also, you got to think though, right,
of human life.
With the Druids, the Catholics from Rome wiped out so thoroughly that not a trace of their religion remains.
Well, there are some traces, but it's all thanks to, the Asians who sent cunts over to study other religions, because, interesting.
Yes, because they...
like, literally the only thing we can thank the, I believe, Chinese Empire for.
Yeah, because
other than, the Great Wall and the Silk Road.
Because I remember the animes have Western magic in them as a base, using magic systems.
Yes.
Like, how that wouldn't be... They say, it's an ancient magic, like... That comment then remember, Silk Road was a fucking thing.
Yeah.
And a lot of people assume China didn't meet us until the 18th. No. The China was in England around the 3rd, 2nd, 4th centuries.
Yeah,
very easily.
A very, very long time ago, just learning about the Druids and what their belief system was, because both involved magic.
Because they were trading fucking goods with Egypt around the 1700 BC.
It was around there, yeah.
They found Chinese silks and all that, and they actually found a Chinese sword dating back to the 5th century BC in England.
They did, yes.
And that. No, Ireland, sorry. It was in Ireland.
Yes.
They found it. So it was they had quite an extensive trade network going all the way across.
They really did. They're literally the only reason we know pretty much anything about the Druids.
And again, there's not very much.
Yeah.
Whereas at least with the Aztecs, a lot of their culture still kind of survived the conquistadors somewhat.
Yes. Because the conquistadors didn't do a very good fucking job of it, but still. Rather than kill everyone and burn it down, they just poisoned them with smallpox and left it alone.
Indians, the Native American Indians, their culture was heavily hit by the Christianity.
A majority of their culture has been straight out wiped out. There's entire Native American tribes that we can't even genetically track anymore because they were that thoroughly eradicated.
And the only reason we track most of them now is because white guys shot Indian woman.
Yes.
Type thing.
I can think of off the top of my head 2, and there's probably more than that too, fucking Native American Indian tribes that have been completely erased from the gene pool.
If I remember correctly, current surviving tribes is 9 surviving tribes.
I know 2 surviving off the top of my head, and that's the Cherokee and the Navajo.
There's Navajo, there's Cherokee, but there's
Cherokee's hanging by a fucking thread.
No, probably not with Cherokee. There's 3 different tribes based on Cherokee.
Yeah, there's still.
Yeah.
Because all 3 tribes are descended from the original Cherokee tribe. So
there's the Nadrara up by Canada.
Yeah.
They're still hanging on. In fact, they're thriving actually.
They're doing really quite well actually.
There's the Mawana in Arizona.
I think it's the Marawani, I think they're called, or the Marahawano.
I can't remember exactly which one. It's something like that. There's
something along those lines.
There's also 2 separate.
There's an R in there.
There's 2 separate ones in Texas.
Yes.
Which are still surviving, not surviving very well, but they're still technically hanging on there. And there's that one based in New York State.
Yes.
I believe they're the Kalani.
Possibly. Yeah, I think it is Kalani or Kalani.
I know it's not the Upkani, because Upkani vanished by themselves and left no fucking trace at all of them.
I think it's Kalanai. I think that's how it's supposed to be said.
I know it's supposed to Manhattan to the settlers. They tried to take it back because I had no concept of what the actual land property was. To be fair, that was a bit of an archy subject on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so about 9 I can think off the top of my head that technically survived to this day. I think, but the children
even in a lot of their culture and
got fucked. Yes.
Yeah, it got destroyed, lost because settlers were pricks. There was a lot of their culture that was written down in one book, and there was one guy still alive that kind of knew it off the top of his head. That guy was killed and that book got burned.
It's like Chief Sitting Bull technically died in 1800.
Yes.
last of his people.
Yes.
Theoretically.
Because Sitting Bull, if I remember rightly, was the last of the original...
Mohicans.
The what?
Mohicans.
Yes, he was it was the Mohican.
Yeah.
Because the Mohicans are one of those tribes that are like, culturally they've been wiped out, but genetically they're still around. You can still find genetic traces of Mohican.
Mohicans are the ones that are thoroughly interbred with the white man.
Yeah.
So you still got a lot of their descendants existing.
Yes.
And they're trying to re-piece together their culture.
Because there are little bits of the Mohican like culture that are still like known, but it's like so fucking fragmented and segmented. It's hard to track it all down and piece it back together.
What do we like the for the names now?
Mohican?
No. The other one we're on about.
Cherokee.
What they survived for is a few of the Cherokee tribes were one ones of the Indian nation to technically settled.
Yes.
They weren't nomadic, but a lot of the Indian tribes were very nomadic. These ones actually settled in the middle plains, where they didn't have to move around because of winter so much.
Yeah.
But again, like the foundation was on about of like Christianity and scholarship is wrong.
Yeah, because like human ethic predates.
Yes.
Especially predates modern human religion as a concept.
Because just before Christianity as a concept came around. If you believe the Bible, it's been around for 6,000 years.
Look, all I'm saying, we have evidence today that says even the fucking cavemen understood the basics.
Yeah.
Of you just killed my wife, how dare you?
But no, Christianity standard, from what I can tell from historical records, we can pinpoint its location around 2,000 years.
Yes.
The Bible says it's around 4,000 BC.
Yes.
Give or take where it started, right, with like Moses and all that type of stuff.
Yeah. We don't have any historical evidence to suggest currently that there were any kind of Christian or Catholic.
Jewish, we can pinpoint about 4,000 years with Moses.
4,000, but yeah.
Right, but again, before Moses, we had like the ancient Chinese immortal religion.
Yes.
It was very well going. There's the Mesopotamians.
Yes.
And their religion of money.
You had the Mysians.
We had the Egyptians.
The fucking...
No, Byzantines was much later. Byzantine was like...
the Byzantine Empire, the Byzantine culture. Infinitely predates the Byzantine Empire, but that's a whole other argument for another day.
Yes, and then like across the pond, you got the Aztecs, the Indians.
No, it's not Byzantine, it's Byzantium I was thinking.
Yeah, because Byzantine was like, I think first around 700 BC.
Yeah, it's the Byzanthians I was thinking of, not the Byzantines.
Byzantine predate the Byzantines, but...
Yeah.
And then you got Babel.
Babel.
No, Babel was a tower, Babel was the society.
They're both spelled the same.
Yeah.
I argue I'm correct.
I know it's quite weird.
You can all fuck off. It's the Tower of Babel and the people of Babel. You can all piss off.
Yeah, but no, the Babel was technically... Babel was the tower, Babel was the...
I disagree.
Culture.
I disagree. They're all Babel. You can all fuck off.
Yeah.
And that app you got on the fucking phone, that's also Babel. Because it's spelled the fucking same, so it should be said the same. Fuck all of you.
Then you've got the sand cultures. We've got the sand cultures built... that's now technically classified as a Christian site. That one in Egypt where they've carved the temple on the wall.
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember the name of the name of the temple, but
I watched a documentary about that a couple of days ago and I don't remember it either.
It's quite a famous area which no one knows the name of. And a lot of religions have claimed it, and the Christians say it's a Christian site where it predates Christians by fucking...
Yeah, leaps and bounds.
Because of... Maybe the Christians claim it because of Indiana Jones. Because that's probably where the fucking Holy Grail was. Is in that fucking place.
Yeah, which to be fair, kind of...
But if we go that way...
Kind of would check out a little bit, but like,
But if we go that way, right, I'd say the Transformers technically claim it.
Yeah. And even then, again, like... like, while it would check out with fucking looked, we would have noticed... we would have noticed the Holy Grail, and we sure as shit would have noticed Optimus fucking Prime.
Yeah.
Cutting about the fucking walls. With carbon scored the shit out of the fucking place, we would have spotted everything by now.
Well, according to Transformers, Bumblebee's technically the oldest Transformer in existence. Because he predates Optimus Prime by a few hundred years.
No, he's not anymore, because you have the... what are they called?
Primes?
No.
Dinosaurs?
No. I want to say, I'm probably going to be very wrong on the name, but I'm going to go for it anyway. I believe they're called the Protocons, and I think there's one who's appeared in the movies, like the live action movies, and it's the one that looks like a samurai. Specifically, I believe he looks like an Orochi, if I remember correctly, an Orochi warrior from the again, don't quote me, but I'm going to say Ming Dynasty.
Yeah, I know what you're on about.
He's like, I don't think they are called Protocons, but I'm going to call them Protocons because it's correct enough for me, because they're basically the prototype Autocons or Autobots.
Yeah, I don't know what you're on about. No,
so I think they might have been called Protobots then, but that sounds too stupid. So I'm going to assume Protocon is correct.
Technically go off.
They're technically in the new, in modern Transformers canon, they're the oldest.
Yeah,
even by Transformers.
Even by the modern Transformer thingy, right? Bumblebee.
You know, your original statement of Bumblebee is older than Optimus Prime and is technically the oldest in the core crew of the Transformers. Yes, but
not even get thingy, because there's a story in the modern Transformers and in one of the like flashback things that are going on, that even by the Primes, which created the ones you're on about, well, they got wiped out.
No, the Protocons were not formed by the Primes. See how way around, the Protocons built the Primes in modern lore.
Because no, technically
the Protocons are supposed to be, again, don't quote me on them being called Protocons. The Protocons were I don't think they're the first Autobots, but they're again like the oldest living ones, and they were basically a generation before the Primes, specifically Optimus Primes. But to make it extra confusing, the Protobots also had the title of Prime, much like the Autobots after them did. So you had Autobots who were creationally Primes, and then Autobots who held the rank of Prime, like Optimus does.
Yeah, Optimus was given the Primal Spark by a Prime.
Yes.
And that, but
even before he got given the Primal Spark, he still held the religious / military rank of Prime.
Well,
originally he was Prime Optimus, and then got given the Prime Spark and became Optimus Prime. He stopped being a Prime, became a Prime, because Michael Bay's clearly brain damaged.
He was Prime Optimus originally.
Yes, it was Prime Optimus. Then he got given the Prime Spark and became Optimus Prime, because fuck it.
No, where frustration goes is Unicron.
Yes.
The world eater created the first Autobots.
Yes.
The first ones. Then you got the Protocons came after them.
No.
Yes.
No. In modern lore, you had Unicron, who built the Protocons, who built the first Autobots.
Yes. Now, where the modern thing still goes is Bumblebee, or the robot that became Bumblebee eventually.
Yes.
Was one of the ones was a prototype first created by Unicron as a blueprint.
No, Bumblebee wasn't the from the batch of the Protocons. He's one of the first Autobots built by the Protocons from before Unicron died. Basically, he's from one of the last batches built by the Protocons under the guidance of Unicron.
Yes. Yeah, so Transformers gets very confusing on their lore.
It's extremely confusing lore, especially as we prove with the whole Primes of Unicron built the Protocons, who had the religious rank of Prime in some cases, who then built the Autobots, who had the military / technically religious rank of Primes.
Yes.
But then also had the actual genetic difference, in quoted marks there, genetic difference of a Prime, which is why you can have Optimus Prime start off being called Optimus, then become Prime Optimus as he gained military and religious rank, to then become Optimus Prime as he was given the Prime Spark or Proto Spark that made him Optimus Prime, because he went from being a Prime in the religious militaristic sense to having a genetic difference that made him a genetic Prime, hence the change in name.
Because
we just moved the Prime to the other side of the name, because fuck it.
Because Megatron was also a Prime, technically.
Yes, but Megatron, it was only a Prime in the religious
military sense, because
he never got the Proto Spark, which is why he hates Optimus Prime, because the Prime that gave the Prime Spark to Optimus Prime was the Prime that fucking Megatron was supposed to get his Prime Spark from, because said Prime was Megatron's
mentor.
Fucking mentor.
Because supposedly Megatron and Optimus were brothers, who were both held the same rank when they went to war with the
Yes, both were Prime.
Galvanize.
Yes, because it was Prime Optimus and Prime Megatron. Both were religious military primes.
And it was after the war with the Galvanize, which was another race of sentient robots that cropped out of fucking nowhere. Completely different from the Allspark ones.
There's literally no lore about the Galvanites outside of the Autobots had a war with them for a while.
Yeah, and after that war, that's when Megatron turned against the Primes because of bullshit, because they were trying to... Technically, Megatron's war against the Primes was a righteous one, because the Primes were trying to force the Autos,
yes,
which were the name of the robots at the time, to go to war against another primitive race of sentient machines called the Latunis.
Something along those lines.
And he goes, no, they're not any threat to us.
Yes.
Whereas Optimus was being a good little soldier and agreeing to everything.
Yes.
So Megatron.
That's why Optimus Prime basically comes has such a strong defensive instinct for Earth and Earth's peoples to make up for the sins of his past when he was
First Night.
Like following orders on the religious and moral basis of, you know, my creators hold a higher rank than me, therefore their word is law, and that's why he's so vehement in his defense of Earth, because it's A, to make up for the sins of his past, but also he's trying to see his brother, force his brother, Megatron, to see that Megatron's now become just as bad as the very Autobots he rebelled against, because he's now bringing a war upon a people who are less evolved than them.
Yes.
Because again, Transformers lore is... I've genuinely gotten physically tired, exhausted trying to explain Transformers lore, because it's just bollocks. It's worse than Star Trek lore for needlessly complicated. It's genuinely less tiring to try and explain a fucking trade negotiation between the Federation and the Romulan Republic.
Yes.
And the political discourse that causes between the Federation and the Tal Shiar than it is explaining any of Transformers' fucking lore. Because you know what? At least that makes sense.
To be honest, right, Star Trek lore on trade negotiation stuff is fairly easy.
It's boring as fuck, but at least it's easy to follow.
I classify Transformers lore as the same way I classify it as Warhammer 40k lore.
No, because again, you know, at least Warhammer 40k lore is fairly followable. It's understandable of, you know, you had an emperor who had a son whose name was Horus, who basically got a fucking bit of a fetish on for a bunch of aliens, did some heresy because fuck you dad, it's his rebellious years, and then some cyborgs got invented, and then a demon got fucked into existence.
Yeah.
You know, and then some sentient mushrooms arrived, and also there's some skeleton robots, fuck you.
Who got tricked into being skeleton robots by another giant deity.
Yeah.
From somewhere, who then died because we don't know. He just did.
Yeah, precisely. You know, you can follow the beats and kind of understand roughly what the fuck is going on. With Transformers, you need to either have a degree in sociology or brain damage to understand what the fuck is going on.
I don't know there's some university.
Luckily, I have CTE.
I don't know there's some university courses now dedicated to try and unravel Transformers.
The bullshit of modern Transformers lore.
Yeah, even the old Transformers lore as well, because that's fucked as well.
It's fucked, but it's a lot easier to follow than half of the shit Michael Bay wrote down.
You know,
I swear that man was high on something when he was making those fucking movies.
Because they say the Prime was the oldest Autobots, Transformers in the universe. Then you go but the dinosaur ones here from millions of years ago are non-existent. Hang on, what are these newest ones? And what the fuck?
And do you know what makes it even more complicated, and you're gonna hate this? Bumblebee's older than the fucking dinosaur bots.
Yes, I know.
Because they're... The dinosaur bots were created much, much closer to the creation of Optimus Prime than they were the creation of the Protobots or even the first wave of Autobots.
Yeah, Bumblebee's one of those weird characters, always existing throughout everything. He's always there. He's always a fucking Beetle as well. Even before Beetles were invented, you know, you see the cutscene of him on To
be fair, the bits in again more modern Transformers lore where there's a famous one of Bumblebee fighting in the First World War.
Yeah.
As a Volkswagen Beetle. Do you know why he's a Volkswagen Beetle? Like in World War I, despite the fact Volkswagen Beetles didn't exist yet.
Go on then.
You're gonna hate this. Bumblebee, essentially, Bumblebee ends up becoming the last of the Autobots, right? Hundreds of thousands of years after the events of the Transformers movies.
Yeah.
On his own, right? I fuck you not, on a base he builds on an asteroid that is also, as it just so happens, the last resting place of the last Optimus. Not just not like Optimus Prime, but the last Autobot to be named Optimus in his honor, who happened to also be called Optimus Prime because he was also, as it just so happens, a Prime, but he was different to Optimus Prime.
Yeah.
A different Optimus Prime because this one was yellow.
Yeah, because what was Prime on about is technically the son of Hot Rod, who became Prime after Optimus died, and the female robot called, I believe, was a fucking Porsche.
And to make it even worse, do you know who was,
Glam.
And do you know who this Optimus Prime's fucking godfather was?
Bumblebee.
No, Starscream.
I can get that one.
Because Hot Rod and Starscream, after the war with the Decepticons is over, which Starscream somehow survived, him and Hot Rod became like best friends.
Yes, because after the death of Prime and Megatron.
So anyway, while he's on this, while Bumblebee's on this, I don't care.
I do care because it's very important here. Because after the death of Prime and Megatron,
yes,
the Autobots and Decepticons bound together, built a spaceship to flee Earth.
Yes.
Right, away and to direct Galvatron away from Earth.
Yes.
The Bantian motherfucker.
Yes.
Away from Earth, run away from him, crash land on the planet of the Tri-Faced Tribunal.
Yep.
Got fucked there for a bit.
Yes.
Got back on a spaceship, crashed a spaceship into the eye of Galvatron.
Yep.
Brainfucked Galvatron, which then turned into another planet.
Yes.
Which then they colonized again with the Allspark they nicked from Earth.
Yes. But then, so Bumblebee is living on the asteroid that's now the final resting place of the final Optimus Prime that's different to Optimus Prime because it's just the final Prime who happened to be called Optimus. It's a different issue.
It was an ambulance, not a fire truck.
Yes. No, he's still a semi-truck, he's just yellow. The ambulance Optimus Prime is Optimus Prime number 6. The final Optimus Prime is Optimus Prime 15, if I remember correctly. Anywho, so Bumblebee's living on the asteroid essentially is the sole guardian of the final resting place of the final Prime, because religious bullshit.
Yeah.
Essentially gets bored, and upon this barren rock, invents a time travel machine. Said time travel machine he then ends up perfecting before using, and bringing it down to be the size of equivalent to a wristwatch for a fucking Autobot.
Right.
Uses it to travel back in time, but not just back in time, but back in location, due to the transient property of where this asteroid happens to be. Earth was also in that exact location a few million years prior, so travels back in time a few million years, so that he travels back in time onto Earth a few million years prior, hides himself in a cave until human civilization comes along and begins going through human history, essentially being on the side of the good guys every time because he has human history memorized from his time on Earth, until he eventually succumbs to old age just after the Cold War.
Yes.
Specifically, just at the end of the Vietnam War.
Which is why they find...
Which is, for anyone curious, in modern lore, a single decade before Bumblebee arrives on Earth.
Yes, and that's why in the second film,
yep,
they find a corpse of a robot, supposedly older than Megatron, of course, was.
Yes.
In Vietnam, and looks suspiciously like Bumblebee, but with green paint.
Yes.
And that's one of the ones they're dissecting to learn the techniques of the Autobots type thing. Also find a message, but remember, try and find a message because when he came the last night, he gets a message from that Bumblebee, which snaps him out of his brainwashing, which then leads him to take they give him the location of the dinosaur Autobots, which allows him to cause the rebellion against the Queen.
Yes.
Michael Bay's got a lot, and
it's during that search for those dinosaur bots to rebel against the Queen that they find the last remaining Protobot.
Yes.
Who is that samurai guy? Who, again, if I remember correctly, is based on the Japanese Orochi warriors, if I recall correctly with my memory, because he doesn't use a katana. He technically uses a daitanto because it's a straight blade rather than having the slight carve.
That would be in Orochi. No, Orochi. An Uni soldier.
I believe it's supposed to be, like, because armor-wise I believe it's based on an Orochi, but weaponry-wise it's based on...
Horns and helmet with like mask and teeth. Horns going like that, the side of the helmet with mask and teeth.
Yes.
Uni.
I believe that's like his combat helmet, but outside of combat, it's just like a straw hat.
'Cause
he's got like the early wooden samurai.
Yeah, 'cause probably
armor.
the Orochi-
That's why I'm like leaning towards. I think he's supposed to be an Orochi, but like very poorly researched.
Because Roshi had the moon crest at the front,
Yeah.
which people get mixed up with the two of them.
Cause I could be wrong, but if memory serves right, he's got like the skull mask, the horns, and the crescent moon.
Which
Basically,
means
like
have-
the like body armor of the Orochi, and again uses a Dai Tanto. For anyone who's not familiar with how weapons work, a Dai Tanto is a two-handed Tanto, which is basically makes it a short sword that you would wield like a bastard sword. For
Basically,
reasons.
it's the Washuriken, basically a straight version of the Washuriken with a longer handle.
Pretty much, yeah.
Which is
Just cursed, but was a real thing.
Yeah, it's because it wasn't until they got the Kogurasamaru when then the blade started curve, and that didn't come around to like the 5th century that started happening.
Yeah, I can never remember the name of the sword, so I always just call it the Dai Tanto because it's effectively a Dai Tanto because it's
Yeah.
just a two-handed Tanto.
Because even like the Kogurasamaru was classed as the first katana, or the first curved blade sword. That was again only the length of a Washuriken,
Yes.
not a full-length katana, because issues at the time. You know, it's very confusing. I'm not going to go into it because it's more brain power than I have to
Yeah.
explain that part of Japanese medieval history.
In fact, no, sorry, I stand corrected. He wasn't the last Prototron. He was one of the last Prototrons because
Wasn't the bounty hunter? No, the queen.
No, not the Queen, because she's ages with Unitron. There is I think they're in the same movie or they're in a different movie, but there is a group of Prototrons who are based off of European knights in one of the movies.
That's Last Night.
Is that in the Last Night?
Yes, we
I
got
think there's
the-
like 6 of the fuckers.
That's the Knights of the Round one.
Yeah, nice. Thank you.
That's the one where the Queen
them.
comes in, demanding Optimus Prime will obey her because she's technically higher than he is.
So the Knights of the Round, however many of those,
We got
they're revealed. Weirdly, it's not revealed in that movie, but it's revealed in a comic that was released after that movie that they were Prototrons.
Yes, because technically she
It's
demands.
more just insinuated in the film that they're Prototrons.
Because the Proud Yoda comes, takes Prime to her, she brainwashes him.
Yes.
He goes off to try and kill Bumblebee.
Yes.
Then she gets a message from the dead Bumblebee from Vietnam.
Yes.
Which was the very future Bumblebee.
Yes.
Breaks that, then he goes back to that spaceship, finds the dinosaur ones,
Yes.
beats them into submission, and uses them to march against the bounty hunter and the Queen, which is technically Unicron's wife.
Now, do you know what's extra interesting about Vietnam Bumblebee? Do you know why he's green?
No.
Why do you think Bumblebee turns green?
They're rather paint for yellow.
No. No, even stupider.
Go on then.
Go on, no.
No, just tell me.
Bumblebee made the executive decision, decided for himself, during the Second World War, to paint himself green during the Battle of the Ardennes, so as to better blend in with the trees.
Ah.
So as that he could help the Allied forces fuck up the Nazi front line without the Nazis seeing him, becoming suspicious, attempting to catch him, and potentially learning how to build their own Autobot.
What's even funny about
Because a bright green fucking robot blends in with a brown tree perfectly, doesn't it?
What's even funny though, throughout all the Autobot lore, right, up until like the new movies, the Michael Bay ones, you know what Bumblebee's specialization was?
Not off the top of my head.
He was a scientist.
Yeah.
He was not the warrior keep making him Michael Bay, he was a fucking scientist.
Yes,
a damn
but
good
in
one.
modern lore, he basically becomes Rambo.
Yeah. He's one of the best scientists the Autobots had, apart from that fucking microscope twat.
Mhm.
Which I can't remember his name of. I think it was Scorp or something like that.
No one
stupid.
remembers his name because he was a fucking prick.
Yeah, almost about spastic.
Yeah.
That's real.
Everyone remembers Spastic because he's the funniest Autobot name.
He's a real name for an Autobot, Spastic.
Yeah, and he was very swiftly banned.
Yes.
Weirdly, and this is genuinely true, he appeared in the original TV show.
Yes, he did.
He wasn't banned until Mattel started making figures for that
Yeah.
season. Made prototypes of the toy, made the packaging, packaged the toys, and presented them to their board of directors. At which point, one of the directors pointed out, because his son was on the heavily Down syndromed.
No, it's even
pointed out, hey, dickhead.
No, it's even worse than that. right? Because they got the bombing. Before that bombing, though, they made a promo TV advert, which actually fucking aired.
It did, yes.
And the main aim of that one...
Then said meeting with the board of directors happens before that aired. But after they'd already sent it out to air, so couldn't bring it back. So they all got told off by that one member of the board of directors whose son was heavily Down syndrome that, hey, how fucking dare you? And then were immediately backhanded by every parent in America because what the fuck?
Because I remember the advert was like, Spastic the robot was the prime selling one of that new series, because I believe it was some kind of like new tank or plane, something like that for it.
If I remember rightly, he was a battle tank.
Yeah, it was like a two-barreled battle tank for the Autobots. It's like, you know, the new robot come to think Spastic's like, oh shit.
Spastic the battle tank.
And no one thought to check that.
The thing that makes it even more impressive
No,
is,
it's...
again, he appears in a couple episodes of the show.
Yeah, I remember this.
And those episodes aired. So that shit got past not just the BBC, but also the fucking, like, the American censors at the time, who were fucking strict on shit like that.
I can tell you
and
what
it also aired in, of all places, fucking Australia. The Australians let that slide. In the
I can tell you, I remember, I know who he is now, remember? Because he was Sergeant York. Because the...
I believe he was, yes.
If you don't know the context, watch Fat Electrician about basically an anti-air tank.
I believe he was supposed to be an anti-air tank.
That was, like,
'Cause I believe the original plan for Spastic the Robot was he was going to become the main antagonist against Starscream in the show.
Yes.
Because Starscream was basically... They had a lot of complaints about Starscream being a bit fucking overpowered.
Yes, he's
because for a
supposed-
couple seasons of the original show, he's the only one that can fly.
Yeah, it was basically, it was the Sergeant...
Then they built the anti-tank robot, had to get rid of the anti-tank robot, so they just made it that all Autobots can fly. Fuck it, because they've got rockets in their feet. Fuck it, it's quicker.
I need to check its name, because he doesn't mention... Hang on. Because there's a reason why it's called Spastic. Where is that? Sergeant York. There it is.
Well, this is definitely one of the tanks of all time.
The M247.
Today we're talking about the M247 Sergeant York. For all intents and purposes, is a futuristic anti-aircraft tank. But you're so dumb, it's not a tank, it's a SPAG, a self-propelled anti-aircraft.
Yeah, it was a SPAG. Because he makes his point
gun. Yeah, no, I'm aware. I just call it that because it's an armored vehicle with tracks and a big gun, which to 99.9% of people on the planet, it's a tank. Plus, I refuse to call it a SPAG because it sounds like a slur, okay? And if you don't believe me, if a tanker drives a tank, what is somebody that drives a SPAG called?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's called Spastics for. Because it's technically a SPAG.
Which, you know, on its own would have been like problematic to change the name. The reason it was outright banned was because they spelt it like the slur.
Yes.
It wasn't called Spagstick, it was Spastic.
Yes. Because someone in the thing was autistic was probably fucking dyslexic.
Yeah. It was a problematic robot.
It was so... Probably they still didn't drop from the show. They just cut it back into more of a background.
And they made him more of a background character until he either just I can't remember if he just disappears or if they do kill him off in the show.
No, they basically just end that basically what they technically do is they end the series and start a new series of Autobots.
Yeah.
But technically the same story as the other one, just they removed a few Autobots out of the...
Yeah, I believe they just phased them out.
Yeah, you just basically phased the background.
There's a good chance they kill him off, I don't remember. I can't remember if Spastic the Robot was murdered or if Spastic the Robot
Because
was
he was in the same series that the Autobots' main base was, which then transformed into a giant 500-foot tall walking robot.
Yes.
Which got cancelled because they found accidentally he crushed a fucking city.
Yeah.
So again, that was there for like 5 episodes, and that was out gently just brushed out the way.
We just take that off there.
Because he crushed Japan at the time.
Yeah.
And like,
I remember he doesn't. I remember he didn't. He just straight up crushed like fucking Okinawa or some shit.
No, he crushed.
It was Hiroshima, wasn't it?
It was Hiroshima.
Yeah, it was, like I said, it was like one of the places that like got hit with the bombs. It was like
yeah, he basically he goes there, crushes Hiroshima, and detonates.
Yeah.
Because he had a nuclear reactor which detonated, and that.
It wasn't a good idea.
So kind of just like.
That went under the rug and never lift the rug back up ever again.
Yeah, Transformers had a lot of like.
A lot of moments in its history of.
It's almost as bad as He-Man, to be honest.
No, it's definitely worse than He-Man. He-Man's had way less controversy over the years.
I think this is the names for He-Man in the 60s was good. They got them heavily thing.
Honestly, most of He-Man's controversies over the years have just been stupid one-liner jokes that Skeletor threw at He-Man. Because a lot of them were fucking risky.
Or the fact of He-Man proverbs. You know, children, if an arrow tries to touch you, you must do like, oh, for fuck's sake, don't.
Yeah. Scream fire. No.
Scream fire in a public thing may sound fun, children, but it can't lead to someone hurt. Yeah. Always remember to go and see an adult. Remember, He-Man got that barking because it basically told kids to walk up to strangers if they needed, any strangers could find if they needed something.
Yeah, which wasn't.
Because like, if you ever have a problem, children, always find a close adult.
Which I think what they tried to say was like find like a responsible adult, like a police officer.
Yeah, no,
they just forgot to put the word responsible there in the script.
It said any adult.
Yeah, and the actor for He-Man wasn't being paid enough to like automatically put the word responsible in there, and like the scriptwriter forgot to write the word, and no one really noticed till it aired, and it was a whole issue.
Then was the
rampant. And then the FCC got involved, and there were fines, paperwork.
There was the rampant grooming of child He-Man by I think it was Fisto.
I think it was, yeah.
One of the Master of the Universe, Fisto.
There was also the entire existence of Snarf.
Yeah, and there's the Manny Arms.
No, I know people at home are probably going, but Snarf was like Thundercats. Yeah, A, Thundercats is canon to He-Man.
Mm-hmm.
B, was He-Man that named fucking Snarf in the show?
Yep, and there's also, don't forget She-Ra as well. Technically, he's sister / cousin, also girlfriend. He slept with her, had a child.
Yeah.
Which then became something later on, which I can't remember what it was.
And also, Snarf existed.
Yeah. You hate Snarf.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't hate that cat fuck? Do you know why I hate Snarf? I hate Snarf for one simple reason.
What's that?
Snarf fucking Snarf.
No.
We have to save the princess. Snarf, Snarf.
No.
Oh no, Skeletor approaches. Snarf, Snarf.
No, my most hated one was that fucking magician.
Oh no, the magician is coming. Snarf, fucking Snarf. Every goddamn sentence ended Snarf, fucking Snarf.
Yeah, it did.
Don't get me wrong, charming for the first 5 fucking sentences. After that, it becomes a cheese grater against one's eardrums to have every fucking sentence of every conversation end with the words Snarf, fucking Snarf.
What's made it worse is he was in for like 2 seasons of He-Man, but the seasons of He-Man back then were like 50 episodes long.
Yeah.
Before eventually went over to Thundercats and just like ruined Thundercats as well.
And the thing that makes it even worse is like if he was just saying Snarf, Snarf, that would already be a problem. It's the way he says it. Because it's not Snarf, Snarf, it's Snarf, Snarf. Like, it's so nasally, and he like really stretches out the nya sound with like the gentlest little r and then the hardest f. It's Snarf, Snarf. You know the actor that played the Grand Nagus in Deep Space Nine?
Yes.
He sounds like that guy.
No, he's not
the guy that plays the Sicilian in Princess Bride.
No, right. You're right. He sounds like Grand Nagus, but
he sounds like that fucking dick.
He sounds like Grand
with a throat infection.
He sounds like Grand Nagus with a throat infection, a bust nose,
yeah,
and a speech impediment.
It's so fucking irritating. The fact he's saying it in the first place is just annoying. The way he pronounces Snarf makes it so much worse. And then it's made even worse when you remember that that's just how that motherfucker talks anyway.
Yeah.
So every word is pronounced in that same manner. So it's not like, dear God, the wizard is coming. Snarf, Snarf. It's, dear God, the wizard is coming. Snarf, Snarf. And it makes me want to kill myself. Because death is a more pleasurable experience than hearing that fucking voice. Ever. It's one of the few times I genuinely had to question if South Park was lying or not, with their disclaimer at the start of episodes that all celebrity appearances or impersonations are done poorly.
Yeah.
Because That Snarf impression was so fucking spot on. I was genuinely convinced for several years they just paid the original actor to come and play Snarf for them.
No, they didn't.
But I found out that no, they absolutely didn't. They physically couldn't because that guy had died.
Yeah, thank God.
Thank God. A million souls rejoiced the day they learned that Snarf's voice actor was dead, for never again would our poor ears would be defiled by his pronunciations of everything.
No, it's worth me, right? Right, it's Zebedee.
I didn't mind Zebedee, specifically in the Magic Roundabout movie.
No, I'm talking about old Zebedee from the original series.
I've never seen the original series of the Magic Roundabout, but I liked him in the movie because boingy, boingy, boingy.
In the original series, he's like the worst traits of narcissism.
He's still better than that fucking rabbit. It's the only fictional rabbit I've ever had a genuine blood feud with.
Oh yeah.
I would have happily hip-tossed that fucking rabbit.
The stone rabbit.
And that's and you remember, I'm counting Rabbit from Winnie the Pooh in that fucking list of rabbits I
Probably right, for characters...
Because I prefer Rabbit from Winnie the Pooh. But he's an asshole.
For characters who like feign depression as a character choice.
Yeah.
Right? Eeyore generally classified as one of the worst, like, depressed little twats on the planet.
He's the most realistically depressed character.
Right. That rabbit even takes his up a notch of like,
Yeah,
just
but
kill
he takes
yourself.
Up to an unrealistic extent that just lips it round to being annoying. He's like that one friend who claims to be suicidal but just isn't and is doing it for attention.
No, that's it. That fucking rabbit, he was every fucking emo kid from the 90s.
Yeah, he straight up was. I'm so depressed, I'm gonna kill myself. It's like,
It's like call them the Hot Topic emos.
Yes, this is the 9th time today you've said you're gonna kill yourself and it's 8 a.m. Do it, David.
I already had the razor blades and like fucking pesket. This is why I used to cut myself. It's blunt, you twat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, that's not why you cut yourself with a razor. Give me your wrist, I'll fucking show you how to do it properly.
Yeah. Let me
just go behind that.
Let me shot, because like everyone knows. In fact, go for your piss first and we'll go back.
I'm standing here in the section. I need to pee. That's why I got up and let the dog steal the chair.
You go for your piss first and come back.
Thank you. I need. I'm back from my pee. Give me my chair back, you heathen bastard.
Yeah, that rabbit was literally what I call the Hot Topic emo kid
Yes,
back in the day.
100%.
I know you say I can't like blast out the entire thing because of a store, but Hot Topic people went to go to Hot Topic back in the 90s. They wanted to be goth or emo.
No.
Just annoy the shit out of me because of neither.
Yeah.
You know, that's what they call the Twilight goth. You know, it's like.
But you like fine. Not like you know, if that's your vibe, that's your vibe. You know, just don't feign a fucking mental illness, please and thank you. Like.
But of them did though, with even like the Twilight crowd, the Twilight goth did have like, oh, I'm autistic. No, you fucking annoying little bastard.
Yeah.
Who went to Hot Topic, saw some black and thought, I'm gonna have a rebellious phase against my man because I want to shag the football player and he didn't want me.
Yeah.
You know, please just fuck off out my life. That kind of thing. Because I put up with a lot with when I was, because like I was in my heavy metal phase. Still am, but
yeah.
I'm too fat to dress like that anymore. To be fair. But yeah, it's like you get even like the Monday goths. You see a lot of them. You can tell between the true goths and the non, because the true goths takes to work with a lot of them. It's like
even that's a terminology I don't like. Cause it's really fucking gatekeepy. It's like, oh, true goths. It's like, what the fuck is a true goth? Like realistically, what's a fucking true goth? Right, being goth, it's a style of dress. Let's be fair here.
It's a style
of fucking dressing up. Do you wear black? Do you wear eyeliner?
No.
Yes or no?
Right, to me, the difference is, you've got the goths who try to act gothic, which is like, well, essentially like just dress in black, and to be impressive moody little shits.
Yeah.
Right, to me, when I think of the true gothic nothing, well, you had like dark dress sense, and that, but your personality was not based on how depressed I can make the rest of the world around me.
Yeah.
Which is what I call
valid.
You know, that was like what I call like the true gothic, the gothic architecture, like
See,
the old
the
Greek
difference
gothic.
is like the sort of like the fake goths you're on about are just misguided emos.
Yeah. True.
Like they're just emos who kind of like missed the memo of hey, you're that group, and misidentified themselves as goth. You know, like that doesn't make them fake goth. That makes them just misinformed emos. You know, like it's like fucking dickheads that try and gatekeep music. You know, like there's like someone wearing a fucking Nirvana t-shirt. It's like, oh, name 5 Nirvana songs then. And like if you dare name like Teen Spirit as one of your favorites, they shun you for being a fake fucking fan. And it's like, yeah, who the fuck died and made you king cunt?
I don't know.
Fuck off.
Five Nirvana songs.
Like Teen Spirit is a Nirvana song. Nirvana fucking did it, and in my opinion, it's a decent fucking song.
That's one of the
Fuck
first
you,
songs.
I'm allowed to enjoy it.
The team, like Smell Like Teen Spirit, Heart Shaped Box, Rape Me, Fly Over the Mountain for Me, Deep Sea.
Yeah, and this thing is like the cunts I'm talking about.
Baby on the Overboard.
Label you as a fake fan because you dared list Teen Spirit in that fucking list.
One of the first fucking songs there with the video they did.
Welcome to my world.
It was actually one of their first released songs when I was young.
You know, like every fucking band has fucking fans like that who are just gatekeepy cunts, and I hate it. I vehemently hate it. No matter what like the hobby is, what the band is, what the topic is, I hate those gatekeepy cunts that are like, oh, you're not a true fucking fuck off. Right, just because I don't have a fucking autistic hyperfixation on it like you do doesn't mean I'm not a fucking real fan. It just means I have a fucking life.
To me, like a lot of like true Nirvana fans hate my pick for my favorite song. My favorite one's Heart Shaped Box.
Mine just Rape Me because it's actually fucking, it goes hard. It's a good song.
I like Rape Me. My favorite one's Heart Shaped Box, which a lot of like the hyper fans says he's like worst song.
Yeah, 'cause that's like the one that's like more kind of like punky, poppy kind of described, isn't it?
No. Come inside my heart-shaped box.
Yeah, it's like most of it, most like Nirvana stuff is more like kind of like grunge rock, and that one's like more like pop punk. I think is what people describe it as or some shit.
That was more true. He wrote that when he was really depressed.
Yeah, which like in fairness, he wrote most of his songs all very depressed. That was
Very depressed, but very high.
Whole thing.
It's like Green Day's early stuff. It's like he's most crazy. No, it was mostly fucking off his tits.
Yeah,
when
he was
wrote most
high
of the songs.
and suicidal. That's why there's so much emotion there. He was high on probably like LSD and also wanted to blow his brains out.
It's like Green Day Dookie, the Dookie album.
Yeah.
Right, all of them was off their fucking lips
Yeah.
when they wrote that song. Everyone has a basket case for the fucking song. You know, literally them in a mental institute.
And again, really good fucking song.
It is. That's one of my favorites.
You know, like who doesn't like Basket Case? It's a great song, but you know, like the ones that like I fucking despise these particular flavor of gatekeepers, right? Is that there's a lot of bands. No, I genuinely like them, but I only know one song by them. It's like the song that I was I was introduced to that made me aware of that band, and I enjoy that song so much that I listened to that song, and I haven't gotten around to exploring that band further.
Yeah, which is fun because
like just because I only like one song by that band and I'm only familiar with that one song doesn't mean that I'm not a fucking fan of the band. I'm clearly a fan of the band because the one piece of media they've done that I'm familiar with, I enjoy. A key example is the band Muse. I've not experienced a lot of Muse's music, but I have experienced the song Time Is Running Out.
Yes.
It's one of my favourite songs. Now, I would argue saying that this band made one of my favourite songs is quite a compliment towards that band. Therefore, would indicate I'm quite fond of the one piece of media they've done that I've experienced, which would make me a fan of that one piece of media. Yes.
Yes.
And because I'm a fan of that piece of media, and Muse the band did that piece of media. By the very transient nature of property, I'm a fan of fucking Muse, aren't I, you dickheads?
I think your most song you know about from like Disturbed is
Sound of Silence.
Sound of Silence and Down with the Sickness.
Yes, those are like the two that like I like. If you ask me like what songs did Disturbed do, I can point to those two and go, well, I know they definitely did those two. I've probably heard other Disturbed songs and just didn't really catch it was Disturbed.
Now to me, Down with the Sickness, I do like it, but it's not my favourite song of theirs. Because my very first song I ever heard of theirs was Pray.
Never heard of it. You know, but
And that.
you know, I'm like, it like doesn't mean that I'm not a fan of Disturbed. I'm just a fan of Disturbed who hasn't had, you know, much chance or inkling to go and explore further.
Yes.
You know, or Hollywood Undead, another fantastic band. I'm familiar with one of their songs. I really enjoy said song. It's called Bullet. I enjoy that song. That band made that song. I'm a fan of that song. Therefore, I'm a fan of that fucking band.
My other one I have is purely because if you like one song from a band but don't generally like the other band, oh, you must love it. Like, no, it's like that one song they do because they happen to be decent.
Yeah.
It's like for me in Avenged Sevenfold.
Yeah,
I can't stand Avenged Sevenfold as a standpoint because they're just screamo bastards.
I like two of their songs.
My
songs
only song of theirs I
that
like is Hail to the King.
I like Hail to the King and I like Welcome to the Family. Because Welcome to the Family goes kind of fucking hard. It's got great lyrics.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, fantastic song.
So, cause I've had ones recently. So, in order to be a heavy metalist, you have to love Both My Valentine.
Fuck no, Bullet for My Valentine suck dick. They're fucking trash.
Now, to me, Both My Valentine was fucking screamo, wasn't metal or thingy.
To be fair, like, screamo was metal, like...
But
like the full name of this genre of screamo is scream metal. Like,
yes.
Including the name of it is metal. So like, it's just not metal, it's scream metal, but it's still metal. It still falls under the umbrella genre of metal.
But you ask these like the heavy metal connoisseurs and say, what about Black Sabbath?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's not heavy metal. Like, they literally invented the fucking thing.
Yeah, they're literally like the first heavy metal band. It's like their whole shtick.
They invented the genre which you call heavy metal, mate.
But technically, you could argue they invented all the subsects too, because there's elements of every subsect of metal.
My favourite one
screamo.
Is watching one of them bar rescue ones. And that punk bar went to. And goes, well, okay, you got punk. I'll help you with this. They brought in the lead guitarist from the fucking Sex Pistols.
Yes.
The foundation of punk music.
The punks. The guys who like not only invented punk, but like lived punk of fuck you and the establishment.
Yeah, and
they were the punkest.
They got him to come in and like say help them. And you said it's wrong. You got this too high. You don't get the right sound for punk. And the little twat literally goes, "What do you fuck you about punk? You're wearing a fucking sweater. How dare you come try to talk to me, a true punk?" He's like, he's the founder of Sex Pistols. You chuckle fuck.
Yeah, he founded the Sex Pistols, who founded the very fucking genre of music you aspire to.
You have their poster on the fucking wall of God Save the Bastard Queen.
Yes.
And you don't know who this fucker is.
It's like the most famous Sex Pistols song. You know, like the Sex Pistols are like the one exception to what I mean of like, oh yeah, I like that one song, therefore I like the band. Of like, because like the difference is, while I know the song God Save the Queen, and I quite like the song God Save the Queen by the Sex Pistols, not big on the rest of their library.
I'm not either.
The rest of the Sex Pistols songs I've heard, not really my cup of tea.
I'm
not a Sex Pistols fan, but I am a fan of that one song they did.
I'm more a fan of like new age punk than I was punk.
I'm more like more modern day punk stuff, like Rage Against the Machine, which I argue is punk metal. I adore Rage Against the Machine's library.
Technically, Rage Against the Machine is
now,
rock.
I'm only like
rock
really
punk.
familiar with two of their songs, but I've heard bits and pieces of most of their library, and I really like it. I like their stuff.
Mm.
I argue they're kind of like, it's like revolutionary punk metal.
Yes.
I would argue is like the perfect descriptor. But to shorten that down, I would put
Because Rage Against the Machine was very political in most of their songs.
Yeah, and even like with that, it's very revolutionary, like policy or political.
But it might like punk bands like Bowling for Soup.
Yeah.
Sum 41 was technically
again,
punk.
like Bowling for Soup, not a huge fan, not that big on the guys, but I can at least respect the fact of it's good music. It's just not to my taste.
Yeah, Sum 41, that type of that's classified
Sum
as punk.
41, do some good shit.
Even
Alien Ant Farm, I adore the shit out of Alien Ant Farm. They're fucking great.
I only did 2 songs with Alien Ant Farm. That was The remake of Smooth Criminal and...
Yeah, that's one of my favourite ones.
was it that martial arts one that did the piss take of Karate Kid in it?
Oh, I don't remember.
I can't remember its name, but it's like, I forget the image of the head. Like,
I know the song you mean. I just don't remember the name of it. You know, like...
Movies.
That was it, movies. Yeah, you know, like...
Because at the movie...
Yeah. You know, like fucking... Like, fantastic bands.
I don't think there's many albums, John. I think there's only 2 songs actually released.
There's like 3. I don't think there's like 3 albums off the top of my head.
I don't know, launched 2 singles, which was like Movies and the Smooth Criminal.
Yeah.
They're the only 2 music videos that had technically out on Kerrang at the time. I think that was the only movies like singles they actually dropped.
I think they're like the only singles, but I think they did like 3 albums. They just didn't drop the singles.
Yeah.
Separately. Excuse me. You know, like fucking... You know, there's a lot of music like that. Like for example, fucking Dead Man's Poison.
Yes.
I think they're called.
I know you are.
The ones that did that song we like. Righteous Hand of God. You know, I am the righteous hand of God. I think they're called Dead Man's Poison. I think.
No. Oh fuck. No, I'm gonna forget the name now because
yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Dead Man's Poison. Either way, you know, like again, like the only song of theirs I'm familiar with because it's the only one I've ever been able to find.
5 Finger Death Punch.
No, that's not the song I'm talking about at all.
Oh right, hang on.
I am the righteous hand of God. I have the devil and
you forgot.
Told you one day you will see. Those guys.
Actually,
it's called the righteous hand of God.
Is it?
Yeah. No, sorry, it's called Hell's Coming With Me. Sorry, is what it's called.
One.
There you go, top. Poor Man's Poison. That was close. You know, like.
I do like the song.
It's the only song of theirs I'm familiar with, but it's also the only song of theirs I can fucking find. That doesn't mean I'm not a fan of fucking Poor Man's Poison. I'm clearly a fan of their work, because the only bit of their work I've been able to find is that song. Like.
Who wrote that? I'm trying to think who wrote this song. Because one song I remember listening to a while back. Right, it was about drinking in a bar after midnight.
Oh, Drink with the Living Dead.
That was the one, yes.
Yeah.
I love that song, but I can't remember who wrote
it.
It's
a really good song. I can't remember who did it either, but it's a really good fucking song.
I do look.
Drink with the Living Dead. Yeah, and get literally the first thing that comes up when you find in Ghoultown.
Ghoultown, yes.
You know, again, love that song.
I love the video they've done for it as well.
It's really good animation. Love the song. Only piece of work by Ghoultown I'm familiar with. Doesn't mean I'm not a fan of Ghoultown. Evidently I'm a fan of their shit because I like the shit they've done that I've experienced.
It's like Ramajam, Black Betty.
Yeah. You know, or like for example, a key example that most people will be able to understand what the fuck I'm talking about here is Rick Astley.
Yeah.
No one knows Rick Astley's music outside of Never Gonna Give You Up.
Yeah.
Yet we can all agree it's fantastic.
Rick rolls.
You know?
I don't because Rick rolling that I can remember.
That's where like most of its popularity comes from, but still. You know? Another key example. Bruce Baccarat. Most people probably don't know who fucking Bruce Baccarat is. If I'd wager most people who aren't me and my age are gonna know who Bruce Baccarat is.
No, take an example is Taylor Swift, right? Although she's hensely popular with music.
Yes.
Her music is very mediocre pop.
I would agree with that, yeah.
Right.
It's not for me.
It's the fans that went rabid over what she represents.
Yes.
That caused it. 'Cause they love idol groups and like AIDS and that kind of stuff.
See, like that's the kind of thing I mean. Like the same like fans of Taylor Swift that are like, oh my god, she's literally the queen of everything. She stands for the.
Yeah.
Are the same fucking cunts that like in other music circles turn into those gatekeeping arseholes.
Now, be honest, there's a couple Taylor Swift songs.
They're not fans. They're like the gatekeeping fans of like Rage Against the Machine. They're not fans of Rage Against the Machine. What they are fans of
The
is
secret
they're
knowledge
fans of the fucking ideology they have, that like that band stands for, that they've basically taken too far. No, they're not a fan. They're not a fan of the band. They're a fan of what the band stands for. And there's a difference.
My worst experience with gatekeeping, right, was with the Warhammer.
Yes.
Community.
The Warhammer community is really bad for it.
Because I was getting back in. I was going to get into it when I was like about 25, 27. I went to the shop to look at what I was going to get, right? To like start the set.
Yeah.
And you always get the ones playing the top. It's like, you ask for advice. Like, what do you think is good to start with?
Yeah. So where do you start?
Like anything. If you don't play anything other than these Astartes, you don't deserve. Like, you're disgusting. Get out. Like, what I've heard about this. Like, no, they're literally shit. You must start with the Astartes. And then they go in the roundabout the history of the Astartes. Like, I don't care about
get, like, true Warhammer fans like me that actually know what the fuck they're talking about. Who'll tell you the Astartes are mid at best in the board games.
I mean, the Astartes themselves are...
They're perfectly good, much like all the other factions, if you know how to use them. I will forever argue with every Warhammer faction, if you're not good at playing that faction, that doesn't mean that faction's bad, it means you're bad at the game.
Right. Well, the Astartes to me are the average single unit.
Yes.
Right, is overpowered. The single unit. The army as a whole
is mid
as mid, like all of them are.
Yes.
You want a truly overpowered army, you look at the Tyranids, because they're just fucking...
Yes, Tyranids, I always argue the Orcs are a really strong pick, especially for newer players.
Yes.
Because like, they're a very straightforward, hit it till it dies kind of a faction.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of complexity going on with their rules.
With Orcs, one thing with Orcs is you got to balance out is you're not going to get many range kill with Orcs.
Yes.
Because their shooting ability is just dog shit.
It's dog shit. But they do have the kind of...
The melee and toughness.
Maneuverability and momentum to kind of work around that issue.
Yeah.
You play you're supposed to play Orcs very similar to Tyranids. In the sense of like you close the distance. Only you do it with Orcs a little bit slowly of kind of like you move a little bit, you take a shot, you move a little bit, you take a shot. Whereas with the Tyranids, you move a little bit, you cut it in half.
Yeah.
I've always described you play the Orcs as a slow Tyranid.
Now if you want a truly powerful like a one-shot kill type powerful race.
Yes.
You're probably looking at the Eldar, which I don't like as a faction.
The Eldar are a good pick for that, but it's kind of you have to really know the Eldar to get away with that.
Yeah.
I argue the easier faction to build up like one-hit armies with would be the Tau. The Tau Empire are very easy to build that up with, but again, it does require you to kind of really read into what you're doing to get there.
The Tau, with the Tau, what you want to avoid with Tau is close combat.
Yeah, you absolutely don't want to send a Tau into close combat.
Unless you got like
you put up good damage, they go down so quickly.
Unless you've got like a shit ton of heavy mechs.
Yeah.
At your back.
Even then.
I mean, if you want to like that typical anime style war scene, Tau is the best bet because they got the most robotic mechs out of a lot of them.
Yeah.
But if you want a truly grind battle, you do know what the Astartes. You want the fucking Imperium.
I would say, and even then, I argue you want the Imperial Guard, just the bog standard human. Fuck Space Marines all the way. If you want like the most fun human faction,
yes,
you want an Imperial Guard faction.
They're the hardest ones to play because they're squishy as fuck and have the least amount of anything.
See, I disagree with the statement of they're the hardest. I argue they're the hardest to master, but they're not the hardest to play.
Yes, the hardest. If you want to win consistently, the hardest ones to use. But if you want
to, I disagree.
No.
Like I argue with the Imperial Guard. Because again, the base fundamentals of how they're played is very easy to pick up. Because the game basically comes down to you have slightly better range than everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
You have respectable range damage output. You just can't really take a hit. But that's made up by the fact that you can field a lot of fucking guys at once.
Yeah, that's
because you guys are cheap as shit because they're very squishy.
Yeah, because a lot of people use them as like swarm tactic units. Like,
yes.
I have a unit of 50 of them going to fire that one guy. Well, yeah, he's going to die.
It's partially correct, but partially wrong. I've always argued that the Imperial Guard works best in one of two. I've used them for with very traditional line fire formation tactics.
Mm-hmm.
Basically play them like they have muskets, because they might as well be fighting with fucking muskets. Or use them for more guerrilla warfare tactics, as you see them doing in a lot of the Warhammer films and animations.
Yes.
Of hiding in ditches and valley routes. Wait for the well concealed. Wait for the enemy to basically come into a cross line. Light them the fuck up.
Because you forget in a lot of the lore, you got the Astartes down at the top of the list.
Yeah, your Astartes and Space Marines are basically.
But a lot of Astartes show respect to the Imperial Guard because they say you don't fight with what I have,
yes.
yet you're still standing
you're
here.
still alive despite having less fucking advantages than I do.
Yeah.
You know, and you fought against the same fucking guys I did.
But I find with the Imperial Guard is there's a lot of specialized units people don't know about.
Mm-hmm.
Like the sniper, like the scout and sniper units.
Yes.
They put out some heavy damage.
They do some insane damage.
But people don't know they exist because they just assume, oh, they say it's like the Kriegsmarines or something like that.
Yeah, the Kriegs. And in fairness, the Kriegsmarine are, in my opinion, one of the better Imperial Guard factions to play with. Because they're basically just normal Imperial Guards, but they're slightly better in melee because they get a melee damage boost because of the shovel.
Yeah.
You know, like...
And if you like the idea of playing the Germans, you know.
Specifically World War I Germans.
Yeah.
Which are the Kaiser Germans, not the no Germans.
Yes. People should
Even
forget that.
Warhammer doesn't have those kinds of balls.
Yes, they don't. They really don't. They try to get close to the line.
They edged as close to that line as they could get away with.
Because there is a faction in the law that is pretty much just straight up Nazis.
Yeah, they're called the Space Marines.
Oh no, it's worse than Space Marines is Nazis.
Still. Like, all I'm saying is the Space Marines, they hailed their leader as near enough a god, and they're highly xenophobic.
Well, beautiful,
they're basically space Nazis.
They hail the guy who is a pure atheist who hates the concept of God as a god, and he basically wants to die, and they won't let him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we gotta keep him alive. Let me die. We're gonna save you, sir. Don't worry. Let me die, you motherfucker. We get a voice. It must be corruption for the warp. Block it out. You mother.
Now, welcome to Warhammer, Lord. It's bullshit. But like,
just let me take that joke. Like, let me die already. Healing spell. Healing spell.
Yeah, like, David, the best way I can sum up like why gatekeeping is just fucking stupid, right?
It costs your hobby to die.
It's not even that, alright? There's a way I can really explain why gatekeeping is fucking ridiculous, right? And it's with professional wrestling, right? An industry that's the entire antithesis of why wrestling worked for as many years as it did before the modern day came down to gatekeeping being a concept that they held on to the hard way, with a little known thing called kayfabe. You know? Like, while like the behind the scenes people with professional wrestling, like your bookers, promoters, the wrestlers themselves had that kind of gatekeeping system of, if you're not, you know, in the business, you don't need to know how this works.
Yes.
The fan base doesn't have that. The fan base has never been gatekeeping, or like gatekeeping nature in professional wrestling.
The problem with wrestling is a lot.
Like you could be 6 or 60 if you want to get into professional wrestling right now. The community was going to welcome you with open arms. They're going to point you in the right direction to learn what you want to know about the sport. They're going to tell you what you want to know, and they're not going to judge you if you.
I mean, wrestling, like on the professional side of it, as a gatekeeping, like not normal combat scenes, I think is fair enough because
it's the entire point of the show. Like, you don't like. It's kind of like a magic show in the sense of like if you know how it works, it's still enjoyable. But it's enjoyable for a different reason than if you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, because you know how it works, you more marvel about the technical aspect of the fighters.
Yeah.
If you don't know how it works, you're into like the whole drama of the whole thing.
I argue it's the other way around. If you know how it works, you're way more into just the storylines because, you know, like you know the technical prowess on display. There's a trick to it, and you know what the trick is. You know, if you're like me, you're here more for the stories, also to appreciate how interesting and like minor details happening in the ring of how they're doing things. Where if you're not in the know of how wrestling works, you are more there to like, you know, see the flippy dippy shit and go, holy god, how did he do the flippy dippy shit?
Now, tell you what's getting gated a lot more recently is martial arts.
Yeah, martial arts is super gatekeepy these days.
Martial arts, MMA in particular is getting very gatekeeping. So it's like some more standardized, not standardized fashions, but like the new age legal type of martial arts, like GQR, which I did.
Yeah,
which
GQR's really gatekeepy.
Which is basically the guy who created that feud for Gash Crab. Because everything costs you fucking expensive. Like, say if you want to do the World Cup, you've got to buy their tickets, buy their gear, buy their water bottle, which costs, and the jacket, that alone is £70.
Yeah, which is
like, get fucked.
You know, like.
But if you want to go into martial arts, find a club that does one of the 4 originals.
Yes.
I'd call them. Or if you want, or get into one ancient styles like judo.
Yeah.
Not Brazilian jiu-jitsu, proper jiu-jitsu, because I don't care what they say, just because Brazil for it does not make a Brazilian.
No.
Get fucked.
I like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as a martial arts, I just don't like it. It's called Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah.
Because it's low-key, it's a decent martial art if you know how to use it.
It's basically a watered-down version of like pure judo.
Yes.
Because
Just a bit more kicky.
Yeah.
It's a kickier judo is how I describe Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, we kicks in judo, but competition judo doesn't allow us, so they don't really teach it in school classes. Unless you go again, you
That's
find
why I
all the-
describe Brazilian jiu-jitsu as kickier judo, because it's got the
Yeah.
basic grappling of judo, but they really emphasize the kick him in the shins part of judo.
unless you find like one of those really old judo schools
Who don't give a fuck anymore.
who teach the traditional judo style.
Yeah, which boils down to kick him in the jaw, kick him in the shins.
Yeah, basically.
And then hip toss him.
Have you ever seen traditional judo fighters go off? It's not pretty.
Yeah.
It's not that nice like fancy Olympic stuff you see on the screens like, oh, I've got him in a gentle hold. No, it's like you just ripped his arm off and handed it back to him.
Yeah.
You know, here you go. Thank you, sir.
No, it's beautiful at the same time, though.
Yeah.
Again, if you're like, judo's one of those things. Like, if you're in the know, it's gorgeous to watch. If you're not in the know, it's horrifying to
Yeah.
watch. Kind of similar to professional wrestling. Of if you're in the know, it's like, oh wow, that's really pretty. I'm quite impressed you did that. That's difficult to do. Whereas if you're not in the know, it all looks horribly difficult, and the entire time you're horrified because, oh my god, I think he just killed that guy.
Yeah.
And to be fair, he probably did just kill that guy, but it doesn't matter.
You killed him, but then touched him in one spot, we brought him back to life. Don't worry.
Yeah, exactly. You revived him by like tickling his fucking neck.
I so wish I was like,
Blood vessel.
I'm like joking about that, but like the
What's it called? Help. The blood vessel in the neck. The
carotid.
Carotid artery. Thank you. He tickled his carotid artery and he revived him by doing two-fingered CPR to the neck.
Because like I said, the death punch is an actual real thing.
Yes.
And the way it works is by
Very difficult to do it, but it's there.
the way it works is by like basically causing a shock to the nervous system, which basically causes your heart to stop.
Yes.
And by hitting the nervous system in the correct way. And literally reviving somebody is basically tickling them in another pressure point spot to wake them the fuck back up.
Yes.
It's such a stupid thing where I say to myself, but yet if you ever watch it happen, like he just touched somebody with his fingers and he died. Yes, I know how he died, but still, it's if you know the mechanism behind it, it's not that impressive.
Yeah.
It's hard to do, but if you know the mechanism, it's still not impressive. Just don't do it, children.
I tell you the main reason why, like, at least to me, it's not that impressive. I know a much easier way to kill a guy by stopping his heart with a punch.
Yeah.
That requires considerably less accuracy to occur. Just fucking punch him in the heart, you have a 1 in 4 chance of killing him outright.
Yeah.
Like, punch a guy directly in the chest right where his heart is, you have a 1 in 4 chance of killing him.
That's the
So what you do is punch him there 4 times back to back. Just go, wata, 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 wata. Statistically,
That's one
you've
of the things.
killed
Though,
the
it's
guy.
one of the things like the history of a technique gets lost with like the movie aspect of it. Like, the death punch was designed as an assassination technique, so you walk past, go, and walk off without even knowing you killed the bugger.
Yeah.
You know, he just
Until
dies of a heart attack.
You know, he dropped. People would notice about there when the guy hit the ground that somebody just fucking killed him. You know, but by that
most-
point, you should be pretty far away.
Now, people think, oh well, back in them days, no, back then there was no difference between like poisoning and heart attacks. They did have like people did autopsies.
Yes. They weren't good autopsies, but
they're pretty
it was
decent.
good enough to tell the difference between a poison and a heart attack.
Yeah, they can. You know, he means he's bleeding out. Well, I can tell he's been stabbed. You know, there's a mystery here. There's a knife in his chest.
Yeah.
You know, he's been poisoned. You know, because like a lot of poison back then turned the organs different colours or
Yeah.
type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like, you know, like that's what with a lot of poisons in the ancient world. You didn't need to do an autopsy to tell he'd been poisoned because
Yeah.
before he died, he started bleeding out of his eyes and his nose, and his skin had turned fucking purple.
Yeah, because a lot of the poisons.
You kind of don't need to do an autopsy to look at the face and go, well, he's bleeding out of his orifices and his skin is fucking purple, and he's still choking to death.
Hang on, is he dying? Hang
He's
on.
probably been fucking
His
poisoned.
ass was on the ground. Yeah, it's probably from this type of spider.
Yes.
Don't worry.
I mean, I was more specifically referencing Kingsbane, but, you know,
Yeah.
still.
Anyway, we're going to move on to the last segment of the show for a bit of fun.
Oh, Gamer, we've been doing this for like 5 hours. You can fuck off.
It's Friday, come on.
I don't care. Save it for Sunday.
Just 10 minutes, go on.
No, save it for Sunday.
Give it a bit funny.
No, save it for Sunday.
Give it a bit funny.
Save it for Sunday.
We've been going four and a quarter.
I don't care. It's tomorrow. My throat hurts. And I have things I want to do. Save it for Sunday.
Fair enough. We'll end it there.
I've literally been talking all day. Save it for Sunday. Save it for Sunday before my tonsils jump out of my throat and kill us both. I say that, I don't have my tonsils anymore, but you know what I mean.
We'll find the jar that you buried them in.
These bits. These little fuckers. You know the little jangly bits that live there, under your chin?
Uh-huh.
These little things. Before these jump out and kill us both via a garrote wire. Save it for Sunday. What are those? What are these?
They're lymph nodes.
Thank you. Before my lymph nodes jump out of my body and kill us both with a garrote wire.
So anyway, that's the end of the show. Good night, good luck. And obviously we actually stayed on topic for quite a lot of the show.
We did. We talked a lot of religion.
Yeah. And I've done Andrew, and you just quick shout out Andrew Wilson.
Yes.
I will send an email off to Monday Debates for you and see if you can get
No,
a...
fuck it. I'd like, don't bother, because I'm going to email Paul Levesque.
Paul Levesque?
Triple H. I'm going to email Triple H/Paul Levesque. I'm going to set up a WrestleMania match between me and Andrew for the WWE World Heavyweight title. Better yet, no, we're going to set it up for the WWE Hardcore Championship because fuck you, I want you in a no-holds-barred match.
So anyway,
I will take a barbed wire baseball bat to your anal cavity.
So anyway, good night and good luck.
Tell me, Fat Man T, how does it make you feel to hear your co-host say he's going to take a barbed wire baseball bat to another man's anal cavity?
It
don't matter how it makes you feel, because that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll catch you all on the next one.
You can see the riding on the pavement. Young kids, they're growing up in basements. Online, a whole new generation. I'ma make mine, so you better go take it. Always, they need a new replacement. Decentralized, can't contain it. We're changing lives, yeah, upgrading. Call it suicide of the older generation.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah.